Maybe I can believe that. I want to believe that.
We're trying to help him. And Gagarin, actually.
Well, what can I say except thank you?
No, we talked about it, but
No.
you wouldn't be the first person to say that. Well, not the multiverse part, obviously. Although, from a chaos theory perspective, maybe.
A lot of these places were abandoned for reasons. Folks didn't plan on coming back.
Well, you can ask me anything. You know that.
Vasco, I appreciate you too, buddy. We needed to warn you off. Every encounter with one of our kind could spell disaster. She knew I appreciated even if I didn't know how to say so yet. As the old Earth poem goes, some say the world will end in fire. Well, they were talking about this place. If he had gotten to you, convinced you to side with them, go. Just keep my ship in one piece, okay?
That's a difficult question. You might as well be asking, when is the unity? Why does the unity exist, or how does the unity truly work?
And when you said it out loud, I actually believe we can do it. Not exactly sure, but he mentioned a court case. So I think there's a paper trail. Irvin's name is cleared. I cannot even begin to thank you for everything you did to make that happen. We just need more data. That's not a bad idea. The plants would really improve the atmosphere in here. Literally. They don't know what they're walking into. It was the destruction of the bacterial colonies, not the apex predators. Who has no weapons? They do. That's right. Nobody envies that responsibility, that burden.
I'm okay. Oh. No, I'm not.
From my readings, you don't have your appendix, and you're a quarter of a centimeter taller than me. The horror of the infinite is the inclusion of the... No, I know I can't. But he isn't sick. He chose to be like this. He has no excuse for what he's done. Ah, home, sweet home. Now, where did I leave my cozy slippers? Maybe I didn't bring them. Crimson Fleet ought to be pretty happy right about now. Oh, good, you're up. Let's just pick a star and go. What do you think? Please continue. I'm listening. Equipment check. Got it. Too much is at stake to risk it. Now, you might want to avoid looking at the new Atlantis billboards then. Don't get us lost now. Without robots, humanity would have had a whole lot harder time spreading to the stars. Folks in Neon have a rough time. They need to balance a potentially healthy trade with the interests of those who want to cross a line for incredible profit. Difficult to say the least. We're thinking of taking Hephaestus to court with Dr. Hodgson as a witness. One day you'll be sweeping out some old shelf or digging through a desk, and there it'll be. Some old paperweight of theirs. Or a piece of jewelry they gave you, half jokingly. I thought it would change me. I thought, what if I can fly or see through walls or whatever? Would I be a different person? It's weird that we have to say that, but yeah. They're just regular people with different beliefs. Well, fair enough. This is what we do. We're explorers, adventurers. Oh, this is going to be fast. For that much money? They'll do it. Well, that's my cue. Today I'll be playing the good side of the investigative duel, clearly. Is that plant sample for science, profit, or a new recipe? Lots of cargo here. Anything look useful? Anything look fun? Oh, we got to point B many times just fine. Top-notch co-pilot. Would recommend him to anybody. We've done some legwork remotely, but we need to do some good old-fashioned investigating now. That's especially true around here. No sign of that starborn yet. And Vasco, don't let him break my ship. Friendly reminder. If you take your suit off here, then say goodbye to your skin. When we get back home, I'll go through some of his research notes. It might tell us something more about this plant. Hopefully it's not poisonous. Good, you're up. Let's move. An interesting conclusion to jump to. And not one of the smaller ones either. I'm talking about the kind you can see without a visual aid. My purpose is higher than myself, something you don't seem to understand. Nice work. I really hope so. Every scientist wants to make that amazing discovery that goes down in the history books. But you want it to be for the right reasons. Then it's settled. Vasco. And the best part is,
Nobody has to die or become indebted or anything. When it comes down to it, he's got an explorer's heart. He's brave, resilient, and just a tad bit weird. Kind of like us. Maybe I'll feel differently when I get my power, right? Agreed. We've got to do a better job of protecting the innocent, even if it blows our cover. But you have changed me as a person forever. Let's get back to it then.
I hope later tonight we can continue exploring together.
Good teachers are like supernovae, brilliant auras of light that turn dust into stars. What's the plan? But the science is going to lead us to the real reason. I just know it. I mean, I, for one, am glad it's our property now. Storage depot of some kind. We can take a moment to look around. That's a valid concern. Well, that's one kind of solution, I guess. Just be careful. So, all yours. Your dreams have just come true. Again. I don't want to even think about what would have happened had we failed. So I think he's just going to follow my lead. Seems to work so far. I was hoping for some old pictures. But the plant is a good consolation prize. We can head over to Ellie's law office whenever you want, Captain. There's something about how you say that. We can only explain a fraction of how we truly feel. Such is the inefficiency of language. The solution you have all concocted might be considered voluntary, but is not really, is it? Honestly, it wasn't as bad as you're picturing. Don't get me wrong, they weren't exactly having me over for dinner. But I wasn't being tortured either. I can't emphasize how much I do not care what his reasons are. The guy is still a war criminal. What's the matter with you? And away we go. Whew. I was worried I was going to have to do that myself. Thanks for whatever this was. See ya. No, not a chance. Pretty sure you got away with it. I wonder what they're making here. They Victus, the war criminal, is still alive. Ha! Nice try. Hey, Free Star folk. Less likely to shoot at us than most. Looks like the lift is offline. Maybe we can restore power. Let's look around. I just mean that I think everybody depends on someone sometimes. No shame in that. Weird plants around here. I would speak to them before you go. The first time? Oh, well, I see. Here, all the artifacts I've gathered. Once I woke up in a cave like this. No ship, nada. Thankfully, it was on a smuggler's route. But hey, we're still pals. Probably. I mean, what's a pal anyway, right? Feels like we were just here. Funny. Usually I'm the one running off while the injured person recovers. Did it make you feel better? Or just bigger? It's not just about Irv. This can't be the only time something like this has happened. Someone needs to hold this company accountable. I know you're busy, and I love watching you work, of course. But when you have a sec, let's chat. Oh, see? This is lovely. A quaint little detour on the edge of the unknown. Nope. EM class is certain death. Back it up. Oh, good. I love it. That's what I get for trying to be nice, eh? I'm trying to be reasonable here. Just makes the ones that exist much more expensive. Nope, not even for a moment. Should I be nervous? Go on. I know it's hard for you. But just get to the point. Bald Irvin? No problem. He was as handsome as ever to me. It's okay. I know it wasn't really our friend. Some species can feel the tiniest vibrations from meters away. Glad that doesn't apply here. Some enterprising starborn lured human mercenaries here. They built this facility. Another layer to get past before we can reach the temple. We should probably check out that console on the bridge. Maybe somebody left a helpful note for us. I guess they have a vision of some kind. It seems weird, but hey, it's their place. Turns out the witness was threatened until he withdrew his testimony. Oh boy. So we're talking a whole new extra scary kind of weapon here, aren't we? He was rescued once from a dying planet and once from a windowless apartment. You know, I think we're going to need to talk to a lawyer soon. I'm glad you understand. Love doesn't have to be finite. We were told that you are a local crime. This is it. This is what Ellie needs to see. Oh, man. Let's see what's out there. Marvelous. No matter what, these temples are always impressive to me. We're going to get you home safe, all right? Sometimes labs have security. Those are the ones to be worried about. Rise and fight! Anyway, thanks for the support, Captain. Then it's unanimous. So am I. I don't think I'm going anywhere for a bit. Give the meds some time to kick in. You go ahead. The Foundry District isn't too far from here. Well, I know we're not fighting pirates or rescuing settlers from certain doom, but it matters to me. You see that over there, right? Looks dangerous. Soon as he touched that rock, something changed. Don't tell me you can't feel it. When Irvin and I married, I thought it wouldn't really change anything for us. I can make pew, pew sounds if it makes you more likely to use it. We aren't mercs for hire, are we? Partly, of course. I mean, I'll never stop loving him. He will always be my husband. All right, I will. And who knows? Maybe we'll never see them again. Pretty sure that makes us unstoppable. Hey, Sam, what do you think you're doing just hanging around here? Don't you know you're wasting Walter's hard-earned credits? That's a sensible modification. Really? Here? Gotcha. Jeez! Enough! The war changed a whole lot of people. You'd think as a species prone to it, we'd have figured out better ways to cope. From 100 years ago, huh? The Sioka Syndicate is definitely expanding its territory these days. Lots of factories are located in areas far from people for a reason. For accidents, sure. But the grounds for this was sabotage. And that has to be proven in court. It's a whole nother ball of wax. Sounds amazing, right? Reminds me of a time when I got stranded on a ship carrying tons of frozen foods when its engine and gravity system died in the middle of nowhere. No, but you owe yourself one. Do you think pretending to be your old self is what's best for you? I'm ready to go over to his apartment anytime you want, Captain. I had high hopes for you, but I won't stand in your way. Anything else? I heard back from my contact. Friendly territory here. United Colonies. The captain's word is good, but it helps to know there's an Irvin out there somewhere living a life full of love with someone like me. I can move forward with that thought in my heart. So I know a cyber runner who has accessed corporate archives before. When you encouraged me to move on from thinking about Irvin, you were right, but I couldn't. What, me? And you? Oh, you're serious? Okay, fine. Sick isn't the way to describe this. This is horrific. Ve Victis is an actual war criminal. Well, you're welcome. Hard to top myself when the first thing I gave you was a spaceship. My ship. I think everybody in Constellation dreams of this moment. Oh, really? No, I don't think I do, buddy. Listen up. Starborn's ship came in nice and quiet. Just happened to look outside and see it docked. Everyone came running, but... Yes, but let's keep doing what we're doing. We can talk on the ship later. Yes, though it takes a lot of concentration. If I do it a lot, I bet I'd give myself a headache. From myself. I'm my own migraine. I'm watching you. Exactly. Time for all of us to get the heck out of here. Not right now. Either you made a mistake, or you're not the person I thought you were when I said I'd travel with you. You get all distant and cryptic sometimes. Wonder if that's part of your power, too. Stuck in a loop, huh? Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, I mean, it is really neat. I just hope it stays neat and nothing, not neat. Yes, we need to expect it and prepare. The science is compelling. The expert was confident. I'd make the same call. Some of the first people who left Earth stood around here and wondered how they were going to survive humanity's most perilous moment. Astounding to imagine. Fine. Roger that, ma'am. I'll stay put. Gotta be honest. Much as I love this place and these people, I get antsy sitting around the lodge too long. New Atlantis makes me think that humanity's future is brighter than not. Everyone likes upgrades. Good grief. Of course it's ecliptic. Why wouldn't it be? Space frog indeed. That kid is going places. Irvin only lived here for a couple of months. but it felt like an eternity. You'd think swimming isn't necessary with all this technology. You will eventually monitor the energy fluctuations and agree. But no, this is unusual. Well, all right then. They're unusual, sure, but I'm sure we can reason with them just fine. Well, you just look at that. Starborn. If you want to get some closer data points, I wouldn't mind. What's this? I love gifts. You'll also need to return to Constellation and find the artifacts in the fringes of space. See, that's the problem with the settled systems. Too easy to take everything for granted. A long time ago, Neon was just a little fishing platform. I wonder if one day they'll expand across this whole planet. Wouldn't that be wild? More lies. I love this ship. Perhaps. Say what you will, but I bet House Varun knows how to party. And I know it's not every one of them, but it sure feels like it's more than the regular population, you know. I'll meet you in orbit above the buried temple. We'll face what's there together. Costume party coming up, huh? I sure hope the corporation can pull through during this difficult time. I know you had to do it. I know you had to kill the hunter. Doctor, wasn't there something your clinic needed? I can't remember. Turns out it was one giant organism in an endless cycle of self-consumption and regrowth. I've replayed those moments in my mind over and over. Target's grab drive is operational again. Sounded like it took a lot for him to track down. There it is, the final artifact. And it looks like the temple is powering it. Or maybe it's the other way around. Vasco, get her to the lodge. No deviations unless absolutely necessary, okay? Protocol Indigo. Well, that's all I have, too. Maybe next time we should talk about sports instead, though. I thought when the funeral was over, when everyone went home that night, that it was over. Well, back to it. I wonder if we're alone in here. Murder? Even for you, that is remarkably low, Bayou. You must be very, very worried. Last time I was in here, well, let me think. We need to reopen the case. See if there's anything that was overlooked the first time. I love that about you. That's definitely gonna leave a mark. Is that all? Maybe we can run some tests later. Oh, right. I nearly forgot. Here you go. Well, that's what people do. Sometimes it's a pat on the back. Other times it's a kick in the pants. You're that nervous, huh? That's how I was with Irvin, I get it. Finishing everything on Gagarin seems like the best option to me. I honestly don't know how this will change me. It begins. There are Freestar folks in all sorts of places outside of Aquila City, replaying my actions from some other moment in some other universe. And yeah, I know I'm being hypocritical, but you know what I mean. You're my confidant, my friend, my lover. Awesome! There's only so much universe to explore, boss. I gotta pace myself. Also, it's more romantic if it's our choice, right? The miracle is that we overcame every missed sign, every swerve, every random extinction event to get here. I'm just going to bite my tongue. You should try next time you decide to discuss a topic like this. You're playing with me, aren't you? Well, I'm almost done. Just listen. It was a scary time, to say the least. The armistice was the only way we could survive. Until the next terrifying weapon, anyway. Who knows? Maybe the model's not as bad as everyone says. I recall receiving a message asking him to appear in court a day after his funeral. And I absolutely love and adore you, if that helps you out at all. And Vasco, don't let her break my ship. I mean, I understand the alternative isn't great. But the idea of doing something like that makes my skin crawl. I'd still love him, but it would be different for me. And my love is just as strong for you now. I know you want to learn more about what happened to you. I'm counting on it. Go. You know, every time a human travels in space, we accept the risk. We humans are fragile. They fixed their engine! We searched Irvin's apartment and found an application for a hunting license. Knowing there were other Irvins out there, other lives where we were happy, I would have thought to myself, why me? Why am I alone? He's been able to avoid consequences so far, but this could be the end of it. Thanks, Captain. Well, this certainly smells like a farm. I hope that was enough.
But usually the barrier to dreams is more easily dismantled with cash, unfortunately.
This has got to be like walking into Walter's secret credits vault and diving in.
Are you trying to tell me something?
That kind of philosophy is poisonous and draconian. And to what end? But if the choice is to prevent abuse or encourage guaranteed abuse, then I think this is the wise choice. We need data more than bruises right now.
He must be defeated. Think of all the versions of you and your friends across the multiverse he has killed.
All right.
I can't believe I get to explore the universe with a poet.
We're social animals, but we're also motivated by all sorts of things.
And one of the kindest people you'd ever meet. Sounds like a powerful force of attraction to me.
I couldn't be prouder, Vasco.
Ready yourself.
Yes, no problem. I want closure so I can move on to deal with my artifact.
So far, we've worked through my fear of dust spiders. So I think that's progress.
Yeah, I had you figured for someone who'd been shot at more than a few times. See you on the eye. Ecliptic scrounging for mech parts in this heap is not what I wanted to see today.
Oh, I just meant before you and I ever met. I spent a long time being alone, or with Vasco.
Did you say something? Can't say I've met many good folks in Ecliptic. I bet they get chewed up fast. You've done it. The temple's artifact is yours. Tired of me already?
Well, we can cover more space separately this way.
Ship's intact, more or less. Ours, I mean. Not theirs, clearly.
There's got to be something. Ellie, what would be enough to get a judge's attention?
Keep your head down!
Can't really blame them. Look at us.
Stay for a moment. You must have questions about what happens next.
Now that is some fine teamwork.
Rather astounding that you deciphered our communication attempt. It only took you a minute more than we expected for you to work through the calculus and participate in the discussion. But the rat models are notoriously unpredictable.
Anyway, I've been exploring planets with Constellation ever since then. Helps keep me busy.
Thrusters aren't responding. It sure does, doesn't it? Geez, will you look at the time? Did you moonlight as a gunsmith while working in the mines? That was pretty sad. Well, we definitely got off on the wrong foot, so that's going to be hard to explain. Our job was to kill Rake. Just Rake. We could have spared the rest of the crew. There had to be a way.
I'm not sure. I'm still trying to get used to this power myself.
It's so... I don't even know how to describe it. Odd. I appreciate that. It's going to be hard to get some sleep tonight after all this. But the fact that I'm doing something about it might be enough to help. Fight for your vision, Jules. But be prepared to compromise. The universe might not be ready. And I gave the apartment to Helgi, just like you suggested. But even going with what we know, this is remarkable. It's mind-boggling. It's huge.
I could have, but I wouldn't have done it.
Weapons ready, please. And thanks. United Colonies. Act compliant. Listen, when you're under pressure, sometimes it's hard to see clearly. You've got my attention. Grab jump is ready. I love this part. If I had a single credit from every space or nest I've ever found... Wait, I probably do. You don't know what you're talking about. Swimming is a key skill for an explorer. Of course, marvelous. The star yard of the future. This is where quality ships are made. And I don't just say that because it Stroud's business. It's just true.
You had your doubts, but you encouraged me to continue looking into Irvin's situation.
Weapons system is ready again.
The pH level here is off the scale. Gonna mark this planet off my future vacation list.
I've sent a list of everything we've found so far to the lawyer in Gagarin. That's the problem. An elegant solution. I noticed. Some folks become bounty hunters for good reasons. But they don't last long. Did you hear something just now? Anyway, never mind. What were you saying? Now, I'm going to stick with you, Dusty. Maybe I'm just naive. But I still believe there's a heart in there somewhere. Let's not resort to an X-ray to prove it. I know a cozy place nearby where we could relax, and once I was in a glacial cave surrounded by creepy red eyes kind of like this. But it turns out they were just glowing bug butts, so he would do it again, wouldn't he? I don't think I could let that stand.
Okay, count me out. No. Uh-huh. I don't know. Other Barrett seemed to handle himself quite well in that fight with the Starborn. I was kind of proud of myself. My other self.
You must have seen some data that I didn't.
Good thinking. I've got plenty to do on my own, and so do you. Makes sense to split up for a bit. You have always been so supportive of me during this process. Let me take care of this part. Stumped?
Happens to the best of us.
You're on the hunter's ship. Let's have him start this meeting. Well, just some of the things you've said have been too spot on or just a little weird. No offense. If you say so. Of course. I was walking by it and I thought, hey, what the heck? Why not?
And stay down!
I wonder if these pirates got lost on their way to the key. I hope places like this mostly employ only robots these days. Oh, yeah. This looks like some creature's den, all right. Hey, look. You and I aren't exactly on the best footing with each other right now. But we need to talk. I'll try to be brief. Robots have saved countless human lives over the years. Why send a human if you don't need to? I would have never done so many things, met so many people. It's mind-boggling how different I would be. Oh, wow. That was close. Thanks. This is your chance. Take it before it's gone. You might never get another deal this good. Well, you could say that the infinite possibilities of the universe are full of everything but coincidences. Just ask. I'm guessing gourmet chunks days are out of the question then. I hadn't thought of doing that. But I love it. If you're going to hold a grudge, well, that's your problem, not mine. Watch out. Right. Nothing fancy, Ellie. Weapons are active again if you want them. The fate of the Unity can't be left to chance. Fair. We never know what the universe is going to throw at us next. Not gonna lie, it's weird. I had hoped for the ability to fly or something, you know. Keep an eye out for bounty hunters. Just kidding, just kidding. I might need to move things around to make room. Hey, when you're not busy, let's chat. I'll be bringing mine. The hunter will be bringing his. And you'll need to bring the rest. All of the ones Constellation can find. You give me hope for the future, too. According to this slate I found, turns out that our spiky friend's been all across the galaxy. Want me to carry anything else? Just try to watch out for yourselves. Owen knows you're about to depend on him fully. Wait. Don't say a word. I'm ready when you are. Let's go in. If we can fix that elevator, there's a chance they left something halfway decent up there. We're only limited by time. Okay, that's better. Now, go on, knock 'em dead. But not literally. But I guess lately, I haven't been doing a whole lot of that. Not happening. You think a homicidal monster is going to stop just because we give in to what he wants? Who controls the artifacts is the only thing that matters. I'm sorry. We should head back. See how everyone is doing. If we don't have a case, I can probably let it go. But I have to try. I hope you're planning to get adorable figurines made of us all. Please say yes. When people have been through a lot, it's good to take a moment and reflect, right? Lead the way, Captain. There we go. Let's see what we can find in there. I did what I had to do, and I'm at peace with it. Target lost their weapons. That's all, huh? This took some remarkable effort to coordinate and set up, not to mention the cost. Can't imagine. Good night, Metsura. Guess you'll be pillaging in the great beyond now. Why, hello there, my starshine. When you have a chance, let's talk. Yeah, of course. Obviously, right? I mean, I do. I do. Your passcode. Now. I knew someone who collected those things once. Seems so long ago now. So, I wanted to let you know that I heard back from my contact, and I think you'll want to hear this. Come on! We didn't do all this not to take the final step. Now let's get going. The fire of the suns! I haven't felt this happy. Well, since Irvin. I'll do whatever I must to protect the artifacts. Whoa! That wasn't the plan! What are you doing? I wonder, as life forms ourselves, is it even possible for us to feel comfort in anything but the familiarity of other life? Not just yet. We've still got some business to take care of, don't we? Crystal growth varies considerably based on chemicals and environment, but
This does seem like it's been here a really long time. When Irvin was killed in the war, people said it was random. The wrong place at the wrong time. Like any group, Constellation is only capable of doing that because of the people within it. Sometimes it just comes down to that. It is what it is. Wouldn't mind burning some helium out in the fringe instead of being here, you know? Just as long as it isn't buried at the bottom of the ocean. Digging I'm fine with, but diving? I'll take a pass. Planets in this system are cold enough already. Closing Irvin's case took a lot of work. You, me, Ellie, I couldn't have done it alone. Lure folks in with glory, then teach them about everything else along the way. And if they regroup after all this, they'll be weaker next time. When the United Colonies moves into an area, it just gets stamped with that UC flair, doesn't it? You all might not like thinking about this, but when we die, everything about us breaks down, decomposes, gets eaten up by insects and microbes. It wasn't our Sam. But did you consider how traumatic it was for everyone else to watch that? What the? You're still here? Scram, pal, we're busy. Everything has a chance to mutate, and most mutations are harmless. And it could have been worse, I know that. Back to the case. This never gets old, does it? Please, give me something. I just need to understand. They tried to take his apartment, but because it's in my name too, they couldn't. I can't seem to summon myself for conversations anymore. Trust me, I've tried. It's okay, but that's not the case, is it? Forming a hypothesis. And if we don't, I'm sure it'll be easy to run away. If history has taught us anything, half of them probably have wooden legs. Now let's get going. Did you get that particular piece that... Yes, that right there. Excellent. You heard, my love. The rings seem to respond to our positioning. Some kind of kinetic harmonization. The technology is simply remarkable. Here we are, the most fortunate people in the galaxy, because we get to explore it all together as friends. I live on in the Unity. Yeah, killing the emissary would have been a shock. Of course. And if I run into anybody looking for mining supplies, you'll be where I send them. Good grief. Just once I'd like to deliver a cake to somebody instead of harassing people for money. I take you, my wife, to have and to hold. From this day forward, never saw anything like that before. Do you see that hole in the ceiling, too? Oh, great. Everyone cleared out of the buffet. That's always a bad sign. I'm sorry. That old SOB still kicking? Well, that's just about the worst news I've gotten all day. I guess that makes you a pirate of the Crimson Fleet. All that's left to do now is to get yourself an eye patch and a parrot. That makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. Well, maybe there is. Use your money to help somebody or, at the very least, learn from this. But you're ready for it, huh? From here, humanity sprang forth from Earth like bacteria riding a sneeze. Sorry, Doctor, not today. We came to Gagarin to investigate Irvin Mandani's contract with the mining company a long time ago. Ring any bells? Doesn't matter what I would have done. Become as dust! Right, as I was saying, working with people you can trust is essential in our line of work. He wanted to win, to be the last person standing. This universe has a right to exist according to its own rules. He found it on a dying planet, a symbol of death and renewal. Past and future. Never a time to start like right here and now. I promise you, it would work. And every once in a while, the universe drops something like this into your lap. Listen, we don't worry about ourselves before we were born, do we? If you're saying the Unity is beyond that, well, it sounds to me like we just need more data. I was hoping for some old pictures, but nothing. I did, however, find this odd-looking plant. Landing now. You're welcome. It always feels like I'm on some sort of vacation when I'm here. We could get food at a restaurant like fancy people if you want. You almost sound like you're working for him. Excuse-moi. Not a problem. Let's see if I have space. The ship design is, it works in some ways. Crew quarters, right? It's, cozy. Like eggs in a carton. But these early drives shook the gravity field surrounding Earth. Eventually, the atmosphere started to slowly sputter away into space. Do you think he spotted you? Oh, I love it when you know what you want. You just light up with energy. Fair enough. Instability in the ridge above caused a minor landslide here, which we can use to climb right up. Ecliptic is paid rather well for their services. Doubt they'll notice if something went missing. I think it's time I joined you in the physics-bending powers business. See if one of those temples works for more than just you. I just don't want whoever hurt him to get away with it, if that's what happened. And we're docking. And complete. Easy peasy. I wish I understood why zealots are like this, but then again, I'm glad I don't. I'm sorry it's come to this. Kind of. I mean, it depends, right? If it's something that's still happening today, then I care. There are so many hospitable planets out there. More than enough for everybody. Nope, not a bit. But I'm very good at listening to someone explain why some plant is unique. I do enjoy just spending time with you. Did you have anything else to say? Found a place like this with Irvin long ago. Romantic as it was, he couldn't keep his eyes off the plants. I might have some room if you need me to carry something. Maybe there's nothing to say about it. We'll just have to wait and see what happens now. Keep an eye out. This creature's lair might have some unexpected goodies. So anyway, enjoy. Thought I smelled that good old familiar Chunk's air. I sent some evidence ahead to the lawyer on Gagarin. Well, thank you for not trying to hide it from me, at least. So, I suppose congratulations are in order. It's possible we've misinterpreted their actions or that they were under duress. It's kind of not. By definition, I can't explain how or why, but I've suspected for some time. And I couldn't figure out how to ask. Spoken like a true scientist. Always a pleasure watching you work. Well, this is it. Irvin's old apartment. Here, let me unlock it. I promise. He's happy. We're happy. Wait. Oh, you meant like you and me. Oh, right. Gotcha. I knew that. Splat! Sam gives the United Colonies a lot of crap. He's not wrong, but they're better than most. Relax. She's not going to want to get blood all over this nice clean floor. Okay, we get it. You don't have to testify. But if I could ask for one favor, Ellie could use some help with the defense. In the vastness of space, humans need to be frugal and resourceful. Maurice, there is no price tag that I would place on your expertise. After everything that happened on Vectera, Brogan's crew would be kicking themselves if they knew I'd walked into this place. Well, you may recall that very recently, while on mission, I had been both rendered unconscious and kidnapped. I thought being here might be a nice change of pace. Talk to me. That is all I ask. I hope you see what I have seen, but maybe it's time for me to really think about it. I gave my portion to Ellie so she could fund other cases. Agreed. That is going to require more observations, more encounters with them. Well, you were right. So many lives, from birth to death, spent on this ship. The lengths humans will go to is astounding. Regardless, we're here to bring you back to safety. Our friendship means too much to me to jeopardize it. So, should we show everybody how awesome we are, or should we be boring, Captain? The soles of my boots are already tacky. The heat here is no joke. Thrusters repaired. The Starborn here are powerful. They will hold nothing back. Even the dead can be made to fight for them. Predictable. Don't waste this one chance to show us we're wrong about your kind. If you fight the Starborn, you will lose. Partly, of course. I mean, I'll never stop loving him. He will always be my husband. There's more where that came from. You know, I like to be optimistic, too. Good sample. Keep it. Behold. Perfection. Every great explorer has run afoul of the law before. You just learn from it and move on. I admire what these folks do, but I've run across my fair share of their failed outposts, too. Sure, massages would be perfect. My, oh my. I hope there's a way to work this out. Maybe, maybe not. I can understand your hesitance. But this has nothing to do with the UC or the FC. There's a chance that people could get hurt. This is going to be a cakewalk. Cake? Of course. I'll tell you what I can. That doesn't make sense. Cloning is a complicated procedure involving a lot of complex science. This was, danger right there. My grandma raised me for the most part. Lost a lot of family in the war. Not much left to speak of, really. Sorry, Ellie. I spend so much time in space that I forget about day and night cycles. Good seeing you again, too, Ellie. How's Wendy doing? Well, that time feels so long ago. Sarah and I were just kids. And Irvin, well, we had only just met. It's hard to understand where that drive comes from. It's not competition. It's not achievement. Hey, Captain, this is awkward, but I can't help but notice that sometimes you say something a little cryptic, or you have this distant look on your face. I'm disappointed, of course. But I want the best for you, no matter how I feel about it. Go on. I'm all ears. One time I ran across a factory that produced low-quality food paste. Still makes me nauseated thinking about the smell. Perhaps Juno is even a person. I'm a people person, but I'm not a person expert. Oh, boo-hoo. Give the man a hanky, won't you? Stay for a moment. We should talk through our next steps. Almost like some sort of hive colony down here. Might be another way through here. I'm also unconvinced. This can only end one way. Do I take a small step or a giant leap? And figuratively, they're the same thing. Surrender? Could it be that easy? You know, I served in the UC a long time ago. Boy, do I have some stories to tell. You give me a purpose beyond just exploring the stars. It's your brain. Do what you want with it. Well, they were definitely unusual, but aliens seem so inhuman, obviously. I'm not trying to be a hard ass. I just can't go any lower. Irvin visited Aquila City once to consult with them about the local wildlife. Options were pretty dire at the time. He always wanted to return to help more. Ah, well, you'll see the glory of our multiverse and your place in it. Then you'll be asked to make a choice. I love you too, Detective. Well, this is turning into a regular Constellation party, isn't it? I should have brought drinks. Get down! What else did you want to know about? Spacers are so unpredictable. Always put Vasco on alert. Me too, though. Me too. Let's see. I've been in Constellation for a long time, as you know. Normally, I'd suggest we construct an elaborate pheromone trap to lure them away, but nope. I bet they thought nobody would ever find this place. Trust me. I know. Yes, you've proven yourself worthy. The Unity awaits. That looks store-bought. You made that? What would happen if everybody was out there killing everybody for artifacts? Is that how you really want to live? I'm glad it makes you happy, Captain. Congratulations. I think I need some time to myself. I won't forego violence if it prevents the deaths of others in other universes. We're not looking to stir anything up. Unless it's a cocktail. Great smugglers are always on the move. Hey, now, who you calling old? It's nothing personal, friend. Math checks out. Let's go. But honestly, I don't really think it will change me that much. I'm still me. Yes, I believe so. Every case she's worked on has been in the interest of regular, everyday people. Ever read those old stories about castles on Earth? I wonder if they were like this. Actually, I did not expect that at all. Carry on. A sentiment that is shared by my kind about you. This is surreal. She was Irvin's lawyer during the original trial years ago. It was her first ever case. Well, if this doesn't work, we can always resort to the earliest of human solutions. Smash it. Phew, indeed. I don't have time for this anymore either. Thanks for cutting me loose before it got worse. You forced my hand by joining the hunter. It is no longer about what I want. Let's take it careful around here. I thought for sure we'd have to kill one or both of them for a while there. I don't get it. Factories in the middle of nowhere are usually connected to the military in my experience. But this is just meat, isn't it? She was Irvin's lawyer during the original trial. She's willing to help again. And I've sent her copies of our data already. You have no right to make demands here. This is just... Ooh, this just feels weird. I'm sorry. He's wearing the outfit too? Please, go on. We only paid for my contact's uncommon expertise. Technically, it is mathematically improbable at best that this was a lucky guess. But okay, if we need to get closer, let's move in. Sounds good to me. It's not that far from here, so we may as well see what's inside. But I do have a cat suit somewhere, now that you mention it. And for that reason, I want you to have it. You're guiding Constellation to new frontiers, new discoveries, and we should all follow your example. Hey, I have an idea. Quick huddle. Maybe, maybe not. You had good intentions, then that counts for something. I know this is all so much. Take your time. We didn't have to lose everything to be convinced to go to the stars. We were going to wait for your book, but it keeps getting delayed. You might be right. Let's monitor our suits for any leaks. The corrosive atmosphere here is no joke. We knew we couldn't fix the whole system. I'm just glad we could do what we did. We've progressed to hostilities already. Cutting communication? Fine. Let's settle this. Well, keep in mind, whenever there's an awkward silence, someone has to fill it. Those are the rules. Hey, all right. Damn proud of you. But now I'm wondering if the vision wasn't just sensory. My new theory is something's changed in us physiologically. Climbing corporate ladders, comparing projected sales figures. I don't even know what all they do. They withdrew their testimony the morning of the trial. Said they had a sincere change of heart. Good work, because I'm going to need more energy to run around and do Dalton's bidding. Got it, okay. Whoever finds this, I'm attaching the interstellar coordinates to the metadata on the transmission. Rescue us. Repeat, rescue us. Surprise! There are other Barretts out there. Other Irvins. Whole universes where desserts are banned for being too decadent. Yep. Here. Have this. Their engine is back. All the artifacts are needed to complete the armillary and open the way to the Unity. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them. Innocent people die. Glad that's taken care of. Is it a pun? It's a pun, isn't it? Probably a terrible one. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Not all adventures involve shooting pirates and evading meteor fields. But I appreciate the backup nevertheless. You're right. Maybe this isn't the first time we've done this. Now that's scary to think about. I'm not looking for magic words here. Don't be absurd. I'm looking for you to be better than this in the future. Talk to the hunter when you're ready. We have a lot to discuss together. I'm kidding. This whole thing wasn't my cup of tea at all. I wonder how many Crimson Fleet are here. Looks like at least a few. Are you seriously asking for money right now? Grav drive is working again if you need it. Surprise! No guns. Hopefully, this will be enough to clear Irvin's name. Now that the Lazarus plant is destroyed, people can shift their focus from survival to thriving. I don't, actually. I just remember her being there. I know she said something, but for the life of me, I can't recall what it was. I'm glad you found a way to spare the Regana. Now we still have to answer to the bloodthirsty pirates, but we'll figure something out. Every ecosystem has its own unique challenges. Hostilities that life conquered to just exist. We should take notes. It can't be the deciding factor here right now. It's more of a possible benefit. I really thought I lost them. Then what? We have one giant, terrible tyrant that controls us all. To what end? I mean, I don't want to say that's a bad thing, but I thought we had already said goodbye and we were all ready. You have to be a wise businessman to have stayed afloat here in Neon this long. The way I see it, Constellation needs that artifact, but they also need you. This mystery is only getting bigger each step we take, and you're part of it now. Really? You didn't even put any pressure on me to hurry up. Or maybe I didn't notice.
You have been to the Scorpion? Yes, that makes sense. I do not remember when, but it was the hunter who found it first.
I admire your ambition. My love is equally unimaginable. We are cleared for liftoff. Creature nest. Neat. Well, messy, technically. Well, we're concerned the defense might have an unkind word or two about the doctor during cross-examination. Aquila City's hostile wildlife is outside the walls. But Neon's hostile wildlife is certainly within them. I'm just fortunate that Constellation has been a supporting home for me since Irvin died. The disregard for human life is the real shame here. I have something for you. Hopefully she can tell us what we need to do in order to clear Irvin's name. Normally, I'm all about taking a moment to think, but there's no way the UC let that happen by accident. Sure, it's a bit risky at times, but think of the data. Good grief. Is anyone else sweating suddenly? I am. Whew. Grav drive is fully repaired. What a relief. What? Oh, sorry. Thought you said something. Every day is an amazing adventure with you. And not just because we're literally adventurers. You are just lying to me. Again. That's why you surround yourself with people you trust. They'll steer you in the right direction. Kaiser, I think you're on the fritz. You're not seriously suggesting we fight an actual Xeno weapon? A cred tank? No way. This is a tidy fortune here. They stopped using these things, I don't know, decades ago. It must have been good to be back in your element then. Yes, you're right. The unidirectionality of time dictates this fact, certainly. Or our perception only permits this interpretation. You are exactly where you need to be right now. They've lost their maneuvering thrusters. Nice. But then you came along. Help me doggy paddle my way to safety. We'll explain when we meet, in person. Let it not be said that humanity didn't leave its mark upon the galaxy. The mark may be mine's, but still, it's a mark. Yes, and it was always a remarkable species with an even more remarkable story. Ship's good. Buckle up and let's go. I can't wait. You didn't even prepare, did you? Just naturally amazing. Hoo-hoo-hoo! That should be the Constellation slogan. Be careful. Sometimes these places are guarded. Yeah, he did it as a favor to one of his colleagues from his university days. Plus, it paid well. And it didn't seem that complicated. I can't say I share your confidence or optimism. Muscle time! You know that doesn't bother me, right? The missing piece here is proving that Irvin was framed. I remember his bright smiles when I returned from my trips. Wow, more brilliant than any star. Maybe you just are really good at understanding human behavior and probabilities. Hopefully it will be enough to clear Irvin's name. What I didn't realize is how much other people recognized our bond and commitment to each other. Somebody lives around here. Likely an animal, but you never know until you know. I thought so too. Other me, other Barrett, seemed like he was able to handle himself well in that fight. Spacers claim this area. You can tell by the odor. The Hephaestus Mining Corporation. And they also won the case. The robot should be around here. No idea why, though. Hey, stranger. Let's chat sometime, okay? Nobody does anything truly alone. We all have help along the way. But I do. That's my only worry. I just feel like I would be susceptible to becoming one of the bad ones. Your reasons are your own. If those reasons are no longer applicable, though, then that changes the situation. That makes sense. Irvin was one of us, after all. But this plant means a lot to me, and I want you to have it. You know, what you're feeling right now is a chemical reaction whose evolutionary goal is promoting social cohesion. Please go with husband for me, Vasco. Still doesn't make it easier for anybody, even you. I'm sure it is. Our own perspective is impossible to fully convey, isn't it? Yes, of course. We can't just talk forever, as inviting as it may be. If he only had a sick mind, it would be treatable. Enough about the building, Vlad. They have powers. Powers! Exactly. This is undeniable. The ecosystem was suffering long before Irvin arrived. We intend to gather data that can be used to create models that help us predict the outcomes of processes in our universe. We can't really know, can we? Ha! Weapons are back and so are we! Oh, Heller. What happened to you, brother? This whole planet smells weird. Like chemicals and smoke. Imagine a scientist arriving here for their first day on the job seeing all this. How fast do you think they ran back to their ship? Direct hit to their thrusters! Factories are a necessity of our society, they say. Haven't been here since Irvin died.
When he arrived, it was too late, but they tried.
I feel like, what's the old saying? A great weight has been lifted off my shoulders? Any other miracles you want to discuss? Like fire, lightning, or minor sports victories? To be who we are and experience the range of emotions that our bodies and minds have evolved to comprehend.
Need something?
Can I ask why you're doing this right now during our actual wedding ceremony?
You heard my future husband. Discovered an artifact and tussled with pirates all on his first day.
But I just want you to know that if you do, I'm here for you.
Low gravity like this can cause nausea, disorientation, headaches, body aches. Just go slowly.
I bet that's where those things got in. Probably heard them scratching louder and louder. Then suddenly chaos.
Let me think. If you hear a noise, that wasn't a busted grav drive. It was my heart thumping.
Someone should do a maintenance check anyway, though.
I'll drink to that.
We're detectives. Self-taught and unaffiliated. Freelance detectives who might do a bit of piracy on the side as a hobby sometimes. Exactly. This is your space. We're here to listen, not judge. You have to know that if you couldn't have saved me, I would be at peace with that.
That's smart. Trust in things that are capable of trusting you. Besides the big ugly one? Not that I saw.
Whoa, a bonus for being a decent person? You definitely didn't pick that up at Ryujin. I was born ready.
Well, get ready. I think Delgado already suspects what's happening.
He's a war criminal, not a souvenir. Damn it. Vladimir's right. We need to get the artifacts packed up, and that means holding off the Starborn.
I do admire strength.
Unless, of course, you wanted to be the faithful sidekick this time. I could have handled it myself, of course, but it's good working with a team. I hope you will see what I have seen. This isn't a trolley problem here. It's just murder. You've got my word, too. I swear if this goes awry, there will be hell to pay. What I love about Constellation is that we all contribute to our conversations in our own ways. Ha! Irvin had an old apartment nearby. I never sold it. We could search it and see if he left anything there from the job. I really thought I had that right. Why miss out on a chance to test you for myself? Hey, you're trying to make a perfectly reasonable idea seem far-fetched. Oh, well. Better luck next time. Oh, that's more convenient than going to a star yard every time we need an upgrade. Good choice. Of course, you realize they'll team up against us. But at least we're in charge of the path before us. Hello, greetings, welcome. And what can I do for you? Seriously? Why make it worse? People who changed you. Or people you've changed. Going on 20 years now. So look, for the record, I am the same Barrett that came here with you. For sure. I think. Let's make it into a reality. So I discovered that Irvin's original lawyer still practices law. And she'll look over everything we found. They can dig into the classified archives before we go to a lawyer. Space is already so unforgiving, so hostile to life. Humans are still so delicate out here. And you haven't stopped me from looking into this stuff with Irvin either. So, thank you. One time I found some spacers living with ice spiders. Let me tell you what, I was not okay. Debris from Sarah's escape shuttle. She never talked about that very much. Okay. Try not to die, I guess. Do you see something that I don't? We all have the same wish. But wishes are just that. I mean, no, not that one. Good old Damus Staryard. You won't find anything flashy here, but it'll get you where you need to go. No, it was the flower. Toxic, but in an unusual way. So naturally, we floated around eating cookie globs for days. I'd say we gained quite a lot of weight. But as we were in space, you know that. Coordinates look valid to me, but it helps me. Irvin was the last person to handle this plant. It mattered to him. Might be worth investigating this cargo. You never know. You might find a lifetime supply of chunks. Anyway, I figured you might have a use for it. No problem. If I have any say in it, then I'd like that very much. Hey, I know it's a lot. It feels wonderful, though, doesn't it? Like neural genesis on blast. Get out there, do your thing. touch the stars for me. Those farmers lost their lives, not just their jobs. It's harder than anything else. Before him, I thought that kind of thinking was a remnant of our ancient humanity, and nothing more.
Oh, and hey, take this. You'll find it very useful out there. And it even tells the time.
Well, she's going to keep up the fight. Gagarin is full of cases, just like Irvin's, if you can believe it. Oh, you can do this without thrusters anyway. It's just not something that I need, and it never appealed to me. Yep. Looks like a United Colonies operation to me. This guy, Helgi, we need to talk to him. And this memo appears to be part of a larger series. We have to find more. This is exactly what we need. We're going to listen to some old Earth music. Jazz. You're going to love it. Not many people get to explore this strange universe with the person they absolutely adore. You're pretty lucky, right? Kidding. Perhaps you deserve another chance. Doesn't sound that House Varuni to me. That makes sense to me. It's hard to know when to abandon ship. But it looks like the crew of this one made the right call. We can work on the secret handshake later. The Starborn will be hunting you now. Give up your search for answers.
Listen, Sarah, we were hosting a party and I don't know what to say. You have to impress, right?
I can't believe you did that. Oh, wow. Their engines are up. Nobody's been here for a long time. I can't believe I missed seeing this temple thing. Dang it! In the wrong hands, the power of the artifacts can make anyone a tyrant. That's why we watch over them. The only thing you're watching out for is yourself. Sometimes I misread people. That's fair. I mean, things have been stressful lately for everybody. Very well. The hunter and I will meet you at the buried temple. Be ready. Sure! Let's do this. Gravity is so high here. We're going to have to work harder to get anything done. Of course. Could have been so much worse. Oh, hey, Detective. That was awesome. I'm going to need a palate cleanser after being near that garbage. Fine. But I'm not getting any dumb tattoos. Only classy ones, thank you very much. Clamps released. Air pressure stable. Thrusters are a go. Ready. It's not like the UC just forgot to deal with him.
We hope one day that will not be true.
Plus, the Frontier is a constellation ship. And you're one of us now. So it's just as much yours as mine at this point. Trident survives on its reputation. I'm not brand loyal, personally. For me, right? I'd sure hope so. If that's not true, I'd be worried. I'll see what I can do to earn your trust. What's on your mind? Well, I won't try to convince you otherwise. You know your heart. Time to roll up our sleeves. Glorious. I'm stunned. Give me a moment. The evidence seems too clean, too obvious. Maybe I read her wrong, though. No, Oliver. Yeah, I've thought about it. It's kind of comforting, but it doesn't seem real either. I don't know if I'm ready for this, but I'm doing it. Might be able to salvage some raw materials from this place. Oh, I'd kill for some chunks right now. First stop when I get home. But I really need to get better about packing snacks for these long hauls. Where's that from? Well, I'm good to go. Because if the answer had been anything else, well, I wouldn't be able to bear it. That's what you're saying our plan is, right? These canyons bend in ways that occlude our line of sight, and the wind makes it harder to hear. So be careful. Another mine, huh? I hope this one has better ventilation. So we're not going to explore ice planets today. Got it. Ah, good. I have to meet up with a contact to discuss you don't need the details. But anyway, this works for me, and, well, there's an Irvin like my Irvin out there somewhere living a life full of love with someone like me. I can move forward with that thought in my heart. You have made your choice. We will take the artifact by force. Goodbye. It's been 20 years, but I got the ventilation and power turned on, so I think it's safe. Thought I'd already seen enough death for a lifetime. Right. No worries. Hey, we got thrusters back! More than anything, I do. Yes, way easier than retrieving an artifact from a mine that's about to get raided by pirates. But I feel like we made more friends the other way. Oh, nice. Look at this, boss. Damn. Sorry, friend. Whew.
Whatever did this is probably nearby. I admit, the thought of us trying to kill each other pains me.
And Lynn's here? Will wonders never cease?
Irvin was a botanist and a wonderful cook. He made the best dang food of my life.
Genetically sure.
But so what? That's not all we are. You get that, right? Science doesn't exist to control people. That's like saying cooking exists to poison people. It's okay. I know it wasn't really Andresia. Hurry up. I don't have time for this.
Yes, it has. That mine on Bendy, right?
You know, this abandoned homestead is actually rather charming. I can see now how much it was affecting me. I know now that clearing Irvin's name would set me free from the grief. I'd hate for us to have to send you our resumes. Expect more Starborn along the way.
We explore space. Safety and comfort are luxuries.
I thought we sprayed for idiots last week. We're not connected physically, but we are socially.
Take cover, everyone!
Well, just remember which one of us is sticking around until later, and we'll be okay. Yes, you are. Agreed. There's no trust between the three of us.
See you on the other side.
Oh, right. The Rock. Sam told me there's a good bar around here. We did a stellar job with Irvin's case. Ellie, too. She's a true hero.
A whole lot weirder.
You're saying I've closed myself off. Maybe I have. Vladimir sent me the coordinates to this temple, and your coordinates are a perfect match. Left your wallet in your other spacesuit, huh? Honestly, if it was completely up to me, I'd give it to the UC, just to spite those goddamn pirates and teach them a lesson in manners. I'm still willing to talk. What are you saying exactly? That Victus has returned out of nowhere to clear his family name? Just the ones who can pay. And it won't be cheap. Why? Why was that necessary? I appreciate that you wanted to check in with me and make sure, though. Anytime you're curious about how I feel, just ask. If anyone can find that temple, it's Vlad. Join me, old friend. We can collect the final pieces together. Oh, I've been giving myself nothing but space and time for years.
Whoa! Enough!
I knew this wasn't going to get us anywhere. Oh, I can handle a bit weird. All right, let's see. He was a biologist, specialized in botany. He loved plants. You don't need to be a botanist to know Harvey's probably thirsty. 20 years is a long time to go without a drink.
Maybe we should come back later. Or never. Honestly, never seems fine.
You killed one of their own. They have good reason to feel threatened. No matter how long we're gone, it's always good to be back. Not too impressive, but cozy. Exactly how I imagine Hearst would live. Go ahead and ask. I'll do my best to answer you. Find something? If there's one thing to appreciate about the UC, it's the stability. Hopefully, we can help get you back on your feet soon, friend. Seems wasteful if they abandon these facilities when the helium-3 dries up, but they often build them knowing they'll be temporary. You know, the Brown Horse Tavern is the oldest operational restaurant in the settled systems. A symbol that society and stability was returning after a period of chaos. It better not have something to do with an animal crossing a road. It was just one loose end in a universe full of them. But I'm glad it's tied. What's happening with you right now? I need to know. Here. The key. Soon as they touched that rock, something changed. Don't tell me you can't feel it. Wow. Clearly, we should have practiced our grumpy pirate faces a bit more before arriving. Enough of that. Honestly, that was the best thing about traveling with Vasco for so long. He'd remember everything, so I didn't have to. Some highly pressurized hydrogen locked in a reverberating containment tube. Noelle is going to need that soon for one of her experiments. Constellation, we've arrived on the surface of Earth. We need to discuss what you've found. Well, it is what it is now, I guess. Sorry, Hank, but no Hanks. Places like this treat their employees like robots. It's a shame. I'm glad you took time to figure things out. You've helped me figure things out, too. We all need time to reconsider our lives once in a while. And I understand that. Vasco, please quarantine any recently modified code relating to communications. I mean, did we all choose to come back? This is an explorers group, right? Right with you. Hello, yes. What do you need? Yes, of course. I love your voice, you know. Makes sense to me. Told you. I wasn't entirely sure if you felt the same way. But I find myself thinking, it could work. We could work. Got their thrusters. Answering your questions is exactly what we cannot allow. Abandon your thirst for knowledge or drown in it. Bank transactions. A precise amount was transferred to the judge only the day before the ruling. And even if I decided to enter the Unity, I'd probably still be paralyzed by the choice of how. Oh, weird. I was just thinking. Well, never mind. Hey, let's get out of here. This place creeps me out now. For you? Go ahead, ask me anything. Bet these pirates won't be happy to see you after you gave Crix's legacy to Sis Def. I kind of feel sorry for them. Not gonna lie. Bounty hunters? They are not going to be thrilled to see us. Schedule me in for later. Hey, Captain, can I talk with you for a bit? As in the work of a divine agency? I wouldn't go that far. The odds may be exponential, but they can still be measured. Why would we stop now? Ship's about to overload from the EM field. We need to run. There's no time. Sorry about the panic. It's time to panic, though. And I know it doesn't mean anything objectively, but it means something to me. A long time. We should talk about it someday. I'd need to get some tea going for that chat, though. Am I ready to hop into a ship and explore the galaxy with you? More like, are you ready? Ha ha! Let's go. I've dealt with Bayou in the past. He's got a clear set of goals, I'll give you that. Good. The sooner I can forget about her and all this mess, the better. We're still standing, aren't we? I bet it crossed your mind, but I'm glad you had restraint. You're back. Need to keep an eye on Lynn until Argos comes to pick everyone up. We'll talk more later. I mean, maybe it's best not to know too much. The same as I was a few moments before you asked. Why are you looking at me like that? This must be Helge's station. Looking out over those... eggs. I guess he was monitoring them. Happy to help. Let's see what I've got here. I wonder if we ever crossed paths before you got locked up. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. And what beautiful adventures we've had. Oh, I have a ton. They're just hard to really capture with words. Of course not. But at the same time, none of us would be here if we weren't willing to take those risks. Regular, normal folk who just want to have a safe life. So you are. We recognize you. I don't know who you're hoping to fool, but you are walking a twisted path. This is why I prefer science and exploration. Corporate dealings are definitely not for me. Why did you do that? I'm kidding, though. You owe me a couple of minutes to talk about some things. So make some time and I'll keep it brief. So your work is meant to help folks and not shame them. I'm with you so far. Sarah! Sarah, good to see you again, my dear friend. I expect to hear some exciting tales when you two return. Do what you need to do. I'll be right here. My key is missing. That's odd. That certainly does sound different. You won't come to any harm here. I give you my word. Not a relatively expendable Dusty anymore, are you? Look at where you've ended up. It's good to be part of a team, isn't it? To be part of something so much bigger than any one of us. I was part of the UC during the war, too. But I always consider it Sarah's world. Yes. For now, with every star born out for themselves, conflict is bound to continue. Perfect. And you must be the new engineer. Or maybe our new gunner. You heard, my captain. Sometimes you can get someone you trust to take a peek and help you fix it if you can't find it yourself. Hey, you. Perfect you. Even though I would argue with the notion of perfection as a concept, especially when applied to people, but I still think it applies here in the poetic sense. Basically, we're not alone. Whew. Taking on Hephaestus isn't going to be easy. And I say this as someone with actual superpowers. Right, that's what I meant, Ellie. Good grief. I was just too excited, I guess. You should have seen the plants in there, too. Weird stuff. Maybe this could end without violence. What? I can't say that I'm happy to hear this, but I trust you and I want what's best for you. Seeing a lot of signs of faunal activity here. I appreciate the honesty. You've been under a lot of pressure for a long, long time. Thank you. So, is this a cover-up? If so, of what? And why did it involve Irvin? If I was a starborn and built this place, I'd leave some clues or a handy diagram. But I'm nice. I wonder if the same is true for this guy. That was an accident, right? So it wasn't just a fluke? A terrible but inevitable disaster? The grav drives? I get it. There's a lot to be cynical about, but that's exactly what they want. They only win when we stop trying. Yes, I do. Well, they've fixed their jump engine. Seems real to me. Can I carry that for you? Maurice! Ha! Do you ever take a day off? You're done? Impressive. For years, I didn't think about these things either, and he genetically modified it somehow. That's when it started smelling so good, too. We need it effective, though, not fun. But I'm allowed to be human, to love someone else, to be happy. Looks like the living quarters are up ahead. It's going to be packed with spacers. Mark my word. Heavy cardio day, huh? It's showtime. Maybe it will. We can't know for sure, but yeah. You had to do it. Probably. I don't remember giving that key to you. All right, then. Onward to whatever is next for me. Good. You're awake. My day is brighter already. We're partners in justice. Go do what you gotta do, friend. Right. What they said. Scavengers probably picked this place clean by now. Yeah, Walter, you make sense. It was a messy operation from top to bottom. But that's Neon for you. Not even slightly. He lived here for a few weeks. The plan was that I'd join him here. I'm waiting on bated breath here, hot stuff. This place has definitely seen some better days. Hey, is that computer working over there? I'll have one too. Please, and thanks. Smugglers, of course. I wonder if I know any of them. Neva isn't joking. I hope we aren't either. Oh, look at that. Nice. Wonder isn't limited to planets with native life forms. I hope we have time to take some scans. All right, then. There's no use worrying about things we can't control. Onward to whatever comes next. Good for you. Got a lot of respect for the Rangers. Significant erosion has wiped away much of the inscriptions over time. They've been here a while. It's fair. We don't know much about her, but they call themselves Starborn. I know. We don't have a lot of information right now. There's some value to doubt if it reminds you to double-check yourself. But once it becomes debilitating, it's no longer an asset. If the methodology leads to alternative conclusions, perhaps the premise itself is flawed. One time I entered an abandoned mine and I thought I heard yelling. It turned out to be vibrations echoing from my ship and resonating in the ore itself. Really wild. Ah, that's sweet. But it wasn't just for me. It was for Irv. And, of course, we can't forget our new friend Harvey. Of course there is. But the artifacts also seem sort of like a pretty big deal. I will find you something to play with. Hello, Shields! Yes! Intriguing. Need to think about my own artifacts sometime. Thank you. It means a lot to know someone that you, well, care about feels the same. Crooks? Now you look here, buddy. I'm a nice person. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you're safe. This beats mining, doesn't it? No need to thank me for elevating you from that dusty existence. You could have put me away for a long time, but you gave me a second chance. Although this self-sustaining habitat dish gets some of the credit. I bet it could survive without care for a long time. I was on a roll. Yes. Hearing his voice in so much pain was very difficult. Oh, I wish I had noticed this message when he sent it. You always know how to make me smile. All right. Now let's go find Irvin and Helge's lab stations. All of the data points should be considered, even or especially the ones that do not quite fit. This lets everybody move on peacefully and gives everyone some dignity. It's a good deal. Even the confidential records and salvageable equipment? Seems wasteful. A survival instinct. A way to predict the unknowable and understand the unexplainable. Maybe we can work something out. You mean exploring the galaxy with a loving, wonderful person? It's all I've ever wanted. We won't be able to go to the buried temple right away. There are still other artifacts out there in the settled systems that haven't been gathered. You do not understand what you have done. My heart aches for you, my love. You got a vision, I got a vision. You got a power, ergo. All right, Mateo. We'll have to pick this up another time. I suppose we can do that. Classic. I generally won't say no to adventure, but let's keep to ourselves this time, okay? Maybe that was how it started. But he killed his own soldiers, people who trusted him. Ellie is the perfect choice to officiate our wedding. What happened on Gagarin helped me more than she knows. Don't worry, I keep all my cred sticks in a secret... well, somewhere safe. Leave it at that. But in the end, it doesn't work that way, does it? Random is just random. I don't know that I mean to say that, actually. Not you. Not now. Hey, Sarah. You holding up okay? Can't be easy being in charge of all this. Minor differences, but fascinating. I wonder what else is different. Noticeable weathering on the rock surfaces could be due to extreme erosion, which differs per planet, of course. I appreciate that. The last time we talked, you seemed a bit less enthusiastic. But I was throwing a lot at you. It wasn't out, Sarah. But did you consider how traumatic it was for everyone else to watch that? So cold. Okay, think about campfires and warm blueberry muffins and jacuzzis. Yeah. What an absolute waste of brilliant minds. I don't like where your head's at lately. The things you've done, they're just wrong. Astronomically, cosmically wrong. Nobody's here? Red flag, you're welcome. But if I were you, I wouldn't expect leniency around here after this. I've been thinking a lot about my early days in Constellation lately. You gotta explain Ularu Chin. She's got a vision, but she will burn everyone to get there. You make the galaxy feel less cold and empty. And then you discovered the guy you had pegged as a treasure hunter doesn't actually have any treasure. Finally, these new universes won't know what hit them. Forget about the Starborn and the Hunter. It's Barrett and company from here on out. You know it. Now, once everyone's head stops spinning from all of this, we can get back to work. It was his weakness, not yours. What? Not now. Later. On the ship. Got it? Vasco, get him to the lodge. No deviations unless absolutely necessary, okay? Protocol Indigo. Okay. Right. I will not let more universes fall under the shadow of this search. Let's end this. You know where to find me. I know it's different. More controlled. I get it. I do. I just don't like how that sounded. All right. Let's salvage something from this wreckage. The Unity. Tell me you took notes. Let's rearrange some things here. I know your encounters with Alkine have not been pleasant, but we are here to talk, and you deserve answers. No one. Doors open, no one there. Vladimir took one step towards the ship, and then boom! He's in the air. Slammed those impressive triceps on one of the consoles. The final days of humanity on Earth must have been a special sort of hell for hopeful scientists. Gotta do what you've gotta do, I guess. No, but I did find a few slates that might give us a clue. As well as a reminder to finish a physics paper that I never did. Up to you. Let us drain the years from you. Why do I feel like this guy's sticking out his hand for credits? And that took out our thrusters. Right. I was just saying how good it is to work with someone again. We can pay extra for them to use less legal methods to obtain information, but that adds risk. Might have come on a little strong there. Oh, no. Well, looks like we've hit a dead end. Really? Just like that? Well, you certainly did that. So I've got some new board games. Vasco and I could use another player if you're interested. All right. Stay mysterious. A lot of people could have gotten hurt or worse. Own up to it and maybe they'll go easy on you. That right. And everything went
Cool? Just like grabbing those minerals on Bendy?
Whoa, excuse me? Back up a second. Keeping that man around as in Victus?
I even paid the ventilation and power through the year so he wouldn't have to worry about it.
Do you understand now why I asked you to come here? The artifacts unlocked the secret of interstellar travel at the cost of Earth.
Don't worry. I think Vasco is a great choice for our officiant.
This explains so much, though.
Looks like there's a way through over there.
You know, I'm glad you did that. Jasper Crick's buddy, you made it. This boring machine is absolutely massive. I wonder if they had to assemble it on site. You're gonna have to give me a little bit more to go on, pal. Which thing are you looking for?
Anytime.
And you have no right to pursue the artifacts with no regard to the consequences. I won't abandon the Unity to you. Never!
Is everything okay?
You should look through this stuff before we go. I've got a universe to explore after all. You'll find your own way without me just fine, I'm sure. I'm not particularly inspired by your shining example of confident leadership here. I love saying that.
Well, have fun out there, gang. I'll keep an eye on things here. But if I tell him about how I found the first artifact, or how I escaped from the Crimson Fleet, or when I saved a stranded pilot from an island covered in hypnotic flowers, he just isn't impressed.
Don't shove your ideals onto the artifacts. They exist. That's it. That ship's weapons are working. Looks fully restored. Grav jump spinning down. Will you just look at those stars?
Sometimes I feel like I was left in a dark box just waiting for some sun in my life again.
Should I tell them to investigate the company more or look into the witness instead? Does that mean what I think it means? It's a substance that is literally lighter than air, depending on the planet.
His apartment isn't that far away.
Sarah? Come on, Sarah. Talk to me.
Ellie's going to love seeing this hunting license.
Well, that's the goal of these rituals. A stake in the sea of time and space that we can point to and say, that was us. Hey, there's the ship. Beautiful as ever. That caused the soils to release too many gases too fast, which cost Hephaestus a ton of money. Their shields are online again. The power vacuum you would create over getting to the Unity would be worse. This geothermal energy system is ingenious. They built this thing to last. Ship's no longer docked. We're free.
Our relationship? Well, I hesitate to say it's perfect. Nothing is perfect. Nothing is permanent. But in this moment, I am overwhelmed with love for you.
Well, go on. Harvey doesn't do well with things that require hands. For me, I would get in touch with nature, my thoughts, and my feelings instead of a soul. But I get what you're saying. Thank you, Captain. The atmosphere here has at least a few serious airborne toxins. Fascinating. Also, watch out. Why? Ours now. I know calling this place a hellhole seemed harsh, but go ahead. Smell it for yourself. You'll agree. Andrasia was a force of nature. A wave of ambition and delightfully weird. Right, so as I was saying, thank you for supporting me this whole time when it came to Irvin's investigation. Your support means a lot. We could have learned so much, but no, what a waste. And they're gone. Just gone. Whatever happened here must have been so fast that security wasn't even activated. The captain seems like a reasonable person. I'm sure we can get her to see eye to eye and convince her to let you go. I'm trying to imagine the giant chain of stupid decisions that must have led us all to this. Once we head through those gates, the Asta will start hunting us down pretty fast, so beware. I remember Harvey because it was one of his last big experiments. It smelled like apple pie. Exploring the galaxy is hard work. Trust me, I know. But stop by sometime and let's talk. Just us adventurers, okay? There are so many things that I want to see and do someday, but there's nothing I'd rather do right now. Not only is the air toxic here, but I guarantee you that it also smells terrible. Whoa, that was messier than I thought it would be. Pretty sure we could still use that. Okay. I know when the hammer's coming down. Oh, Look over there. I wonder if Ecliptic detected us too. Well, I'm not the only one with a complicated past, huh? Historically, New Homestead is significant to humanity in so many ways. But it wasn't a cakewalk. You want me to run ahead? Right? Thinking it over? Good instinct. Good. Good. Getting power readings from the shields. We're good. I'm just kidding. But no, probably not. And their weapons overloaded. Nice shot! The Syndicate seems pretty cozy here, considering how far away this is from Neon. Oh, yeah? Joking. I knew that. Jeez. Ellie! Hello? And here I thought the Rangers were supposed to be one big, happy family. It didn't change how much we loved each other. It didn't change how we lived. This is it. Hold nothing back. You walked into our little organization like you've been here forever. Hey, come on. There's a better way. The thanks go to you, Ellie. We just handed you the baton. You brought it home. That's not how I meant it. But you did what you had to do. We all know that. Vasco, just move to the next part, please. We can get through this, okay? Together as a team. Let's give it a try. I can't believe this is the Crimson Fleet's headquarters. It's just so unlike them. Anyway, sure. Let's go get my power first. Maybe it'll be the power to charm judges. Well, this is it. Irvin's old apartment. Here, use this key. Aha! Hi there! Our entire purpose in Constellation is to explore. Oh, that's not what I mean exactly. I remember everything we've done together clearly. Trust me, I don't think it works that way, though. Maybe I'm just a construct or a memory. I don't know. But I don't feel pain. I'm not disappointed. I'm just curious. The universe is full of hostile environments. Don't turn your body into one of them. And I cannot do that. My 100-year-old grandma would become a starborn, track me down, and I can't even say what would happen. Good grief. Finally. Enjoy doing whatever you need to do. I hope you find somebody who works better with you. In 200 years, they've come a long way. I wonder what this place will look like in another 200 years. Nothing fancy, Vasco. Please? I trust you to moderate yourself. Everything you've said is right. We just need to be better. It's not a problem. Their engines are fully restored. Sidonia may be rough around the edges, but it is utterly monumental for humanity. After Irvin died, she found me in my room and sat with me until I fell asleep. I've seen and heard a lot in my day when it comes to corporations overstepping boundaries, but this is one for the books. It's a shame we couldn't convince Helge to testify, but at least we'll have someone who can back up his work. I'm starting to feel a little interrogated. Really looks like this one almost made it to launch. Wonder what the final problems were. I might know these smugglers, but wait. No. I was thinking of someone else.
Oh, yeah. There's no certainty to the universe at all. Once you really start getting out there, the laws of physics kind of turn into suggestions.
I'll hold on to it for now and see if I can't dig up some of Irvin's research on it. If you see an angry scientist, say, "How's your research going?" Works every time. Trust me. Of course not. Oh, well, that's new. All right. Wow. You even have a title. Sounds like a big deal title, too. Oh, boy. You think I betray the Unity's nature? Got it, because he was the one who shaped me the most. The contract might be handy to Ellie, but I can't think of anything to do with it, though. You should mysteriously wave your hand around when you talk like that. Really helps make it weirder. The way you say that gives me déjà vu. Though I have been having odd dreams lately. There's a big difference between, I don't know, getting ridiculously tipsy and reclining on a piano singing opera like a dying ship engine and, hurting people? No, my contact does for now. I trust them. We worked together a long time ago. Though, as we are part of the universe, it kind of will. Ha! Anything here you want to grab? See that anomaly? The temple's artifact is reacting to all the fighting. It might be the only way through. Shields just went offline. Why not? Trust me, I've talked to way less sentient humans before. Vasco's just fine for most conversations. But what we do know is what we have right here does. Sometimes remote laboratories are secret for legitimate safety reasons. Well, we're explorers. We use the word frontier a lot. Maybe once we've scanned the whole galaxy, we can retire it. Until then, the puns stand. That wasn't part of our deal. But I bet you're about to say it's a non-negotiable addendum. Nope. They were confident about not being detected, but not like too confident. Can you feel that slight vibration? It changes ever so often. Pretty sure it's from the reactor. A leader knows that protecting regular folk is not just a responsibility, but a privilege. So, this is it. Engines are gone. I'm not worried. Don't be worried. I do. I do trust you. I bet that elevator shaft will take us deeper inside NASA. Might need to work through some rubble. Shields are offline. Distract them, Captain. Somehow. I cannot imagine exploring this universe without you by my side. That good, huh? All the more reason to get back there. Depends on the question, but I'll give it my best shot. Everybody deserves a place where they feel safe. It's a basic human need for a reason. I'm glad somebody noticed around here. We emerge from the universe as we return to it. And for one beautiful moment, we are here, together. You had your reasons before. Are those cleared up now? You're right. Maybe this isn't the first time we've done this. Now that's scary to think about. No, not again. I can't bury another friend, Sam. I can't. Don't go. No, that won't be necessary, officer. The report's already been filed. Thank you. Nobody wants that. What did I say before that one? What's on your mind? Countless planets to explore, and we're here exploring pockets. I hope I can earn your trust. But if not, well, I can still work with that. Helge's testimony should make this go a lot smoother. Not good. Thanks, Captain. I appreciate that. We only get a brief moment in this universe to interact, to feel. It didn't need to be this way. Best thing about low gravity, you can really stretch out, crack the back, relaxing. Exploring the galaxy generally requires gear? Well, I just so happen to have some very personal answers. Thankfully, we marched to the beat of our own drum. Or was it a maraca? It's music either way. I appreciate that you noticed. It's been a long time since I've worked so closely with someone. So sometimes I forget that I have people to confide in. After all this is said and done, I will probably do just that. You ever read about the early history of spaceflight? So political. So familiar sometimes. You have an eye for this. We are not a monolithic people. The Starborn are individuals. Some are united in cause. Others are in it for themselves. I just hope this choice was less bad than the other. Do you need a snack? Feeling okay? Orbital insertion complete. You may now move freely about the cabin. Watching you turn Constellation into what it is today has been truly stunning. Look at that. Someone worked very hard to camouflage this door. Every grav drive in the subtle systems was built on technology that came from an artifact that was discovered on Mars. So what you're saying is it's a ship module. Just a very complicated one. So, you gotta fill me in on what happened at the temple. What happened? What did you see? But I'm glad you did, because I would never want you to be unhappy. That's something he never expected, and it's the reason you're part of Constellation. She knew who her enemies were, and she would not have counted you among them for this. Yes, let's make sure we have everything. Be prepared for anything, right? If you want to take some time to relax here, I get it. Just don't get too lost in the distractions. We have a lot to do. Let's hurry up and do this before I get too spooked. You're in trouble, you know. Engine's ready. Waiting on your word, Captain. Damn! They fixed their jump drive! We let him go. In exchange, he'll wait at the buried temple. You'll be able to prepare any way you can before then. We got this. Just stick together. He must have fallen on hard times. Not surprising, given all that he's had to endure. Let's hope he's in the mood to talk. Hoo-hoo!
Well, that's a relief.
Right now, information is more important than their artifacts. But that information better be worth the hassle.
We don't have enough data to even remotely begin to draw any meaningful conclusions like that.
Okay, don't worry. I'll track something down for you.
Until we meet again.
The fact that you do not know says much.
Feels good, doesn't it? Ellie Yankton. She worked on Irvin's previous case.
You're just another useless leech on humanity. Why would I waste my time feeling anything about you?
Ooh, I hope this power is half as fun as floating.
Just so you know, I can see, well, all of you. Everything.
No! You are not the same. The person I knew is gone.
See that hatch?
Wonder if we can get to it.
Before you leave, I want to give you something. A way to another artifact, but also a lesson in how dangerous they can be.
Ha! We can handle this.
If you make it yourself, it just fits better.
Hey, at least he's trying to do something. The city was just attacked. Are you really just going to turn your nose up at that?
What the? Come on.
You have no reason to lower your gaze.
I doubt any of the people who built this complex knew what they were guarding, or how quickly they'd be disposed of.
I'll try to imagine it was you charging through the door to find me talking to Matsura the Grim. I'm sure you said something hilarious.
Whoa, yikes. Watch out.
We won! Everything! The whole thing! Ellie is a genius! Legally.
Oh, good. At least I can pick up some snacks from Frankie's Grab and Go.
Yep, been working with Constellation lately.
The plant? From Irvin's apartment? Just look at the slate. It'll explain.
Here we are. Lucky us.
Yes, though an overabundance of caution might be a weakness.
Molecular binary schism? Temporal twinning?
Group hallucination?
He acted like this was all a big game. Like we were just pawns on a chessboard. I didn't agree to this other romance that you started. You didn't even think about talking to me first. That's not okay.
Anyway, I'm just glad we got everything settled with Irvin's case.
Our weapons system is entirely offline. Distract them. It's not about letting me down. Don't you get that? It's about what kind of person I thought you were.
But yeah, we can check it out first and then go talk to the lawyer.
Makes sense to me.
This isn't for some wild alien pie recipe, is it?
SSNN is doing what it can. It's just that people are hard to reach these days. Makes it harder to relay drama. He wanted his family's name to be respected again, so he decided to double down on being a monster. Fine, let's go. Ha! This never gets old.
I think I found something here, boss.
Yeah, Vasquez is great for reminding me about schedules and protocols or engaging in data-focused conversation, you know?
I understand why people settled here, but it's not really my style. Feels more like a trap than a diversion to me. Stop it! You're unbelievable.
I've seen a lot, but I'm just one person.
As in, make our love more official? With a ceremony. Wow. This is big. Locks, air pressure, drive, all good to go, Captain. Hey, it's okay. We do this a lot. Maybe next week instead? Shall we return to the ceremony then? I'm about to become my best friend's husband. I just don't want to see you go down a road that is hard to return from.
Keep paying forward and you'll always get paid today, right?
Not comforting, huh? But I disagree. Do you know what I find uncomfortable? The thought that after I die, the universe is just going to stand still forever. Wow. These things have gotten very high-tech. Wild. I believe you used your best judgment in a situation with no good answers. Helgi quit. Cited ethical concerns. That's certainly something that Ellie would want to know about. The important thing is we have a direction. Let me think. Crimson Fleet is here. Pretty sure you paid your dues with Crix's legacy.
We can talk more later if you want.
But if you wake up and suddenly have the urge to annihilate all humans, I might have to reset you. Doesn't matter a ton now, I guess. Well, we don't have to go right now. Maybe after we get something to eat. I can't wait to see what location Vasco picked. Sometimes you just need people to know that you're here, right? I hope it works out. Nice. All right. Keep yourself steady. You say that now, but your kind is not ready for the artifacts. The Starborn know what you are capable of. Didn't expect to see all this security. Think they want to keep us out or keep something in? Oh, of course. Syndicate's here.
Go ahead and ask your questions, and I'll tell you what I can, my friend. I used to avoid coming here, but I don't feel like I need to anymore, thanks to you, Ellie.
You should also talk to your colleagues in Constellation. I am sure that they have gathered more information on the remaining artifacts in the fringes of space.
You know, this investigation is time-consuming, but it's also pretty cathartic.
Hard to disagree with the pursuit of knowledge.
I've put it all out there, and I suspect I know already, but I
need to hear it from you. Hey, hello. Here. Just settle the tab, then.
Finally.
I love being distracting. Looks like there hasn't been much activity here for a while.
Okay, it was more of an extremophile in the vague shape of a horse. But my point still stands. You need an open mind out there.
No, not this. You just got here, Andreja. You can't go. Looks like they just got a delivery recently. I never even unpacked my bags, you know.
The Colony War happened soon after that, so...
Yeah, I used to be on the swim team when I was with the UC. Ah, the good old days.
Ah, not ecliptic. At least I stretched this morning.
Fierce upgrades.
Ugh, they got their weapons back online.
I hear you. No native life forms here right now, but it's got a lot of character, doesn't it?
I knew it.
So most of the messages were everyday things. Lots of excitedly written news about biodiversity and plant life. Don't act like you forgot about it. Yes, murder. The loss of life was so unnecessary.
This is some significant medical equipment. And I know it required some significant funding.
So, by consuming the Lazarus plant, they metamorphose into terramorphs?
I bet you miss working in the mines sometimes, right?
What?
No. It's pretty simple. If I can use my wits and charm to avoid a fight, that's how I prefer to do things. Everybody needs to kick back and relax sometime. Even killers. Maybe especially killers.
Yes, I know I certainly am.
When Irvin was alive, we loved each other very much.
I can't wait to hear what you've been up to out there. What did you see? Tell me everything.
Well, great. Now you've done it.
You see, that's where the Unity made a mistake. Never let people back out of a life-altering experience. They'll choose the familiar every time.
Or am I?
Oh, this is my cue. Step aside, mortals. Barrett is here. I hope they didn't need that grav drive. It's okay, buddy. Honestly, you're not wrong. We are in love, and hormones aren't known for being subtle.
Oh, they weren't messing around when they built this place.
Looks like this place was shut down a while ago. No longer making a profit, I'm sure. This was damn heroic, Captain.
I mean it. I really do.
You can't do this to yourself. You don't deserve this. I'm fairly certain that I can't sweat any more than this.
Oh, now you're talking.
UC territory. Not much to be worried about.
Yes, I've already arranged for my contact to drop off the evidence at our office.
He can call in versions of himself from the multiverse.
Something tells me this guy's too weird for the money route. Maybe not in its current form, but I'm sure Irvin painted a much different picture in his mind.
I hope so. It's always a tug-of-war between the workers and the mining corps. But there's one thing we've got in our favor. Remember Ellie Yankton on Gagarin? She was Irvin's lawyer back in the day, so she already knows the case in and out.
True. We seem to be pretty good at risking our lives and coming out of it safe. Of course, this is a game you can only lose once.
But we're talking this over eventually. I'm not going to just let this go.
Well, it's done.
I wish it didn't have to come to this.
Need a moment? That was a long time ago. This mine might be on the other side of the planet for all I know.
Ah, did I give it away somehow? It was my voice, right? I sounded too giddy? Too dramatic?
Well, I'm sure Hephaestus will fire some higher-ups or pay some fines to get out of this. But the important thing is that their scam was caught.
I'm glad you're confident already. I'm not, though.
There it is. I guess I needed to actually hear someone say it. Case closed. Whew.
Finally. Let me know if you need a hand with anything. Hard to say. I didn't see direct evidence of intent. We need to know more. But if they are the hands holding this technology, do you really think anybody will ever benefit? Irvin's name is cleared. Hephaestus got fined. Even Helge is going to be okay. That was a warm-up! Never mind. Sorry. Thinking of something else. Yes, Captain.
I'll say no more.
Oh, is there something wrong with my appearance? Life faces some of the same sorts of challenges everywhere. I'm forever fascinated by the convergence of those solutions. Great. Just talk to the chief and exercise that gift of gab. Just because it's neon doesn't mean you have to be a monster too. He was hired by a mining company to exterminate a dangerous predator at one of their mines. And he did the job. No problem. Everyone has their way of ingratiating themselves. Personally, I'd prefer to gift a bottle of wine and a slice of Pule cheese. But to each their own. Your eternity ends! I got you a little something, my dear. Now that my heart rate has calmed back down. Vasco, please resume. Do you think your Argos extractor's credentials could work? That would be handy. You're amazing. Like chocolate-covered prasada berries on an all-you-can-eat spicy chunks buffet. It's smart to be cautious. I love you too. If we don't see each other again, then, well, there might be an infinite number of universes, but there's only one you. Look, I get what you're saying, but you saw an opportunity and you took it. You've been there for me more than I ever could have imagined. You've helped me focus on myself and heal. And I'm better because of it. The worst thing about wearing these suits is that the more you wear them, the more comfortable they are, but the more likely they are to rupture. So the discomfort is a good sign, I guess. You're not wrong, Vasco. Humans are stubborn. It's time to finish this. Sounds like couples therapy at its best. I've missed you too, Vasco. Just Barrett? Only Vasco calls me the full name. Right. Back to the lodge first, then review the data second. No matter what you could have done differently, this will impact a lot of lives eventually. Suits on. Ready to go anytime. I'll gladly wear a suit if it means exploring a new world. But I can't imagine wearing it every day all the time. Ship modules are some of the most complex things to create. And you just whipped one up. Wow. These ruins are something else, aren't they? Now we have the verdict and the settlement. I don't know why you changed your mind. Maybe the microbes are risky, but the Acilies will take forever. That was fast. What about the evidence we found so far? Oh, facilities getting reclaimed by plants is one thing. But researchers, too? She's gone. Oh, no. On the other hand, the Crimson Fleet are a bunch of disorganized and gutless rabble. And they weren't exactly cordial during my imprisonment. Yes, of course. What's on your mind, handsome? Yeah, that's why I said it first. The window washer would have been a better choice. At least they can see clearly. Hey, look at that. The watch fits you perfectly. Now, questions? But that's where you came in. Riding, was it a sporeback? Sure as hell wasn't a horse. But ride you did. To my rescue. You're right. It is what it is. But being able to find out answers, maybe even right some wrongs, that could mean a lot. Yeah, we're good. Well, I'll be. If you ever doubted Irvin's genius, look at all this. Still chugging along 20 years later. Ship is now docked. Perfect. Didn't even smudge the paint. Seriously? Well, I can attempt to dictate a course of action. Please do not kill somebody for theft. I bet it does. Right? How could we not talk about it for the rest of our lives? This is a relief. These folks were harmed and they need to heal, as in not just a message from beyond, but a delivery. This narrow nick in the canyon is the perfect spot for an ambush. That's what I'd do anyway. Or maybe it's because Irvin was a brilliant botanist and experimented with extremophile plant life. The nicer the operation is, the meaner security is. It's an inverse relationship. Not all self-defense is physical. Knowing how to hide or avoid confrontation is a skill, too. Gladly. Talking about myself is one of my hobbies. And that's the problem. Holy shit. You actually found me. The odds do seem to be stacking against me. I'm sure the ocean floor is littered with attempts to do something about Bayou. On your mark, Captain. Oh, exactly how enjoyable. So, hypothetically speaking, let's just say I forgot to check on an experiment for a while. Target ship's engine seems to be having trouble. Too bad. So sad. I wasn't sure if Helgi would testify, but I'm glad we were able to convince him. You will fail! If they don't have a gift shop that sells key rings, they're missing a golden opportunity. The fact is that the universe goes on, that life goes on, that things do not just sit still. That right there is the comfort that I need. This whole place is one big airborne hazard. Let's stick together, though. I know you were hoping for the best, but they knew that and used it against you. No, you don't. It's been a pleasure. It truly has. I know that things can change at any moment forever, so I value every single moment together. See? I knew it. It's been decades, Miss Yankton. Decades. Was that a subtle dig, Jacob? Might as well start singing and dancing because this is a stage, and we're in the spotlight. Unless they're bringing in outsiders to do the investigation, that seems like a dead end. Pun kinda intended. Well, hey now, we're playing by your rules, remember? Starting over, an end to all this countless rebirth. What? No, that's not true. Even the most energetic of orbiting bodies still maintain some distance. Otherwise, they collide and merge forever. Even if you found a planet to settle on your own, someone helped you get there. Hot damn. Yes! Don't you see? The power of the artifacts forced humanity to the stars. They didn't get to make a choice. One thing's for sure. No matter where humans go, we sure do need a lot of resources. Why, Walter, I'm offended. What kind of man do you take me for? You have your methods, I have mine. Just tell me what you need. But yeah, I can see your point. There's the Foundry computer. Let's see if there's any way to search the database. This is bad. Monumentally bad. Can I ask, was it anything I did? Seems like somebody just wants some Barrett time, huh? I know how I affect people. Target shields are back up! We'll try our best, Commander. At least, I know I will. It's times like this when I can't believe how lucky I am to do this for a living. This could be a turning point for humanity, you know? No judgment here. I haven't always been on the right side of the law. Not good! Lost the grav drive. On that note, I do have some news about Irvin's case. He and I made a number of agreements over the years, if you can even call them years at this point. I would have given them an exhaustive series of lectures on aneutronic fusion until they were either delirious or they became my new students. Obviously, it could be the dawn of a new era of humanity. Woo! I love the feeling after a perfect jump. What strange little creatures we are, bringing the comforts of our own environments with us as we explore places that are wildly hostile to our very existence. That's just a fact. Hey, here. This is for you. No, look, we need to discuss this first, privately. That means you all need to take a step back. Thanks. Well, I guess we got that to look forward to. Can't wait. Think you might need to work on those priorities a bit. Yeah, I hope so. I don't mind taking a detour to gather data. Only thing we'd lose is time, really. Are you good now? I've always appreciated that you get right to the point, Bayou. Zealots, be careful. They aren't big on meditation. Well, let me know if you have any other questions. I see what you did there, Walter. And I know you've been secretly crying into your piles of money just waiting for my return. Remarkable. Irvin always fancied himself an inventor as well as a botanist. Whew! Big breath. I doubt anyone's been on this ship in a very long time. This should feel like a success, empirically speaking. We got the job done with minimal casualties. So why does it feel like we did the wrong thing? What a waste. Wait, I have a feeling you're talking about something else. Go on. Massages are nice for relieving stress, sure, but I'm all for a daring rescue the artifact mission one day. But if that's the plan, then we need to prepare. Find cover! Low gravity. Very low. If you feel queasy after a while, then we should rest or go back. And that means we're the only ones who can clear Irvin's name. We better hurry. No telling how long the Lodge will hold out against that Starborn. But we need to regroup. We need to have a plan. He probably stood here thinking that he was going to make things better. He had a good heart. Listen up. I have a bit of time and I need to talk with you about some things. I won't waste your time, so please don't waste mine. Stop by soon. Thanks. The temple is below. The Starborn here often lure mercenaries to this point to act as an additional line of defense. What you're doing here with us is remarkable. Truly. Constellation is brighter because of you. I'm not saying I would have won that fight, but, well, I'd have won that fight. Humanity went to the stars and explored new worlds. And some still ended up sitting at desks all day long. Now that's an idea I can get behind. I've definitely controlled my share of narratives to get a few things done. All right, you got me. I'll scrape something together for you. Next week, maybe. We have all sorts of folks in Constellation, after all. No. Keep the dumpster in the deal. We're going to need a place to put our integrity. Now that I have that moment in my mind, shall we get back to exploring this amazing galaxy of ours, or what? Did you get into the system? Sorry. I'll be more patient. No, I haven't had such a close friendship with anyone in a long time. And you've inspired me to do so much more than I would have before. You are just lying to me. Again. There it is. Hate to be the responsible one, but the big bombshell of what we're actually building here might need another second to sink in. Yeah, I guess I don't like to be vulnerable. Part of the problem of having a soft and squishy center. Smugglers usually have some good contraband. Keep an eye out. Who can say what any of us is ready for? Oh. Oh no, what's wrong? The Unity endures. At least with the extermination of the Lazarus plant, the Aceles will have an easier time. Seems like we found somebody's nest here. I told him all about Irvin. He showed me a chart of how sad I should expect to feel. Irvin's case was her first case, she said. She always hated how it ended. You're good at navigating these systems. Name's Barrett. That, was supposed to happen, I think. I used to work as a United Colonies physicist. I was so starry-eyed, thought I could change the universe. With all that money, this thing better serve hot Terra Brew and have an infinite chunks dispenser with multiple flavors, including spicy and cheesy. For me specifically. I know who you are now. And what you're capable of. No, you saw the data. You listened to the experts. This had the best chance of success. Confidence. I knew you would make a great Starborn. I don't know if that's a possibility. The other Barretts are only slightly divergent from, me. Maybe we can use that to our advantage, though. Can I survive in this heat? Yes, but I'm not thrilled about it. Well, that was some fine work under pressure. But I can see that it's something that matters to you, and I respect that. Practice shot? How long would that take? I did not want this for either of us, my old friend. Hello? Anybody home? I think it's just us. I know, but I can't help it. It better just be credits. Now that you have retraced Earth's destruction once again, do you feel any differently about it? Do you see how dangerous the artifacts can be in the wrong hands? I won't have you desecrate the Unity. They're docking with us. Get ready. We appreciate it. But if we did it for the credits, we probably wouldn't be talking right now. But I'm telling you, take the jump. Get out there into that next universe. Oh, right. Forgot about that. If I could just talk to Petrov myself, I'm sure he'd want to put that all behind us. Say no more. And you know how it is. There's a lot of business that needs our attention.
Noelle, she ran into the base with the artifacts. The tunnels.
Is that right? Went on a trip, huh? Which, for a Crimson Fleet pirate, is about, what, another week? So Masako, huh? I mean, between her and Ularu Chen, I get it, but You don't trust her, do you? Ha! I'm inspired by your confidence, Vladimir. Dr. Hawkson, it wasn't Hephaestus that took Irvin's life. It was the war. Why couldn't I have gotten something more useful? Like the art of cross-examination. Might have come in handy at the trial. I've been around the block a couple of times. I can't believe I get to work with my best friend. Not everybody is this lucky. This place is an absolute fortress. But if you want to talk about it, I'm here. You aren't ready for this, but I am. I don't think you understand how hard it is to stop. You know how it is. I'm the one you've got to deal with, like it or not. All thanks to you. Any comments? Questions? No? Good. Oh, hey, it's your friends, the Crimson Fleet. Listen to me. They're not the same people you knew. It's not fair to them to try to turn them into what you had before. Yeah, we die. And some people go way before they should. But the universe doesn't care. Not because it's evil, but because it's infinite. Ever expanding. Well, a rolling stone gathers no moss. Okay. Let's go. Andreja, can you hear me? It's Barrett. We're here. Let's shake things up. It's everything we joined Constellation for. These moments. This place might have some spare robot parts. Always good to check.
I appreciate that. And who knows, maybe I'll take you up on that one day.
Anything else? Can I ask why? Did you see the look on his face? Classic. Personal upgrades are good for confidence. That's not nothing. The rest of us have got this. You go on. Cause some trouble. Shall we, Captain? You have to have some idea. Or are you deliberately being obtuse? It's a huge decision. It could change who you are fundamentally. This is a garden built to sustain the maximum amount of people possible. It's a monument to life. I could call it that weird thing that you do, but it does seem like a mouthful. In my line of work, it's a requirement. Fair enough. I think I loaned it out anyway. The Syndicate. I'd be okay if we put some extra space between us.
Oh yeah, I do. You may as well have it now.
We traded our top player for 2 mediocre ones. Who makes that kind of deal?
You could have told Constellation what you are, but you didn't. Why?
If I clear Irvin's name, I'll feel so much better. You know, you mean a lot to me, and I trust you. I love you. We can get through this. Different. I never know who you are when I meet a new version. But so much of you stays the same. We learn from each other, and we grow from every interaction we ever have. It shouldn't have been a big deal. And now it's one of the few things I have left of him. Orbital pattern locked. Easy. Staying out of trouble in Neon's like trying to stay dry in the ocean, or to its total domination. If it's valuable to somebody, it's probably being watched. Glad to say Constellation is normally spider-free. I don't believe in luck per se, but I do realize how fortunate I am to be a part of all of this. This is a path forward, and we need that right now. Well, that ought to do it. Keep working on it. You'll get there. Why are you like this? I'm listening, or am I? Shields are down. We've been through worse. Walter, friend, if money was always the answer, then we'd just send credits instead of people. The weapons are online again.
Well, now that that's settled.
You don't have to have all the answers. Well, that's unusual. And I win. Wait, does that mean I'm a good lawyer? I caught myself in a paradox, it seems. Oh, I like that. Imagine Irvin thinking the same thing all those years ago. Just a job, right? It's a shame that Hephaestus used him. I'm sure they've hurt a lot of good people before. And after him, too. Vasco, I know this is the best way for you to interpret human emotions, but measuring my eyes is a little creepy. Just saying. My second husband. Ranked only in chronological order, but not in love. I mean, how am I supposed to know that dancing on tables isn't allowed if it's not posted? Right? Powering jump drive. Stabilizing. It's fully restored. I had almost forgotten I picked it up for you. I'm so sorry, my friend.
The people in the well need a whole lot more than just security. Oh, you remind me of him sometimes, wanting to make things right. And I'm the cat. Let's hope our observations don't end up with me getting poisoned.
I must have missed it. But it's okay, Mateo. I'm reasonably aware of these philosophies.
Absolutely. Constellation made me who I am today. Gave me opportunities I could have only dreamed of.
It must have been terrifying for them. Who knows how many of these creatures there are or how they even got up here?
I wonder what the composition of air is here. I feel like I can detect a faint increase in oxygen. Married. I was so happy just being with you that I forgot about those societal rituals. If the economy here is so fragile that one person can't take a couple of days off from contributing, I can't imagine how you handle illness, injuries, and rest. Look who's up! My sleepy explorer. Ready to tackle this brand new day or what?
I appreciate that, Captain. Once we settle Irvin's case on Gagarin, I'll be ready. I know I will.
My pH meter is off the scale. Well, let's try to keep this visit brief. See you around, Matsur. Hopefully not. Well, good. Because I happen to be one of Constellation's most respected members. But I digress.
Keep your cred stick somewhere safe if we're going inside Madame Savage's place.
What a scumbag.
It just doesn't seem right.
Don't make promises that none of us can keep. Your love right now is enough for me.
Really? This is amazing.
I'm going to need some time to really think about this.
Maybe I did. But this is all from my heart, my friend.
Commander Ikande is reasonable. Within limits. If you're not reasoning for the Crimson Fleet, anyway.
No. Not yet. Not now.
After this, you're kind of a pirate aficionado. Too soon? It is what it is, as they say.
Other than a stark reminder that nature isn't our friend?
Just a bunch of junk, I think.
Feel free to check it over, though.
Maybe we can figure out who owns this stuff. That means confirming the scientific veracity of every document we've gathered, and challenging any ringers the defense hires to dispute it. Matsur the Grim here and I actually have a lot in common. And this ball was huge. We're talking enough credits to fill a small moon. So there's definitely a motive.
Peace!
That is the unity. When I stepped into it, I became a starborn. It's how I've entered other worlds, including yours. Gagarin has always been a bit of a pit in my stomach. I know it wasn't related to Irvin's death, but it happened right before he died, so the events were both emotionally linked to me. I wonder if Solomon Cole would have wanted that statue. I bet it creeps Sam out. Dr. Hawkson, we just want to talk. Please.
I can't say I knew her heart, but she was a member of Constellation. This is the correct response to the situation at hand, actually.
Well, yep, if you say so. Now, they claimed they had to ditch the whole mine and all the equipment inside and construct a new mine with new equipment. They were reimbursed for all of it. Ooh, we even covered the Valley of the Nerds.
No, not again. I can't bury another member of Constellation, Sarah. I can't. Don't go.
Always. My first wedding was elaborate. We had a 0G dance and a gourmet chunks buffet.
To think. The crew barely had space to stand in their rooms.
No need to say another word, Skipper. I read you loud and clear. What's not to trust about them? We're back in the lap of luxury right here. Connecting the corrupt judge to Hephaestus was smart because Ellie can look back at all his trials and find more evidence. Can't exactly leave you all now that I've put you on the Crimson Fleet hit list. Helge didn't look so bad, did he? Although I can imagine Hephaestus will say otherwise. Maybe we should find a character witness to back him up? Weird assortment of stuff. Wonder what went on here.
What if I don't care about anything I used to care about? You know?
Hey, if you have the time, and I know you do, then stop by and say hello. I'm feeling isolated and I need to socialize. With you, specifically.
The trade authority seems to be doing just fine for themselves. Unsurprisingly.
Ha! What a ride! Switching grav drive to normal propulsion. Reflect, yes. Fall into doom and despair at the thought of being in the worst of an infinite amount of realities? Not healthy. Free grenade! Still looks like a weird little plan to me, though. But now it reminds me of him. I told him to let me know when he found a pizza plant. Then maybe I'd develop a green thumb. Thanks, Captain. It's happening, folks. Don't panic. We need to focus. Oh, this place is kind of nice. Wait. No. Rad counter just hit critical levels, never mind. Thanks for listening. Then you are truly of the same mind. Ends with no regards to means. A game played with no thought as to what happens to the pawns. Go on. Well, the fact is, you've had my back countless times already, and without you, I'd be exploring some random world alone, not realizing how much that bothered me. Whoa, hold up there. What kind of improvements are we talking about here? I'm going to show you how to make a margarita. I even got little umbrellas. They're adorable. Sure, just don't get too attached to it. As close as we've gotten, I believe that. Usually Vasco's the only one I trust. Granted, he's programmed not to blab. The Unity grants me the choice to make order out of this chaos, and I will not walk away. Walls might seem like an ancient solution, but honestly, it's no different than a suit around our bodies or a ship protecting us from space. It's the primary solution to hostile surroundings. Not now, okay? When we're back on the ship. Honestly, yeah, a bit. But truth be told, I'm flattered. I mean, it is some sort of cosmic compliment, right? We could stay in bed forever. Or we could jump up and explore. What do you say? Mm-hmm. Looks blocked. Might be another way down through the caves in the back. Good grief. We've done more than enough for you, Yannick. Find someone else or do it yourself, pal. And here you see the majestic critter nesting in the overgrown science facility. That's quite all right. Maybe another time then. The Terramorphs don't stand a chance. This is going to make a real difference. Whatever my power is, I hope it helps me see myself for who I truly am. Without changing me, too. Let the thief go with a sternly worded warning or get the authorities involved. Up to you. That person is dead. I'm not them. I'd venture it's everything we need to clear Irvin, based on the dates alone. Oh, trust me, I know. Most of my money came from having a good eye for weird valuables. Without us, the galaxy is just a big room with the lights turned out. Unicorn. Not kidding. Let's get this party started then. No pressure. But if we want the full Monty, including getting Hephaestus to admit to the crime, it might take more. We'll have to see. It's a shame violent people took a great invention and turned it into a murder machine. Mix could have helped so many people. Now they're banned. Oh, to hell with this guy. Starborn ship. It's an honor to just be here. It's even more of an honor to be welcomed as family. In others, it's, probably fine. But it might have a touch of feature creep. A sample of a unique mineral that displays some lifelike qualities. Been in a box for years. Not a big deal. I understand that. I do. That's why I'm asking you to be more careful. We can't explore anything together if I can't trust you. Optimism is good. Especially from you, Ellie. It's okay. I know it wasn't really Sarah. In the long run, zealots scare me the least. In the short term, though, more than anything, he was caught in the crossfire between the UC and the Free Star Collective. That's only sensible. He's not a maniac. Or maybe he just hides it well. That's okay. It's more of a background process in our brains. It's always there shaping us and making us who we are. The multiverse might allow us that opportunity somehow. I don't know. On that note, I think I'd do well to distract myself with a little adventure for a bit. He's a keeper, all right. Maneuvering into position. And we are now in stable orbit. I'm sorry. What? Yes, he sent us to talk to you about, what was it, a Unity Pilgrim, I believe? Please. Irvin was once one of your colleagues. You'll feel it as we get further. The power of the artifact seeps through the seams of reality here. Oh, tell me we're stopping here. This place smells absolutely incredible.
Oh, wow. This is the old way. Look at this. It's a huge drill. No lasers. I don't know if people still curse Irvin's name around here. But if there's any resentment left, we'll fix it.
Get as many of those as you need.
The United Colonies ahead. We're not carrying anything embarrassing, are we?
Pew, 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 pew.
Oh, that sounds nice and lovely. I hope it's true.
Hey, that's a fine setup you've got there. Holy moly, Nix. Nice. Finally, it's okay to take a break, Captain. Everybody needs breaks.
You know,
It took a lot to talk to me about this, to set things right with your heart.
it's NASA. It's actually NASA. This is one of the towers that got us to safety among the stars.
Hey, Ellie, are you around? Hello?
Ah, there. Stable orbit achieved, like a toy sailboat released into a calm pond.
Home of the fragrant Prasada berry. You know, they've tried to cultivate that plant off-world, but it's just too delicate.
Life is like that sometimes.
You underestimate how many of my admirers there are in the galaxy, Heller. One of them is bound to show up, looking to reunite with this handsome face.
Shortcut?
Wait, you're telling me the UC kept Ve Victus alive and the attack on New Atlantis is his fault?
The answer is yes, obviously. But my love for you is my greatest discovery nevertheless.
Yes. Perfect. All of that in a recursive loop forever. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just when we're back on the ship later on. We can finish up here first, though.
Gone. Well, we have other things to do anyway.
I love the feeling of release from gravity and emerging into weightlessness.
You mean the galaxy to me? You know that. Well, you do now if you didn't before.
I just don't want you to get involved with me if that's not what you need in your life right now. I want this to be fair for both of us. You're worried that you should have sided with a bunch of lying, murderous thieves? No kidding. Think of the dissertations. Boundless topics, no bounds. Except the books. They're bound.
Glad we could put things into perspective. That, my friend, is the million-credit question. And Constellation can find the answer. With your help.
Fancy place. I admire the class. I do.
I just wanted to see if you could surprise me. You're failing. No luck? Figures. Okay. Remind me again next week, will you? I'll get you back. And while I will always love Irvin, the fact is he was from another universe. One that passed with him.
Talk to me, my dear friend.
Smart move. Easier to course correct before permanent harm is done. If the Syndicate ever teamed up with another group, I think we'd all be in trouble.
Genuinely curious here.
Was it worth it?
It wasn't all that long ago when you told me that you only trusted yourself. So I'm honored to hear you say that.
Didn't leave us with much of a choice, Petrov. Hey, I just wanted to thank you for taking the driver's seat with this Constellation business. You not only found artifacts, but you've helped uncover why they exist.
Phew, just got a whiff of that creature nest. Packs a distinct punch, doesn't it?
I spent a good deal of time in the UC before joining the Lodge. It's been a while here. Oh, that was so long ago.
I'll wait at the temple. Both of you will be stopped there. Hypothetically. Brace yourself. We have spacers. Gang is buddy. You're not wrong about this. You don't deserve to be imprisoned. Talk later. Get to the ship. I'll tell you everything I can. Wait, what?
Looks like Freestar Collective territory here. Got it.
Well then, let's head back to Gagarin.
I need to think about this. I know he would have felt the same way. But, you know, even if he didn't, well, life does in fact go on. So humble, too. People love that.
Okay, good. I like the positivity here.
Keep that up.
Souvenirs are fun to pick up, but better to give.
Enjoy. He said they'll do it again. He asked if Constellation could send more help.
Exactly. Talks like these always work better in person. We can hash things out, break bread,
The whole deal. Can't wait to tell my grandkids about it someday. Now, we don't know why they wanted the artifact. They could have agreeable intentions. My hand in your hand. Side by side in this galaxy of wonders. Exactly. Who better than Constellation to take the plunge into the infinite? So, this is it then. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. Don't do this. Even if you agree with the hunter's methods, he's only looking out for himself. Here we go. Don't get me wrong, I love them all, but no. I want this moment for ourselves. Makes sense. Searching through dusty storage boxes for more journals would take a long time. I thought we were really close, but I guess you really never know. Maybe I am a little drunk, but you're still a liar. I just hope he's willing to help us. It's been a long time, but also a long time coming. Oh, I love this part. Which brings me back to that plan I mentioned earlier. I think I know how to move forward now. But I'm going to need your help. I'm glad it's over. We put a lot of effort into it. And I don't agree with what the judge ruled, but we tried. I see. Well, it is what it is. You heard the detective. Every time I see that statue, I feel a little bit more hopeful. Can't really explain why, but I do. The best option that locals have if they want to see interesting creatures in person. But this would be a good thing to reflect on in your newfound copious free time. Hey, old pal, how about a tour of the vault? Let me wallow in my jealousy one more time. If I'm the detective, does that make you my trustworthy and sensible partner with a heart of gold? What? No, I paid you back 2 weeks ago. Our future as a species in space thrives on hardy frontier folk like these. How so? Any guilt you feel for your decisions should be assuaged by the fact that we all knew the risks. But, I am pretty bad at multitasking, so we'll have to return to the first item later. Well, it certainly means something, because not everyone who touches the artifacts sees them. I always will. I think I got chills. At the end of the day, you are a true friend, and I trust your decision. Period. If those documents are protected, you might have to pay to access them. Might need to grease some palms, too. Target's jump drive is down. Well, I was impressed. Ask away. The more personal, the better. Why kill people if you don't have to? Everything needs to get done somehow. Even a small thing can lead to something huge. Take a moment. If you're still willing to let me be your husband, then let's keep going. I do not fight alone. And I hope someday people don't need to risk their lives and minds anymore. I'd like to keep this civil. Certainly sounds like the lesser of two monsters. Means we're still dealing with monsters, though. It looks like they considered him a no-show and ruled against him. Looks abandoned. Suddenly abandoned. Not liking that. I'll keep an eye out for more Starborn. There's that empty feeling again. Whenever someone's gone, there's like a hole in the lodge where there used to be. Well, you might want to clarify that in your sales pitch, then. That's on you, my friend. Here, Doc, you can have some of mine. I only have a couple, but it's better than nothing. I know, Vasco, but I want to hear it from him directly. Every time I'm here, I have to remind myself that I can't play with the toy ship model. I guess that was all. That's what I'm saying about leadership. It's not about jealousy, really. We just didn't talk about it at all. Aren't we partners? Partners would discuss these things first. Thought you'd never ask. Here, all yours. Ordinarily, I'm all for letting bygones be bygones. But petty revenge is looking really attractive. Whoa! Hey, what did you see? Gravity here is... it's low. I feel lightheaded just being here. Delgado could have walked away at any time. Where? I swear they were just here. Sure, just let me move some things around. Once I was able to do that, I could love myself enough to love you. And nothing makes me happier to hear you say that to me as well. Constellation takes care of its own. In a way, spacers are testing the limits of human physiology. That's not nothing. Enough! Let this go no further. Jules, this is a healthy design. No frills, no bells. Best thing, it really works.
Who cares what your ship looks like if you can't make it out of orbit, right? That vent is just your size. Convenient. After you. It's true, Vasco. On that note, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you, if you have time. Let's see if I have space for that. Amundsen? Now I know you're not me. You arrived just in time. Honestly, I wasn't doing so hot there. Of course, I go where they go. No, it's not like that at all. Although, given your resiliency, you'd make for an excellent test subject. It's so hot. Remember when we found that ice cream planet? Wait, I'm delirious. Never mind. You know, being a member of Constellation has given me a lot of opportunities, and a fair bit of stress, I'll admit. What's on your mind?
Certainly healthier ways of getting out your aggression.
Wait, you've been monitoring my health, Vasco? That's not okay, buddy. And that's not all. My contact really came through for us. Brings back memories. Doesn't it, Dusty? When I joined Constellation, part of me was worried I wouldn't belong. I thought they'd all wear fancy suits and talk about business opportunities all day. Oh, no, thank you. I am quite content with my lot. Those alterations probably make it fit a lot better than store-bought ones. Heads up! Their shields are back. Shields are gone. The next hit will damage more than the paint. Commander Conde is a brilliant captain. Pragmatic and determined. He plays a long game. We should check in with Ellie soon. After we visit Town Hall. Sure, the guy's done some questionable things in the past, but is that really worth his life? Anyway, it suits you. Oh, thanks for the hot tip on how to avoid basic ambushes. Did you read that somewhere? Ah, yeah. Hot dog. Yeah, we can chat when we're back on the ship. We have other things to do now. I'm just glad we're doing something against the Terramorphs. Don't even try to reason with spacers. I wish you could, though. I'll probably be normal after my power. Probably. Whatever. We can handle it. This Malai Leskova knew the risks, too. If you want a flashy ship, you want a Tayo ship. If you insist on walking this path, then walk it fully. Go to the moon. Follow its secrets to the next artifact. But traveling with you has been different. We're more of a team. It feels stronger. Come and get it! It's not a fixed place in space-time. You'll have more luck understanding when you get there. Well, so be it. He knew the risk. Exploring the galaxy with you is exactly what I was missing in my life. It's okay. I love you, you know? That's all that matters. They've repaired their grav drive. They're just people. Weird, maybe. But we're all a little weird to somebody. I'm glad the artifacts have ended up in your hands. I think he'd rather you have it than me anyway. I've never been good with plants. She now has everything pertaining to Hephaestus and the insurance settlement, too. I lived in the cave once, long ago. It was very economical, though. And I could paint the walls. And the definition of that changes for everybody. Here goes nothing. Sneaking through vents to avoid confrontation? This takes enormous concentration. Irvin was in Constellation, too. And Constellation takes care of its own. It's one of my husband's botanical experiments. You being here is the only thing that's forcing me to maintain my normal posture. By we, you mean the soulless corporation that you felt the need to go to war for, right? Heck yes, we are. Oh, he would laugh that I found another person with a penchant for plants. Yes, when we're back on the ship. I love you too, Captain. Hey, so I thought you might like this. I hope you do. When the military shifts forces, sometimes they leave behind valuable stuff. The news is really more of a boring reality show most of the time. He had a weird little plant named Harvey, which sounds odd, but he named almost all of his personal pet plants. Our friendship propels me forward. It gives me a purpose and brings me joy. I mean, in a lot of ways, it's home. But one thing's for certain. Things could have been a whole heck of a lot worse right now. He's still gone and we didn't have a life together. I don't know how to have closure on that. Okay, their grav drive is back online. No big deal. We got this. In a way, it was entirely self-reliant, I guess. You're right. The variables involved are beyond human understanding, making the subtle system safer with every petri dish. Shh. Something's out there. Where I came from, I was the one who ran to the eye. I left you behind to protect the artifacts, and the hunter killed you. Way better than what I'd do. I always mess up on the parking. I don't even know if anything is in there. Might be a weird alien creature's nest for all I know. Anyway, I can't believe you got them to agree to the microbes. Feel that low gravity? It's like butterflies in your stomach. But it's all over your body, too. Look, I know this is strange. We show up out of the blue about things that happened decades ago. But right now, nobody save us knows the truth. Feel free to take another look. What did you call me? I take you, my partner, to have and to hold, from this day forward. Seems possible at the very least. Time to get to work. If they're saving this much water around, they must have some big plans. Now that my heart rate has calmed back down, all right. I was able to find out where Helgi lives. It's down on the lower levels. The Gagarin slums, more or less. Can't wait to see if Noel's theory about the artifacts was correct. I already evaluated us for hallucinations or other types of chemical filters, and I found nothing. Time to break a sweat for a change. Gladly. I'm just going to say it. Intelligent alien life, or extra-dimensional beings. The original creators from the furthest fringes of space. Wait. Just the most recent thing, then. Of course. This plant is Harvey. I think it's one of a kind. When I lost Irvin, I couldn't move forward. You showed me how to do that. They're one of humanity's greatest achievements. Modern medicine, space travel, and cookies. If that's the case, we'll just have to figure something out. I searched the galaxy looking for myself, and what I found was you. Constellation has its ups and downs. It can be hard. Trust me, I know. Unbelievable. Oh, these things have been getting cozy in here for a while. Now, Andreja, I'm sure your answer would be something about the life of a smuggler. Am I right? Mine H363. Here we come. See you later. The journey of 1,000 kilometers begins with a simple step. I mean, hey, not everything can be a grav jump. Sounds like you don't have a daughter here, I take it. Really? Well, why don't we try it for a few days, and if we don't like it, we can workshop it later. They said he killed the apex predators in the area around the mine, which led to herd creatures overeating the grasses. This better give us Samo's identity after all that work. If not, I don't know. You think I'm a pushover? The goal of Elios seems noble enough. I mean, we have to believe that other people can be better if we want to believe that all of humanity can be better. This is really not the heroic adventure that I signed up for when I joined Constellation. Yet so much differs between the philosophies. Surely that is also significant. I keep wondering if that made it harder to save Andreja, too. Feels weird being back here, doesn't it? Argos looks like they're moving on, too. You're right. They've heard us in their quest for power. There's the engineering section. Probably worth checking out. You never know. Uh-oh. Something's happening. Something big. And maybe weird. Haven't had this go this sideways in a long time. Even counting Vectera. Besides, it is a bit exhausting to sustain just one extra me. Can't believe you came for me. I knew there was something special about you. Sorry, I don't think we've met. Here's where the magic happens. And by magic, I mean creating Aurora out of fish guts, I guess. Some people think this place is scary. It can be, for sure. But they're just regular people here. Some are good-hearted, others struggle with it. Always good to remember that. But outside of strange colonial life, we all had some sort of help. Sometimes a little, sometimes a lot. Maybe that amount changes too. Well, we cleared Irvin's name, and we've stopped Hephaestus from doing it to others. Unimaginable. As far as radiation-saturated places to be, this isn't so bad. I guess. You didn't have to take it that far. Careful. Bounty hunters. There's no more reason to debate. Prepare yourself. But anyway, we have enough to move forward. I mean, I will keep that in mind. Benjamin Bayou's Tower. It's big, all right. Not sure what else it is, but it's big. So you get nothing, except my ghost.
because I am going to haunt your asses till the end of your days. They were doing their jobs. What can I say? I'm in love. I'm completely in love. Nothing seems to stop him. Just run. It ends here.
Wait. We're all citizens of the universe here. No one needs to die. Well, I mean, no one else.
You know that admin passcode we got from the Cyber Runner? I wonder if that will work here. Worth a try. I do too. I promise. Take whatever time you need. Can't you ask for something decent like ice cream or a foot massage or help moving your couch? Ecliptic? Keep an eye out for hazards, I guess. Aha! Good morning, my shining beacon in the night. I guess I can believe that we can move beyond this. Does this place look cleaner than before? Huh. Nah, a lot of these kinds of places were made in the war, I believe. Every day that we all keep talking is a day we should celebrate. I agree. No reason to think it would change. Better than dying on a broken ship, I know that. But this isn't something to be proud of. We can do this the hard way. And with that, Barrett has emerged back into his natural habitat. Need to regroup back at the lodge. I don't have to believe anything to recognize a pattern that's worth checking out. Though they don't seem that bizarrely different at first glance, maybe we should continue to make observations, or so that a goal is possible. You decided to pursue peace on your own. I was hoping for anything other than zealots. But here we are. That's how it should be. How'd you know that's one of my daily affirmations? Thanks. Seriously, that's actually more insulting than helpful. Nice words. But they don't change anything. The target's thrusters are running again. You're truly skilled. Target's shield system is fried. You're carrying a lot. Do you want to take a moment to shuffle things around? Turns out, sometimes you need more than that. You can handle this system. I'm sure of it. About time you got up. I bet you needed the rest, though. We'll talk more later. Don't worry. You know, I actually feel optimistic about this. I had a joke about rude guests showing up from nowhere, but, well, doesn't seem appropriate now that I think about it. Let the negotiations begin. Okay. It feels a little overkill, but you know, at least the collection is museum-worthy. Maybe I'm just humoring you before I take what's mine. I do, actually. Here you go. Humans have had to make terrible choices for the good of society forever, but often the weakest have paid more than their share. Donovan Reese. He ran the Red Mile nearly 30 times. Most folks never survived once. The man would have been a hell of an explorer. No, I don't think so. I'm not a fearful man, but I am just a man. Target shields erect. Goodbye, my old friend. To the stars. That's a relief. But you know, if you ever want to talk, I'm here for you. I care about you, and I want the best for you. If that's the road you're taking us down, I'm not sure I can stomach it. Gagarin isn't a huge town, but it's not the kind of town that I want to get lost in. New Atlantis. I've spent a lot of time here. It's safe, clean, comfortable. You know, all good reasons to leave and explore wildly hostile worlds. Let's head into that apartment and see what we can find. Not getting any response from the jump drive at all. Oh, good. I've got a million other things I would love to do right now, and you're nowhere on that list. So, well, see you around, I guess. I'm pretty sure it's one of a kind. Hey, now the party can get started. Finally. Really? Why? Think you drove him off? Let's keep moving in case he comes back. No, not always. There are many ways to make someone feel loved. And you have done well in that regard. I hope the lawyer on Gagarin has time to review the case before we arrive. Yeah, I'm sure you have a ton of questions. So do I. Starborn ship. Sounds like it landed outside. Hold up a second. I'm still not allowed to bring packages through Sidonia security. Just look at that view. Ah, well. I think it's high time we skedaddle, don't you? Yes, of course. I forgot. I imagine the pile of debris and remains from the city has started to build up in the ocean below the city. Maybe one day it will breach the surface like a conglomerate garbage island.
Only if you let them. You're a scientist. Your words matter. That's why we need you to testify.
Of course. The reality of exploration is the balancing of supplies. I still can't believe that Sarah was able to convince Mast to let go of this station. And Vladimir has done so much work on it since then that even Mast must be impressed.
See, that's what I mean, Matsura. Real considerate.
All this bureaucratic red tape is exhausting. But I guess that's the point of it, isn't it? Ellie's guest house sounds quiet and cozy.
Let's tune out the whole universe right now.
Yes, we did.
I don't know how it got this bad. I really don't. No Hanks necessary. Clearly. Do you not see the pain you bring? A life should only be lived once.
Oh, I love breathing in the air here. You'd imagine it would smell like any other city, but it smells tranquil. If that makes sense. Like the air carries a dash of herbal tea with it. You two go on. I have academic journals to review, and the galaxy's cheesy as hoagie to devour. Oh, yeah. Big same. Those are some highly specialized medical-grade tanks. This was a serious investment. Then again, you're here, and you still care. And I never would have met Irvin. Or lost him, I suppose. Aha! I see where you're going with this. All right. It's salvage time. Nope. No way. I'm lousy at goodbyes, so just go on. Make Constellation proud of you. I already am. Oh yeah, that's UC Security. They're busier than normal these days, it seems. Well, he probably would be mad that I let his death derail my life. That I never moved on. You want to look through this stuff, or what?
Are you serious? No. Not even funny.
I understand that.
Trust me.
We'll check with him directly if you don't mind.
I don't know. I'm bored.
Why not? People no longer have to listen and understand one another. And even worse, what if the user is wrong? After Irvin, it was just me and Vasco for a long time. Wait a sec.
You were joking, right? Sheesh. You got me.
Right-ho, Captain. Don't rush me. I don't mean to judge your grasp of material engineering, but I've never seen a starship built out of whatever that is.
Setting up some software. Want to test the computer over there?
Yeah, don't worry. Logically, I know I should be over it. But I'm not, and it's gotten worse lately.
Oh, good. This is Ellie's law office.
It's after hours, but I'm sure she'll be back tomorrow. That works for me. Mutual respect. That's our shared belief.
But it's actually true. I feel like I'm 80% biomass and 20% aerogel.
You'll need to work with your colleagues in Constellation to find them. You all right? That was a shift in space-time, a dip into the multiverse. We'll have to go through a few more to reach the center.
Looks like SysDef hasn't found this group of Crimson Fleet yet.
So,
they ruined the ecosystem here. And it had nothing to do with Irvin.
I'd like to think so. Doesn't mean it'll feel any less weird when you get all cryptic on me. But it's good to know that it's nothing to worry about. Take a moment to go through your things and lighten the load. Tell me what you need.
Feel free to miss.
Hey, I wasn't going to bring it up, but we don't exactly know what the artifact might have done to your head, and Constellation is really the only group qualified to help. I'll begin my theses with the evolution of society. Might want to grab a seat.
Careful now. One down.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Look, I know Neon is going to be Neon, no matter what any of us do about it.
Our thruster system is getting power again.
If you had to do it again, you mean? Risky. I like it.
We should absolutely expect to see more spaces in the mines. No doubt about it.
The ceremony is beautiful, isn't it? Anything I can help you with, Captain?
Ha! I knew it. You didn't believe me, but I was right.
I wonder what a star-born city would look like. If they even have those.
The answer's trying something new?
Vasco, can you select a world for us? I didn't even want him to go to Gagarin. But he didn't think it would take long. I feel like I'm currently hovering in that territory. Give or take a tenth. Any other questions? Oh, good call. I'll relay that to them. Can't say I'm happy to hear this.
but I want what's best for you. And if nothing else, I just want to know more about what happened to Irvin. I think I owe it to Irvin to count to 10 before I exhale. Fine, whatever. Next time we should go somewhere that isn't saturated with dangerous levels of radiation. After you, Captain. Come on, we have other things to do right now. Then we throw our drink to the floor and flip over a random chair, right? Well, life is ever changing, ever adapting. It is our greatest strength to branch out when something isn't working. Saburo, how's business these days? Ta-da! Make way, we're here! Looks like some kind of gate, doesn't it? It didn't need to be this way. Wow. Hello. Anyone home? My second marriage. My first wife. I never knew I could have so much love still, but it grows every moment I'm with you. Well, you don't need to understand everything about the research to trust the experts. Although I bet if you put that ship hull and an artifact under the same lens, you'd get a match. A while ago, you said you trust constellations same as me. I think that's what makes us strong. You see territory. Don't provoke them and don't litter. We should be fine. Spacers. Why did it have to be spacers? Okay, friend. Till next time. Okay. Well, no worries then. I'm not going to allow chaos. The unity is for the worthy. Looking for another one. Ha! Their weapons are down. I guess we'll see what state the mine is in. It's possible they collapsed it before they left. We just won't know until we get there. I'm glad you agree the hunter must be stopped. Yeah, you could have. I'm glad you didn't. There are people who obtain power in some unfair way, and some of them have used that power to cause suffering, and others just didn't want to share. Or answer it with another question, of course. But if you want to feel more than the rage, you're going to need to work for it. Don't worry. I took notes. Sorry. I meant that seriously. I did. He was a botanist, and he was also a wonderful cook. Evolved or altered. Irvin used to experiment a lot with extremophile plant life. What if I wanted it to be more formal? There's nothing that will change anything now. We should get moving. Glorious as always. You too, I mean. At any moment a calamity could happen. But consider the countless near-extinction events already escaped. Marvelous, isn't it? Next stop. Gagarin or somewhere else. Dear Diary, today we created an ecological disaster and then blamed it on an off-worlder. Love Hephaestus. It's one of our few facts about them. It seemed very important to them, too. Humans are so fragile in space. If you can't trust your crew and they can't trust you, well, nobody's coming home. Then I'll meet you there, old friend. But if you do, I understand if your choice is different. Oh, no, it's going on our permanent record. Anything but that. If you can't apologize, then at least be succinct. Ha! 0G it is. There's nothing more beautiful than seeing all those books. Technically, we already answered to you, but point taken. We should just check on her, make sure all is right. That ship's weapons are out. Yes. We'll be back when we convince Helgi to be a witness. Good chat. You got it. Hey, I'm not complaining. Orbit locked. Whoa, will you just look at that view. Never mind. You've been through a lot, and I'm sure you're just tired. It is a big step. You're not wrong. So, the hunting license was sponsored by Hephaestus after all. Weapons systems overloaded. It's offline. Don't be like that. I'm your friend. Sure, I've got a minute. I hope this isn't bringing back hard memories. I know mining is a dangerous life. You can tell me anything, you know. It's good to be home, right? Okay, scan me. I bet Mateo will soon tell me that the cosmic balance of me being in the right place at the right time was compensation. None taken. We don't care. Fine. You two have made your choice. The usual place? I didn't. You know, we could try his apartment again. There were a couple of containers there that were locked. Hopefully poking around in old records doesn't catch the attention of Hephaestus. Might want to get comfy. What a time to get interrupted, huh? I just can't understand how you let Ron Hope go for some money. After everything he did. You know, I should react with shock, but I kind of knew that already.
deep down inside. When you joined Constellation, I didn't know what to expect. That one is just lovely to look at, isn't it? Watch your air filtration system while we're here. And if it had been me instead of him, I would feel at peace knowing that he made it. Time for me to switch gears from romance to business again. Gotcha. I don't know how any of this could have happened here with Constellation without you. So, back to the lodge? Careful. This place was shuttered 20 years ago, but it might have new tenants now. The air here is, to be succinct, yikes! Granted, it's just a theory, but I venture anyone who experiences visions from touching an artifact is now connected to them. I wrote the book on them. The 10 Stages of Grief by A. Barrett. Step 1 used to be have a drink. But nowadays I settle on a good chocolate bar. Go on, Vasco. We're ready. Once Vasco and I found an aggressive robot farm. He hacked them all in seconds. It was beautiful. We have no reason to believe their claim just yet. Letting go. Is such a thing even possible? You saw this passage here, right? Seriously. I can go low-tech any old day. We just lost the jump drive. Please do. But the harm it can do in the wrong hands is beyond terrifying. I have a higher purpose now. That's all there is to it. If you get stuck in a current or anything weird grabs you, just flail wildly. Could do this all day long. Hey, be careful out there. Crimson Fleet. This is going to be unpleasant, as usual. You don't want to get dragged down in the gravity of my genius. I get it. Let me know if you change your mind. I take your point, though. We don't have a lot of control over the situation. We have the power, and we understand the significance. So the responsibility lands on us. We make great friends, in fact. It's okay, Dusty. It just feels like a shakedown to profit off of somebody's dumb mistake. Okay. There's gotta be an employee with a passcode around here somewhere. Tayo knows how to make stellar ships. Pun intended. No. Just no. These are all so neatly arranged. Maybe they just took a photo for their brochure? Does the phrase agree to disagree ring a bell? Okay, I'll give it one more shot. But do we have the right to turn another universe into our playground? You had the power to tell your friends the truth. And you chose not to. On it. No, maybe not. A long time ago, we were talking about putting our trust in Constellation. Sometimes the scanners can't read the deep water well, so, keep an eye out. This is, by far, the least productive part of my day. I'm glad you haven't changed your mind on working with others after all this. I don't even know for sure that it's a plant. Could be a fungus or something entirely different. Marvelous. You've captured my heart. Well, I've given it to you willingly, really. You add so much joy to my life every day. And to my dreams at night as well. I do. I'm sure she's aware, but I sent her everything we had about Helgi, the witness from the original case. Or it could be just the emergence of a powerful new faction or some sort of elite military tech. I could, but it doesn't feel right. You're part of the family now, and we take care of each other. Almost sounded like you enjoyed killing those men. I hope not. I wonder how the Starborn built these places. After everything he did? You're just going to kill him. Understood. Thanks, Captain. You got it. Whoa. This atmosphere's not safe. Highly caustic. Be careful. There's nothing you can say other than that. Are you kidding? This is the tip of a massive feat of engineering extending deep into Mars below us. Just wild. Did you see this? What do you think? You pretty much know everything I do now anyway. Not quite a smoking gun, but I need this moment in my mind. I need to be able to look back and remember what we had in our hearts right here, right now. Hello, right back at you. There's no rush. Vasco doesn't even know about this yet. So when you're ready, let's talk to him. I could say something goofy about magnetic bodies, but let's just skip it and get back to the ship together. You know the answer to that already. Please, ask me anything, love. Oh, you take me to the nicest places. Ha! That fun, huh? Not the most gentle push into the great mysteries of space, but hey, been there. No! Propulsion is gone. Damn it! I'm sorry. I don't think I signed up for this. I've experienced experienced solar storms, meteor showers, volcanic eruptions, but you, oh, are something else. So, just pick a spot on the star map and fire up the grav drive. Wonder how they found us. Walter, is that something you can figure out? Sounds like a you thing. Instead of waiting for a repair technician, how about we look for another way up there? Humans have been fighting monsters forever, but experience doesn't guarantee success. We'll meet in orbit above the buried temple. It'll all be settled there. If you all don't want to be helpful, I'm sure we can do something that'll get your attention. It wasn't our Andresia. But did you consider how traumatic it was for everyone else to watch that? My power feels so much weaker now. Our shields are working again. See? No big deal. Spacers. Good grief. Spacers. Wait. Ve Victus? The Ve Victus. You can't be serious. You've been down here all this time? You're just trying to get me to give up. They took out our grav drive. Great. And now it's just that much harder for no good reason. I've yet to really conduct extensive experimentation, but I do worry about the competition. Look at you out there showing off those mining skills. I had plans for Matsura, of course, but I appreciate the backup. Releasing ship from dock. Done. We are now free to move among the stars. My hypothesis is that the quantum locking required to sustain the connection is only possible in certain situations, but it's just a formality to me. It won't change how I feel about you already. There's something terrifying and impressive realizing just how inhospitable this world is to life. You know what? I'll throw in a bit too. It's a good cause, after all. You're gonna wear yourself out if you carry all this stuff. This isn't how you handle stress. This isn't right. Hard to believe this little tin can protects us from certain death constantly, without fail. So far, anyway. So romantic. I love it. I hope you never have to choose again. I'm ready to go to that Hephaestus mine when you are. It's times like this when you remember how easy it is for it all to go wrong before you know it. You know what's best for you. And I have to respect your choice. I've done this before, of course. And my love for Irvin will always be there. Well, I'll be. I'm guessing you found that in one of Irvin's old journals. Good work, detective. He was another member of Constellation. A brilliant scientist. It's times like this when it feels like we've really pushed the boundaries of humanity, you know? Plus, well, she's a lawyer. So that's handy. Maybe intent doesn't always matter, though. I will love you until the stars die and every atom loses structural cohesion. I am yours. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that love is another form of energy for humans. And we can tell. We hope that Ellie's case is going to make things a little better here, somehow. Anyway, let's go adventure while we wait on the cyber runner to get back to us. The coordinates should be on the Foundry computer. Typically, people are too detailed or too lazy to delete old records. Thank you for that. Adventure. Right. Let's get back to it then. Sure. But give me some time. I want to use it a bit more. See what its limits are. I just need some time with it. When a star goes nova, it can destroy everything nearby, or it can nourish a new era of planets and life and everything that goes with it. You know, I needed this. Exploring the galaxy with you by day, investigating the mysterious legal woes of my long-dead spouse by night. Masterful. She didn't deserve it. Direct hit to the weapons system. It's out. I'm thinking something impressionist. Softer edges, more plants. I wonder if Ellie has any pictures of old Gagarin in her office. I don't know. Sounds risky as hell. Ooh. Well, I'm pressing for details later. Considering everything they're up against, Aquila City has done well for itself. It's got the necessities and it's safe. That's impressive, if you know what I mean. Anyway, take your time. I don't think the offer expires. No idea. This isn't how the power works for me. I've never had a conversation with myself before. Listen, you risked your life to save me. I'm honestly a bit overwhelmed. But in the good, happy brain.exe is malfunctioning kind of way. Smells like sweat machines and pine. You're picking up pine too, right? Phew. I'll just let you handle all that, though, if you don't mind. And I need to remind the galaxy that Irvin Madani still matters. Hey, you. I'd love to talk with you when you have time. I just hope our lawyer is as confident. Engines are spinning up and holding power. A part of me worries that this will divide us further as a species. That's why Earth is uninhabitable. The artifact gave the scientists a greater understanding of time and space, but not the wisdom to see where that would lead. Well, look what we have here. A secret passage. Looks like it goes on for a ways, too. Agreed. Not worth it. I'm just glad I know, finally. Oh, I'm curious now, too. What's on your mind? Well, the only thing that matters to me is being with you. Our daring voyage on the oceans of space brings us here. Huh. Never a dull moment here. Many things in the universe thrill me. And then there's you. You're quite welcome. The vigilance indeed. So many of these fine folks join SysDef due to tragic circumstances. Robots. There's a recognizable pattern to their activity. Hey, I love you. Just had to say that. Stay safe! I wonder if we can find any more traces of whoever built them. It's been so long. How could we find anything like that? To hell with the both of you. How can you not have any idea why I'm mad right now? Just mind-boggling. That's the captain's rule. Don't worry. We'll survive. Somehow. You bet. Anytime you want to talk about us, know that I'm here for you just as you've been there for me. You always have a reason, even if it's just a gut feeling. Huh. Weird basement confirmed. Maybe this turns out for the best this way. But don't let down your guard. Shields are gone. This isn't good. Ha! I've done this 1,000 times. Lost the jump drive. No response. So, we were talking about commitment. It's a big step, I know. But I think I'm ready. Irvin's name is clear. Hephaestus is being investigated by the government, I think. But the truth is, I've been distracted. So it's nice to have you braving this new frontier in my place. Pun intended. Could you imagine if I just kept pulling other Barretts into existence? Forever? An entire universe full of me. Captain, I know you aren't that insecure, so stop joking around. This place looks quite abandoned. Probably for a good long while, too. But it's your move to make. I think it's pretty clear now there's a possible correlation between the visions and the powers. Maybe he left a passcode or something for this terminal in one of them. Shields are gone. Next one gets us in the gut. Not sure if I should laugh or cry. Ta-da! We need murderers and thieves as allies? What are you planning to do next? Seems like we can get the full hunting license from Town Hall. Well, we can do that, right? Looks like another Helium-3 facility that they just abandoned after it went dry. I guess. Only one way to find out, right? See, that's what I like about you, Matsura. Real Renaissance man. This is going to take a light touch, but I think we can handle it. You know, aside from the frightening populace and the gloomy aesthetic, this place isn't so bad. This isn't about me being upset. This is about your actions. Strange. Only that I am so glad that this job is over. I can't wait to get into my comfy shoes. We know everything about you. That is why your kind cannot have the artifact. Whether it's romantic or platonic, it can feed our minds with enthusiasm and bolster our heart with confidence. Thanks. I know, it's sort of my thing. Statistically, that's certainly accurate. But it's not that much of a comfort. Just give me this moment. We're literally about to perform the physics feat of all human history right here. And why not? The whole point of going out into the unknown is to keep an open mind. So, how do we do this? Ah, yes. Shuffle time. Let's see if we can even the load. No way. It's my ass if something goes wrong here. Target's engine is back online. Damn it! There's that little sad dot. No, absolutely not. That's not happening. I know Vasco will agree to officiate for us, but I just can't wait to ask him. Well, there was someone I was hoping to meet, but it looks like I'll need to actually go through it crossing universes for that to happen. And I gave the apartment to Ellie. She'll probably sell it and put the proceeds to her legal fund. Very well. I bet we could look up that application in the public records at Town Hall. Not sure what that does for us, but it's a lead. You know, I understand a desire to get away and rebuild yourselves. Makes perfect sense. But you made the decisions that needed to be made. That was all you. How many would have chosen Earth? And what gave Victor Isa the right to choose for them? Well, I trust you. And I'm glad the choice was yours and not mine. I love seeing stars, but not like that. If someone's storing something out here, it's probably worth checking out. We are here to stop you. We won't waver. Thank you. We're gonna need luck. Oh, that's a nice surprise. I get why you say that. I do. Sometimes it's just a coincidence. But sometimes it's a signal left by somebody deliberately. I keep wondering if that made it harder to save Sarah, too. I'm speechless. And that's saying something. No stand-up routine, Vasco? Well, we can work on that functionality later. Given the length of time needed to deploy the Achilles combined with the amount of time needed to hunt down all the Terramorphs? No way. Look at these old machines. Nobody does it like this anymore. We ignoring the obvious here? A heretofore unknown group who just happens to know about the artifacts. She's a smart kid, Sam. A really smart kid. Then that's it. It is what it is. Okay. What? You're serious? Fine. Whatever. The feedback loop of love will make us reverberate with amplified joy forever. Till next time, universe permitting, you can say that again. I care about what you just did and how it's going to come back at you. At us. It's not you, Captain. It's just been on my mind. I can't say why. Those farmers are gone. But you prevented the next group of people from suffering. These temples are such peculiar monuments. Jetpacks are the more traditional solution. Doesn't take much to become a smuggler. But it takes a lot to stay one. Spacers. Not organized, not really a group in any way I can fathom. Chaotic, really. Always got to respect the trailblazers and the ones who still keep the torch going. A lot of ships just aren't built to last. Freestar owned. We can take a breather if we want. The fragility and tenacity of life on any planet is truly astounding. Oh, shucks. Time to shine! I know, but nevertheless, enjoy. You seemed so skeptical of Constellation when we first started working together. It's good to hear you say that now. Home sweet home. Or bittersweet home, I suppose. Kind of seems like a big deal to me, but okay. Right. Just leave me out of it, right? I got planets to explore, not resumes to review. Price of a free society, I guess. We could poke around, see if anybody left anything. I think it's a long shot, though. All right. I will find and bring you an array of devices that may or may not serve your purpose. Sound good? Let's be clear. You killed her. Don't sugarcoat it. Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. So, this is it. We're actually getting married. You don't know how happy my heart is. So, Walter, that tip I gave you panned out, didn't it? Seems unnecessary, but hey, you do you. Well, point is, my story's probably a lot like yours. We dug a pit, found some really wonky readings, and followed them to the artifact. Gagarin is not big on employee safety, is it? On top of everything else we've done together and with Constellation, yeah, I think so. These have been some of the best adventures of my career. Some of the best days of my life, even. I really hope so. I know that mistakes happen. It just feels sloppy. It's been so long. I haven't scared you off yet, huh? Noted. I have 1,000 questions. But do the answers matter? Behold! The fortune. Maybe I like knowing no matter how far I run to the edges of space, someone is going to find their way back to me. Their grav drive is online again. The UC had to be in on it. There's no other possibility, is there? Ryujin's brand goes into everything they do. Even the plants in their corporate atrium. Hey, I'm just glad I get to see a space-time defying being for myself up close. Always knew those artifacts were something. Take it as feedback. If you can't, well,
maybe you can get some robotic replacements. I guess what I'm saying is there's a chance being in this situation would have crushed me. If it's about creds, you might earn a lot of brownie points with the locals if you helped with that. Points they'd spend at your bar. Remind me to run diagnostics on the ship later. It's way, way too cold. This is absurd. Securing the artifact here was worth a considerable effort. We also picked up a stellar new Constellation member that day. This would have stressed Irvin out to see these plants in such distress. Huh. Well, let's get these shutters open. Ah, sorry. Gotcha. Just look at that. Fascinating how life solves the same needs in comparable yet entirely different ways. Hasn't hurt so far. And by the way, you are my sunshine in this metaphor. I could start singing, but I'll spare you. We'll have to mark it in the Constellation history books so we don't forget it when the Turamorphs are finally gone. A better future? Huh. Once I heard Sam tell a wild story about Aquila City. Sounded like some sort of old-fashioned ancient frontier story. The guy clearly needed some help, not a body bag. Sometimes people design these places to be abandoned, so it's not always a bad sign. You know I cannot do that. Don't worry, Janet. We can be very persuasive. I'm sure I'll be able to negotiate a favorable outcome for you. Nothing wrong with honest work. Although, yes. See your point. And of course, ones like this one, where we do. Of course, at the end of the day, it's your choice. But I will say this, fascinating. This is strangely archaic, yet not. I have so many questions. The question is, did the military abandon this post out of fear or practicality?
Constellation needs that artifact, and you need to be the one who brings it to them.
Here, enjoy. Maybe, but we aren't going to surrender the way to the Unity easily. Hey, you tell Petrov his old buddy Barrett is here to see him. He'll want to talk to us right away. You take me to such nice places. Such a romantic. Hey, so I'm really enjoying our time together. Thought you should know. We're at the end, once again. The buried temple holds the final artifact. Here, I'll contribute to the fund. Wrong answer, buddy. If you're going to leave, I'll be barricading the door on your way out. Won't be able to let you back in for anything. Agreed, Ellie. And thanks for being our anchor in this. What? Unbelievable. I'm not going to be moping around waiting for you, you know. Predictive models tend to fail when you're dealing with the unknown. And possibly unknowns. Plural. I've got nothing against the bounty hustle as long as we all steer clear of each other. Andrasia! Yes, my love. Not now. That doesn't make sense. Find me on the ship later. I wish you didn't do that. Okay. You haven't steered me wrong yet, Captain. Sure. Our bodies are all we have, really. Humans are physical, which allows us to be social. I hate disturbing critter habitats like this, but sometimes it's unavoidable.
Hey, you're underselling my harrowing escape from certain doom here. A little charm goes a long way when the knives are out.
Look, I know everyone's probably overjoyed to see you, especially now that they had a moment where you might have been gone for good. Whoa there. You're not doing this for me, are you? You never have to impress me like this, but thank you. Hush! Oh, hey, this is Irvin's old apartment. While we're here, why don't we check it out? You are something else. You know that. Watch out! Their weapons are back online. Obviously. If you were ready to jump in right now, I would not be following you. I'm sorry to say. Let's see what we can find. Thanks for your time, Ellie. Okay. Awkward. I'll just wait. I guess. We never know how long our moment is. I don't know how all this works yet. But normally it seems like an echo and less of a visit from, well, myself. Not that we're keeping score, but I did find the first 3 artifacts. Sure, you brought the third one back, but I found it. Look out! Hey, Vasco, my friend, my pal, old buddy. Oh, bad choice. Right, sounds good. This is exactly what we signed up to do here. Ta-da! Tough times, I guess. I'm kidding, I guess. One time I found a spacesuit that had been infused with living flowers. Fit me like a glove. I think some pirate has it now. Oh, great. Their thrusters are getting full power again. Wait, what am I saying? Yes, I absolutely am. Bitterly cold. I hate it. Truly, I do. Oh, I've been ready. I haven't felt this certain about anything in my life before. Except fundamental laws of physics and math, obviously. When a settlement looks so peaceful and secure, it starts to become a target. I guess that's why New Atlantis and even Sidonia have as much security as they do. If you don't mind distracting the chief for a while, I can dig into the system and see if there's any clues. Thanks. I needed that. Can you scratch my back, too? Traditionally, people have preconceived notions of which hands should get power. And it's not always the hands of good people who worked hard for it. It's up to us to show them there's more out there. Now, I'm willing to risk everything for a shot at the unknown any day of any reality. Now, let's do this. On some planets, it takes a millennia for some cave formations to grow. On others, it can take days. I don't want to press our luck, so I'll just ask them to follow up on one thing. This view is worth the bajillion credits. I do, but I see all these starborn murdering and causing chaos. That's not who I am. See the light of the stars. Kinda. I mean, here's the thing. It's pretty exhausting in a way that's hard to describe. I'm sorry. I hope you found comfort and peace knowing that your path forward was of your own making and nobody else's. Can this wait? Or is it actually important? One time I found a spacer nest full of bioluminescent lice and fleas. It was like sparkly popcorn. I was wondering if this was going to happen. Perfect. Should really help whenever we need to send data back and forth from the lodge. Well, obviously you did it for Harvey. If we didn't take that case, he'd still be cooped up in that dungeon they call an apartment. Well, it left a lasting impression on me, I suppose. Oh, good! I was wondering when we'd get to this. Look at us, showing love and affection and not being at all awkward about it. Yeah, come on. Look at us. We're not maniacs. Pirates! Quick! Look broke. Brings back a lot of memories from that day, right? That's why I don't retread old ground when I can help it. That makes two of us. 3 if you count Harvey. And who wouldn't? He's practically family. So you're saying you can't trust anybody else? Gotcha. You don't scare me. Ha ha ha. But seriously, though, it sounds like you have something else that you want to ask. But you need reassurance to get there. If you need another sweet nothing, you know what to do. Nothing makes me happier to hear. Ah, you're awake. Let's get going, shall we? I already do, my friend. I promise. Pumping retros. Orbit achieved. Stabilizing. Done. Oh, sure. Ellie Yankton from Gagarin, the lawyer? She handled Irvin's case for us after we did our investigation. Those sites you saw before you passed out, they need to know. It could be the key to everything. You're in this now. Is that a note of concern? Look, are you just wasting my time or what? I suppose I could. But it's exhausting. I wouldn't have liked living in this metal box anyway. That just got our shields! Okay, we can do this, though. Being married won't change much for us in our daily adventures. But it means a lot in my heart. See, the way you say that is just weird. Yikes! Watch it! Hello? Love? Salvager, maybe? Looks like this just happened relatively recently. Would love to, but you are way too busy. Wrap things up and get back to me later. Out of range of the sensor array on Vectera. Would you keep up? Once we're outside the star system, the bandwidth goes from instant speed to effectively never. There's also that habitat dish Irvin set up for it, which gave it light and nutrients. Still, I'm not ruling out witchcraft. Astounding. It's a special kind of adhesive that makes you stick to old filing cabinets and manila envelopes. Okay, put on your raiding your ship faces. Let's go. Well, not many people would be able to live with the constraints of such an assignment. It's remarkable. Never underestimate a human's ability to create something even deadlier than before. Are you sure you want to get rid of that? No more quiz questions? Fine with me. Some people think of life as this delicate,
struggling thing. But as I see it, life itself is one of the toughest forces there is. Ah, this is Ellie's law office. Perfect. She said she would be expecting us. The galaxy is littered with the deaths of so many brilliant, wonderful stars. But if stars never went nova, then we wouldn't be who we are now. Sounds like we're on the same page. Vasco, we should ask them about their research. Scientists love that. It's whatever leaves an impression on you, right? Moments that define our lives, where our future diverged from our expectations. Well, the way I see it, you need what I'm offering more than I need what you're paying. Aw, you're sweet. You know that hearing you say those words means everything to me. After petty theft, we can explore space again, right? Oh, Tao Gourmet. They used to make fancy meats a long time ago. Real chewy, as I recall. No thanks needed. We're just doing what anybody would do. Oh, wow. Okay. This is happening. I'm used to the United Colonies, but I'm my own man. Please stop doing this. Let's get some medical help, okay? I'll be with you. I'm here for you. It would have been far better for my pockets had I just donated it to the city. But I'm glad I didn't. There may be clues there about his case. You got me there. It's a discovery class, which again is on brand when you're making so many new discoveries. I'd love to be your husband, but it does bring change with it. If you're truly ready, I assure you so am I. He had this plant that he named Harvey. Spiky, weird little plant. The Martian landscape sometimes feels more alien to me than planets in other systems that have never been explored. Must be the military presence. One example, huh? Come on, Walter. The two of you also helped a bit. Hey, so stop by later on and let's chat. It's been a while since I overwhelmed you with my charming personality. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter what's changed. If this is how you feel, then that's enough for me. And not in a, good way. Anyway, get out there and do what you need to do, Dusty. He took an ancient plant from a moon that had been ejected from its planetary orbit. United Colonies territory ahead. Time for a break? Okay, they can jump again. You're lost, Natan. Clearly your daughter's better off being far away from someone like you. I worked in a place like this before. Some fun experiments, but mostly paperwork. Commute was awful. Hey, you're up. Every day we have with each other is so precious to me. You're a kind person, Mateo. Aha! Open! The suspense is killing me. Hate me if you must. My path is clear to me. Don't have any other advice to add at the moment. Nobody sets up a creepy lab like this and produces the cure for headaches, Don't tell the others. But I was having a hard time focusing because of all this trial stuff. So thank you for helping with that. It seems like I should be the one asking you the questions about artifacts. But please, continue. One time I ran into a UC setup like this with Sam, and they questioned him for hours. Poor guy. And it's okay to feel good about that. Well, the offer never expires. I've been to so many worlds. Some look like this one, but every one of them had something unique. So because there's a lot of lives out there, it's okay to take a few, huh? You are done speaking? Fine. Keep your artifact. As Starborn, we will settle this later. These factories supply countless people all over the settled systems. Marvelous. Reminds me of the mine on Vectera. I feel the same pull, even if you can't break this system's security. This was a good attempt. I know that wasn't the plan I had in mind either. I'm shivering here. Should have checked in with you earlier. Exactly my point. Yes, but listen. Nobody will stand up against the mining corporations around here. They're scared. Weapons are active again. Let's do this. I'm already exhausted. In a way that's hard to describe. Not physically or mentally, but something else. I'd rather it just be a quiet moment. Me, you, and the lawyer. Just as society intended. It's not about second-guessing your choice. I don't know. I guess that's a good question for a lawyer. Seems like a waste to get rid of that. Aha! There's the good stuff. Ah, you. I'm listening. Mostly. It's a shame that journey ended with toil. But at least the ECS Constant folks are home now. It's such a shame. The technology, if used by decent people, could lead to so much good. Gagarin has seen some better days. We're heroic power twins. Lowly copycats. Each other's nemesis. Probably none of that. Probably. Fighting an astro-powered entity in our own home. Ha ha! That's one for the record. Whoa. Did you see this? I think you can get in there. I knew this would come back to bite us. I suppose I should just keep going and get it all out of my system. It'll do me some good. Of course. Hang on for a second, Vasco. I'll eat whatever you put in front of me, truth be told. But I have a warm place in my heart for spicy fungal stew. Every once in a while, I swear, you get this look. What's with that? Obfuscating the identities of the powered, of course. Which means we all get code names. Fun, right? Of course. I have room for that. Not many miners make such a dramatic career change. You ever miss it? I guess that's a reason why I feel comfortable in Constellation. Trust is foundational. I got the playoff game recorded. I can grab some chunks. It was a hell of... Without the vigilance, I'm sure the Crimson Fleet would have been the only game in town. We make a good team, don't we, Detective? Another mine? So soon? Sioga Syndicate outside of Neon. I wonder how that'll go for them. Sam, you two better have some good adventures to tell me about later on. Ship's being boarded! Brace! Yes. I will say no more. Which I appreciate, don't get me wrong. Having Helgi testify would have been nice, but we can't force him to do something he's not comfortable with. Okay, here's what I have. How much time do you have? Just kidding. Let's see, where to start? Whoa, yeah. If your map doesn't match up with reality, time to evacuate because something's wrong. Let me know if I should carry any of that. My, oh my, look at this place. And also keep an eye on those spacers. Damn right we are. I don't think so. Sounds like we discovered the mountain that she moved. Look, neither of these two are getting invited to the Constellation holiday party. But Ularu is demonstrably worse here. Right here, right now. Let's do this. I suspected you might be interested in a relationship. A couple of comments here and there made me pause. Made me smile. What's next? You're a leader. It's literally your job to figure out why people stop believing in you. Smugglers do not like surprises. Ask me how I know sometime. I'll show you the scar. Well, hey there, irate pirates. Looks like you finally did it. Boarded my ship, scrapped my bot, ripped those beautiful brown eyes out of my adorably cherubic face. We can wait no longer. Prepare yourselves for oblivion. You're out of your mind. No. Hard no. Sidonia is a living archaeology site, in a way. It was a foothold for humanity off of Earth during that critical time, and it carries that history with it to this day. Sounds like just another day in the office. We really should upgrade our safety standards. Excuse me? No. Don't ask again. His room used to be full of plants. The humidity was hard to get used to, even when these caves seem empty. Sometimes the bacteria is really wild. That's my thought, too. Who cares what we call each other? I can't imagine how hard it is to keep all that separate in your head. Just part of my process. Before we get back to everything, did you have anything else that you wanted to talk about? They're disorganized, petty, weird, and also deeply fascinating at the same time. Because they are just people. But no eyebrows? It was shocking. But when I found that artifact, I realized I had to get my house in order before I could move on. You're awfully quiet. I guess I can't blame you. But having yourself as your main conversation partner? That's a little narcissistic, don't you think? I guess that makes you a pirate of the Crimson Fleet. All that's left to do now is get yourself an eye patch and a parrot. Don't worry about it. At the next port, we'll go our separate ways. Just keep going! I know this is probably long done, but I heard his voice.
I can't just not look into it. If my artifact leads to a Power 2 someday, then we're going to need a secret handshake. You're right. But I'm confident Ellie's correct about the outcome. You've played your hand well, Jade. Using the Rangers to eliminate a rival. Very clever. No, my love. No.
And Hela's here. Will wonders never cease?
That's true. What's done is done. I'm glad you're willing to think of it as a mistake, at least. I guess we'll see. Anyone need a United Colonies pit stop? Might be the last safe place for a while. Who knows?
Well, okay, Vasco. As long as we don't die. That's one goal of several, just to be clear.
Well, for the record, I love you now, and I have for a long time. That's what I would say. I wonder what happened to the folks who built this. Hey, now, I do believe I gave you a very nice ship. Everything in the settled systems depends on minds like these. You did right by us all.
Hey, you're up. Perfect. We have so much to do, to see. Whoa there. Sustaining this connection requires a lot of concentration. Is this permanent?
From old Earth. Got the slate to prove it. They drive a pretty hard bargain for new recruits. I certainly couldn't say no. Bounty hunters. Huh. Figures. There's that weird look in your eyes again.
Okay. Go on.
The same way you saved me.
Closer?
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
Because that's a huge step. For both you and for me. A step that I've thought about myself.
Hey, you still sore about that? Engines blow up all the time.
Yeah, that might work better.
This thing might be full of weird bugs for all I know. I'm a little nervous too, though. It's okay.
You ready? I'll meet you there.
So we're dealing with self-absorbed fools. Why didn't you say so? We need to prove that Hephaestus told Irving to kill it. It wasn't Irving going rogue.
Well, I can see where this is headed.
Okay. So once a month or so, we like to have a movie night around here. You can pick the next movie if you want.
Interesting. Maybe we should get someone to check you out, just in case.
Okay. I'll stop with the puns. Guilty as charged. I don't know what the future holds, but I know I want to face it with you by my side. You're starting to make a lot of sense.
Nice place. Fancy, but not too overdone, obviously.
You're not worthy of the artifacts, and you never will be. If I got my power first, I might be able to do a lot more in Gagarin.
Careful. The low gravity gives a false sense of security. You can still fall and bust your equipment or twist something.
If nothing else, the court of public opinion is going to side with Irvin. If we lose, we could always leak the docs to SSNN. Sounds like we should chat about my own artifacts sometime. Don't worry. I think Ellie is a great choice for our officiant.
Nuh-uh. Spacers?
Fine. Ha! No need to thank me, Walter. Just slip a few credits under my pillow when you can. Stopping enemies before they can do harm. Maybe even helping people with neural damage. Right?
Ha! So traditional. My sweet spouse.
You know, I like it, and I'm proud to call you my captain. We have to get something explicit and incriminating. We need company records or key witness. That might be worth picking up.
Scanner's clear. We're fine. They're not. Ships separated. Engaging drive.
People are hurt on the eye. We gotta get there. You know more than most that they don't need a reason.
That's a hell of an understatement.
With the emphasis on the free part. Some kind of checkpoint ahead. Let's let them do their job so we can move along. What, you think you're the only one who can walk around in a cape and tights?
And don't you forget it.
Wow. This guy's a real piece of work. My partner in life, in love, in everything. To be joined with you gives me a constant in this ever-changing universe.
What a day.
Too easy. What if this is a trap and it's full of ice spiders and smells like rancid chunks?
Wow, we actually did it. Solved the case.
And hopefully cleared Irvin's name. It might seem like you can place a mine anywhere, but it depends on how minerals form and collect. And there's no pressure here. My love for you continues regardless of the label we put on ourselves. I don't know. We'll take care of her. I'm sure we will. We'll figure it out.
Perfect. Love it.
I sent that to our lawyer already. I asked her to confidentially review what we found. It goes right through that hole in the ceiling. Amazing. Or perhaps a good exercise regimen does wonders for the mood. Something much like yours, I suspect. A beginning, a regret, or a surprise. Believe me, that's the absolute last thing I want. I have the scars to prove it.
And when we discovered the multiverse was real, man, there were moments I was drowning in self-pity. Doesn't that make it hard to work together?
You know, we could go search his old apartment instead. He might have left something useful there. Yeah, but not here. Find me when we're back on the ship. Don't make me come looking for you. It could go through states of hibernation or draw moisture from the air the way epiphytic plants do. Exhilarating, isn't it? To be the first person to scan these things.
Thanks.
It's a pretty good property, all things considered. Just no windows. UC territory. Should be friendly. Relatively. That's asinine. Ecliptic isn't going to back down. But neither are we. Perfect. If we work together, we can distract anybody.
We're being boarded.
Anyway, we have a verdict. Know what that ship is made of? Neither do I. I'll meet you there. Be ready. Sam has been an unofficial ambassador of the Freestar Collective. Much to his chagrin. Rude. I almost didn't pick it up, but then I thought you might have a good use for it. Whew, glad I did. Ah, stop it. You're making me blush.
Irvin was only on Gagarin for a short time, but I know that's where we'll get our answers.
That's in the skills section of our resume, actually. If you do feel like talking anytime, let me know. Here comes the butt. Love it. I could listen to you all day long. I'm trying to look at this as an isolated incident. I am. It's hard, though. This isn't just some minor thing. I feel like Irvin would have wanted me to at least look at their research. See if we can salvage any of their last work. Bad is an understatement. And I know this goes against your code of ethics. Maybe we can study it. Fair. But it will take a long time to get any actionable results. Look, I love meat like a lot of folks, but feels like we could have figured out something more humane by now. But when it comes to these temples, I appreciate their whole presentation. The grandeur, the mystery, the power. As long as your grief doesn't cause more grief for yourself or anybody else, it's okay. We can make room for that. Sure. No, he was frustrated and angry. He said they were going to destroy his name. I love tours. Oh, good. You're still alive. Their soul. Our first son. No matter how many star systems I visit, soul always feels like home. Hey, let's not stick around the lodge too long. We should get out there. Look, I'd like to help, but you were saying you had a chance to look over the documents? Freestar everywhere. That's a relief. You are going to regret this for the rest of your days, you sick bastard. The worst thing about fighting robots is that they get pretty predictable. Low gravity. Hard not to want to dance, right? It would be like ice dancing, but in the air. We're going to need a way to find them again, or lure them. This will be a piece of cake. Also, if you happen to see any cake, you know what to do. A whole new species. All over the galaxy. Yeah, this is going to go great. The me that's standing here now, he wants to live in this universe. For as long as it takes. With you, having all those people depending on me, I don't think I'd sleep at night. I've seen more of this galaxy than most folks, but that will always be impressive. Being with you makes everything a little brighter, a little louder, and a little more wonderful. You've enhanced my entire view of life. Comms are busted. At least I think that's it. I hope I have not made a mistake in trusting you again. Well, we already did some questionable things for this tree before. No harm doing it again. Done. Now what?
Our love is the focal point of our orbiting bodies. We can dance like this until the lights go out. Maybe another time, right? I thought I'd miss being the captain of this ship. But you do it so well. Maybe it's not so far-fetched. Just look at all those airborne hazard warnings. Well, helmet stays on. Engines powering. Feel free to show off now, Captain. I wonder if these smugglers have heard of me. Probably not going to get a chance to ask. Monsieur the Grim? Honestly, a pretty nice guy as far as pirates go. And here I was hoping they'd be happy to see us. I don't have the stomach to bet if somebody survives the Red Mile, personally. To each their own. He sent me the coordinates for the temple already. We just have to visit. Hey, you. Perfect. Essentially perfect. You. Time to park this buggy. Well, let's continue this beautiful friendship. Shall we? Same thing. Mathis, can you focus, buddy? We're stuck in prison. The Delgado stuff can wait. So I was thinking about our relationship and what it means in a multiversal reality. You know where she should be, right, Vlad? Found some goodies over here. I don't know what to say. I'd rather drown in seriousness than give up in laughter. Sure, different is technically appropriate as a descriptor, but it wouldn't be my first choice. I trust you. I know there's a lot going on, but all I can think about is our wedding. There are so many possibilities, so many potentials. But how much of it matters here and now? We've entered Red Devil's territory, it seems. Evidence, check. Expert witness, double check. Now all that's left to do is give Ellie the good news. Weapons are online again. We're back in this fight. I felt like I was falling slowly in low gravity, just flailing and waiting, wondering how hard the landing would feel when I got to it. Thanks for the chat, but I'm allowed to be human. To love someone else, to be happy. Planned this out real good, didn't you, Jade? The Freestar Rangers do the dirty work, and you get rid of a rival. You can go now. Did he have any sense of shame for what he had done? I don't think so. All good. Let's get back to exploring this great galaxy of ours, shall we? Had a chance to rethink your actions since then, I hope. Or due to the lack of a biosphere, we are simply carried away by space and time until we sizzle in a distant sun's corona or get pulled in some gravitational field and coalesce with other debris. Use that to your advantage. You've made your choice. When you're ready, the hunter and I will be at the buried temple. That's where we'll settle things. This place hasn't been used in a while, judging from the rust on that thing. I'm so happy to hear you say that. Now, let's get back to exploring this beautiful galaxy together. I'm glad you listened to enough of what Chief Engineer Kakarni said to make the right choice. Excited, nervous, queasy. It's hard to really capture with words, but those will do for now. You're coming with me to Constellation. You're part of this now. Why stop at emotional satisfaction when we can indulge in the culinary too? I'm sorry it's come to this. Nice. Scanned data can be fairly valuable. It's easy to get caught up in the pros, especially when the bright side of the internal neural app is blinding. Being born in the right time, the right place, so much is beyond our control. Exactly. The factions need to remember that we're all just people trying to live good lives. Once I ran across a lab experimenting on massive flowers. Don't know why, but it smelled amazing. By the tone of your voice, I'm gathering some things in our lives might be a bit different. That's why I'm still with Constellation all these years later. I trust them as individuals, and I trust them as a team, and I trust you. So please, continue. Oh, I see. Watch out, spacers. See, this is why I signed up with Constellation. This moment right here. I am. Imagine what this thing could have done for humanity other than murder. Yannick, buddy, you really need to think things through. This isn't a game. If you want to head to Gagarin now, I'm ready. Just so you know. Not really. All I know is that it's a Hephaestus mine from 20 years ago, somewhere on Gagarin. It's fun. There's a lot less paperwork in Constellation. It's the kind of thing that most of us can't forget. Not sure how you could. Listen, just Whenever you want to talk about it seriously, just let me know. And you did just that. Technically, there are several natural geologic phenomena that can stimulate the blood effect.
Free Star Collective territory. Good place to take a break.
You're not wrong. I miss the wonder of it all.
You don't need to tell us. We just figured it would be better to ask you directly than to take a second-hand account of your words.
The more you understand, the more damage you will do.
The gravity here is intense. We need to go slow. Take it easy.
Well, if it was Irvin, I do want to understand that. Because I just can't believe it.
I'll check back with you later, if you want. Space is so hostile to humanity already, and you made it just a little bit safer for everybody.
And those paths do not include being murderers, damn it. All of the other artifacts need to be gathered before the final one will reveal itself. Somewhere isolated if possible. Somewhere with no distractions. I wish we could have worked with House Varun to address the zealots.
There is a temple for every artifact. You should find as many as you can. You'll need their power.
Ha! I'd run too. Come back!
Okay, point made, Andreja.
Oh, hello, you. I hope you dreamed of me. I certainly dreamed of you.
Was that really necessary? Did it make you feel better? I swear, I can't take you anywhere. No, it's not that simple. That age-old dilemma. Is the facility in the crater to keep something out or keep something in?
You need some company? I'm sure the others can manage to fix up the eye without us.
Yes, it's for you. I kept the cooler stuff. Bravo, Captain. Bravo. Yeah, even so, I don't see how we can't do this. I really don't see another option.
There's the Foundry computer. Use that admin passcode and see if you can search the database.
Well, I guess I'd say it's about damn time. I haven't even thought about any of this for years. They're reliable is, I think, what you're trying to say.
Damn. That's beyond messed up.
You know I'm coming from a place of love, too.
Dang. I was not prepared for that. I really wasn't. What's on your mind, my captain?
Think it's been drifting like this for a while? Well, hang on there. We haven't even started to negotiate yet.
But I think you make a good point. To know love is to appreciate it. And hold on to it.
Hey, Victus, the war criminal, alive and well.
Okay, good. You got it.
I hope you updated your look for yourself. Don't change for anyone else.
I wonder what Ellie thinks about Irvin's case.
Oh, I hope we have a chance.
What's new?
Oh, he knows how to navigate archived and redacted legal documents, so he'll look for anything to do with Irvin on Gagarin. It was amazing, though. Most bounty hunters are bullies, but some are also idiots. See, this is why I never went into business. I like my brain the way it is.
What? No welcome committee? The Crimson Fleet needs better marketing.
That's right. We can't know the consequences of the choices we never made, and anything beyond that is imagination alone.
Well, I can work with that. Detective Barrett at your service.
Deimos is more than a story yard. It's a symbol of the UC. When House Varun thinks you've gone too far, it might be time to reel it in.
So the building and the artifact were both emitting the same vibrational patterns.
Yes, of course it's for you. I hope you're kinder to the next universe you enter. We should all focus on catching up with each other. I'd love to know more about your journey, your history, everything. Who was a no-show too?
Then Hephaestus won by default.
Sam, buddy. Cora borrowed some of my things without asking. You wanted me to tell you if it happened again. Look at this happy bunch of friendly townsfolk. Howdy, everybody. Hope all is well. I admit, the thought of us trying to kill each other pains me.
Well, that was fun. I suspect we should do as the lady asks. Still, as shamans and fortune cookies are wont to say, there may be another way.
Absolutely. The positive feedback loop is essential for shaping us into who we want to be. Whew. Taking on Hephaestus isn't going to be easy. And I say this as someone who's fought the Crimson Fleet. See, that's the creepy stuff I'm talking about. I know now isn't the best time, but I need to talk with you later. Sometimes it feels like you've always been a part of Constellation. I can't explain why. More than one temple.
Hey, at least we know if this one doesn't work out, we have backup options. I'll think about it. I don't even like coffee. That's definitely wise and absolutely why I'm glad I asked you. I take it you were going to give my naive friend here an earful about God either way. Restoring power to the grav jump. Done. Looks like our weapons are ready. I bet she loves her job. Most things do. Welcome back. Are you a new person or what? That's what they promised. Mapping a cave system is a lot harder than you'd expect. That's one way to put it. That's kind of you to ask. People used to say that we were polar opposites. He was quiet and shy, they said. But that wasn't true. The unity will change you. I hope it will be for the better. Kinda. I had a mountain of back taxes to pay, and utilities, and repairs. Liftoff initiated, Captain. Time to venture into that beautiful sky. Last time I got married, it was full of joy. We had a beautiful life, but then I only had beautiful memories. The joy flipped to despair. Hello? Anybody home? Got a vacuum for sale here. Guaranteed to take your breath away. Go, before I change my mind. Every once in a while you find a survivor on a ship like that. They're usually in a bad way. My contact sent a gift. I'd rather see an empty old military base than one preparing for war. What? When surrounded by enablers, abusers feel empowered. The evidence we found so far is compelling. But let's cross-reference it with the other terminals just to be sure. Didn't really take much away from this experience, did you? What a waste of time. I must be missing something. Why would someone build a house here? The view? For now, I just need to use this power a bit and digest what all has happened. I can't imagine how many idiots had to sign off on such a reckless act. But then I look at how soft you can be and still manage to stand up to the bad guys, and I think, let's change the paradigm. Guess a little time to get our heads straight wouldn't hurt. But you know where I'll want to be when everyone's ready. Front and center. Ecliptic is a group of hot-headed idiots with too much money and ego. I knew a place like this had to exist. I just never thought I'd actually be in it. All I'm saying is that I consider it a win if I can talk my way out of a fight, outwit my opponent. But sometimes it just feels like you know what's going to happen. I'm glad you've got a better compass. Let's go. Do you need something? Marvelous. They actually wrote that down. Classic. I love you too, you know. Thank you. That helps so much. Another example of humans adapting to utilize new environments to their fullest potential. Love it. Ship's ready. Pick a star. Any star. If you have time, I'm almost done here. Watching you make stuff is kind of relaxing. Is that weird? I hope not, if you insist. Hey! You there. Say it with gusto. Put your lungs into it. Our distance from you is the whole point. We interfere now because we must. Is there anything left to discover in this universe now that I've found your glorious love? Will you look at the time? Wish we could help you out with all that paperwork, but we have an emergency hair appointment and left the oven on in the ship, so you know how it is. How could you not? You know already. Our loved ones exist in our lives for a set place and a set time. There's no going back. Anything else is a terrible lie. Now, given his situation, we're worried the defense might cast aspersions on his character, even question his mental health. Why skip the fun part? I want to settle things on Gagarin. I really do. That's corporate speak for I don't want any blowback, but this should prove everything. I'm sure they're not all like that. Well, okay. But only because you asked so nicely. They had a museum, but this whole place is a museum now. Anyway, looks like an exit at the end of the hall. So we can't exactly correlate age with that. But it is an interesting observation. I already approximately love it. Hello? Trick or treat, smell my feet, give me something good to eat. Guess it's just us. But I don't know if Ryujin would be the one to get it there. But please, learn from this.
We have a universe to explore, and I'd like to do that with you. But do this again, and I'll have to reconsider. Let's try to get into that safe. Looks like it's wired through the security system. I only hope the new one we're building is just as salty as the last one. Rise and shine, or just rise and be yourself however you are. Which is, by the way, amazing. Sorry, my friend, but no. What a brilliant strategy. Hey, if you have time, I've been thinking about some things. Wanted to talk to you about it. Yes, Captain? Yes? It seems safer for everyone. And I love you. You know, I think everything we've discovered helped me conceptualize all this loss. I can tell you know exactly what you're doing. Wow. I can imagine Irvin's giant goofy grin if he saw this place. He'd probably wander right off into the foliage without a second thought. You still need another hand getting those artifacts. Just say the word. See that huge shield? It's part of the power system. Lightning provides a substantial amount of Neon's energy. I have also found that advice is a poor substitute for experience. I ask you again, go to Earth's moon. You want me to give up? Like Aquilus? Fascinate me. No shields! Be careful! You know, if there's one piece of advice I can actually give you, it's that lost loved ones have a way of coming back to you. There are different mining techniques depending on strata composition, tectonic stability, and also whether the workers are human or robotic. You're joking, right? Looks like a structural collapse of the underlying strata. Typical of karst topography. Still doesn't feel good and doesn't look all that good for Constellation either. Love it. One love, two lives, and hopefully many more years. I do not always know if you are a person I should be helping. Forgive me. I just figured she'd like to set the record straight. That's why I'm doing all this too. But it all comes back to this. We don't know what will happen if you enter the Unity. We shouldn't linger here. This place will eat us alive. Literally. Simple. Love it. Looking for something? Looks like everybody evacuated fast. Take this. Enjoy. Can't risk somebody taking home a cute little souvenir that then destroys humanity down the road. Bet they made enough helium-3 from that collector to buy a place on Paradiso. Sorry, I mean Palace. That was kind of you. There it is, I knew it. Pirates are so predictable. I did not want this for either of us, my old friend. Oh yeah? Clear my schedule. The target's weapon system is back online. Great. So what's the verdict? In this case, I'd say spoilers are appreciated. For your sake? I hope he is. So I'd love for this one to be small and quiet. You know? Worth picking up? Oh, I see what's going on here. It's hard to compete with me by your side. We'll split up and compare notes later. Last one to space is a rotten prasada berry. You cannot walk away. This ends here. I like the unknown when it comes to exploring, not when it comes to my body. Your moral grandstanding is hollow, as is your position. Make up your mind, or we will act. You're serious, aren't you? He is here. Be on your guard. That's not a very funny joke, but I get it. Sometimes when I'm nervous, I make bad jokes too. Is that what you think? Thruster systems aren't available at all. Crimson Fleet are here. Please tell me you've paid your dues. If this doesn't work, we're back to square one, I think. And to think the first artifact was taking up dust on the library shelf. Now look at them all. There's always a final artifact in a specific temple. The hunter and I agreed that whoever you sided with, the other would wait there. The Crimson Fleet is what it is because of the UC. Not saying I sympathize, but it's complicated. Good to see you joined up. You're part of something bigger now. Hope the Lodge is turning into a second home. Not anymore. It's true. I may have had a pricey trinket or two when I evaded your sorry asses at Kumazi, but brother had to buy fuel. You have no idea what you're looking for, do you? Folks here may seem strange and menacing, but they're just regular folks like us, who happen to be strange and menacing. Well, I was hiding it from everyone, including myself. Was that supposed to be funny? Maybe part of my mind is trying to remind me of that. Focus! Be ready for more. Once his power is exhausted, he will fall.
Such dexterity. Nice. Ellie, you wound me. I've always considered us friends.
Crimson Fleet, get ready to do the secret handshake.
And thanks to your time at Argos, you've got marketable skills to fall back on once we're done discovering the secrets of the universe.
I'm kicking myself here. Seriously. Yeah, no, something's not right here, clearly.
Bayou, killing her will make you seem scared. Weak. Not a good look, my friend.
All right. What else do you want to discuss?
Neon is nothing if not fishy.
At first I thought, wouldn't it be amazing to be able to pull thousands, millions of me's from nowhere? But no, it's not amazing. I'd never be unique. Be just me. Does that make sense? Finally. I was wondering how long this was going to drag on. Talk about awkward.
My pleasure.
I didn't know how much that was needed until just now. But when you're ready, I'm here.
Ha! Been there.
So you were just saying that the evidence we found is awesome, and we can party now, right?
Glad I could be of some help. No big deal, right?
You know what? I'll match that. Well, the syndicate seems fairly well financed somehow. We can't assume the Starborn have our best interest at heart.
An extra-dimensional being in Constellation? Marvelous.
Still has that new factory smell, doesn't it?
That's right, Walter. He's just stopping by for a chat and a pot of coffee.
I could have, but I'm glad I didn't.
I...
Got a minute to chat? Maybe a few minutes. Probably not hours, though. But no guarantees.
Must have been hard to decide what to do with all those credits.
Crimson Fleet. Is today Pirate Day already?
Hello, Captain.
You really think you'll make it to retirement before this place eats you up, huh? I don't generally like owing favors, but in this case, it might be worth it. I wonder how many people would leave here given the chance. Go somewhere more hospitable, a bit safer. I bet someone makes it hard for them to leave. Think about how tenacious life must be to cling to planets like this. Even humans would struggle. I know. Pretty nice to take a load off for a bit, huh?
Well, maybe you can use this situation to turn your brother into a more useful, asset, Bayou.
Anyone here? We're just ship inspectors, here to inspect your ship. Without guns. I don't know. It changed you in some way that we don't fully understand. I don't even know what to say, except, wow. I just have so many questions. We don't have to include anybody else, but just being there means a lot.
Some of our stories are a bit weirder than others, you gotta admit.
When humanity left Earth, I bet most of them were worried we'd never find another planet like it again. I wonder how they felt when they landed on Jemison. Have you ever tried communication? I heard it's all the rage these days. This is a lot. Both of you were able to get through to me, though. I was lucky. Be careful. These places aren't built for tourists. One of the worst battles from the colony wars took place here. It'll probably look like this for a long time.
Gotta... Hold on. Hold on.
Also, well... So I gave Helgi a bit of money. Enough to leave Gagarin if he wanted, just in case. So Ellie contacted me about the case. Oh, he's not so simple, actually. He wanted me to work on a social ritual algorithm with him. Believe it or not, this is a dream come true. I'm staying out of this one. Vasco, can you repeat what you just said?
That ship restored power to their weapons. Be careful.
Want to check out that elevator? It's for the best that we shift topics from empathy to something Issa knows more about. Well, it's got some amenities and protections, but not as much enforcement. A good balance for some, but I'm sure you can understand my angst here. He's a fascinating friend. Same. I've paid my dues. You get how that's murder, right? Like 10 murders. And you do get that murder is wrong, right? What you could use, Ellie, is a vacation. Have you ever been off this planet? Mining operations are often set up to extract specific amounts of ore along a specific trade route. We named her after Aja, my mentor. She died in the crossfire between the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective decades ago.
None for me, thanks. But I think it's okay in this case. We've already proven Irvin's innocence, and I trust Ellie to explain it. You could be a little bit more supportive. Save it for the holiday party, Walter. Hey, it's okay to second-guess yourself sometimes, but this isn't the time. Are you seriously breaking up with me while we're planning our wedding ceremony? Hey, I need to talk with you, so stop avoiding me. Clear your schedule or whatever. This thing could be the key to who even knows what. So in this message, Irvin said he was being framed. Everything looks exactly as we left it, right? Right. I think you may be right. Don't let those experiences define who you are. The proof is in this plant, with an assist from this self-sustaining habitat dish. So, is it time for cake yet? I never knew if I could feel this way again, but I do. Well, you didn't need to worry too much. Matsura the Grim here is actually a wonderful host. Hey, pilot, could you move your arm a little bit to the left? I can't make out the console. This was a tragedy, but it was not your doing. Whoa, looks like they left a lot of stuff intact when they shuttered this place. Low gravity like this can make you feel almost carefree. But try to maintain safety protocols. Nice! They just lost their grav drive. Well, there's probably some possible universes where I say no right here, and you go on your way without me. But that's not this universe. Engines are down. Not getting any power. Looks like you found something. We've beaten some of his allies, but the hunter himself seems to have retreated to the temple. Let's take this to the ground. Not like this. Don't worry. We'll send them a hot tip about some loser that's stuck in here. If you're trying to impress me, first of all, nice. Second of all, don't die. Hey now, what was that about? Find anything helpful to the case, Captain? So this is it. I'm upgraded. Then what happened? I heard you did some stuff and then you changed. Right. I've been wandering the galaxy, waiting to hear those words. Of course. Ask away. No way I'd want to be in your shoes, Mr. Hope. Huh. Well, this isn't that bad, right? But it's not your life, is it? You already had that. A reputation already? I'm impressed. It could have easily gone sideways, but you kept it together. Bravo. Looks clear. Initiating landing sequence. Ranger Armistead. How have you been? Look, if this is a are we doing this or not talk, then stop right there. We're doing this. The multiverse waits for no one. Just don't get me killed in an office. I didn't become a planetary explorer to die in a meeting. You have the hard-boiled detective who's seen it all, and the optimistic assistant who wants to save the world. Yes, I forgot. Helping one's own community will destroy everything they ever worked for. Obviously. I know we're not the same people we met in our universes. Still, it's good to see you again, old friend. I wasn't going to say anything. You certainly did. You fell asleep while I was telling you about that time Yeah, never mind. It's okay. I love your sleepy face. You might lose yourself or become a two-headed space shark. There are too many variables. You killed her, and you didn't even let her speak? Just couldn't stay away, right? I get it all the time. Those machines are truly amazing, aren't they? We can't clearly communicate, and I'm not even sure what he's aware of. Oh, he must have been miserable. No wonder he wrote so much. That's all we can do, right? Put effort into something and hope for the best. Good to see you, Detective. Crew preparation area. I can't imagine how tense and chaotic it must have been. Want to find people? Look for the pile of junk. Never fails. I don't know if I trust either of them. But the hunter is probably easier to predict. We'll have to check our suits for leaks when we get out of this caustic air. Just look at this place. Unbelievable. Yes, you have proven your strength, if not your wisdom. That thing takes away autonomy by design. The science is intriguing, but the risks are terrifying. Let's clean this place up. Let's talk. When you have time, of course. Anyway, not that I care a ton about the internal politics of some ethically dubious megacorp, but reputation is pretty important for people who work with smugglers. My heart is racing.
This is an adventure in itself, isn't it? I don't need to tell you to press the button, right? Right. I don't know if you're ready to talk or if you need 20 years to get to that point, or if you never want to talk about it again. You feel it a bit, can't you? Ever since I found the second one, had the visions. Being around them is just comforting. Thank you. Don't like that. If you want to explore this cave, let's keep an eye out for mineral deposits. The attention to detail is astounding. Yes, stay here. Keeping the artifacts out of the Starborn's hands is all that matters now. The Lodge. It'll always remind me of Irvin. That used to only make me sad, but now it's a memory of love and peace. See, I'd rather just ask them for it personally. Okay, no. Don't get ahead of yourself. You convince Matsura to let me go, and we'll be on our way. I guess I'm still technically borrowing it from Constellation, even if I have no intention of actually giving it back. No. I don't think so. I'm a detective, after all. Sometimes I think that man loved his plants more than he loved me. Oh, come on. You fell for the hunter's act? How? But I know he believed them because he was such an optimist. And it's hard to be an optimist in actuality. Squeak! But once I get back into academic mode, I'll be writing a paper that will suggest the connection is valid. Sorry to report that the target's weapons are back. I think it just might now. I just worry about what else it'll take with it. He's Barrett. I'm Barrett. Other than that mind-bending fact, there's really not that much to it. Don't you worry, old man. I've got the deputies back. I wonder if Sioka detected us yet. Part of me can't believe this is happening. And another part of me can't believe we didn't do this forever ago. What'd you make me? Just because people die doesn't mean we forget any of it. There's gotta be a paper trail, right? Yes, but we need to talk to Helge first. Having two experts agree on a path is comforting. I hope it wasn't anything I did. Reminds me of the time I'll save it. For now. They're just following the loot, like pirates do. And I have something of a reputation as a loot collector. You're choosing nothing but betrayal. Deceit. We can't manage all this stuff. Can we take a moment to sort through it? For once, he's right. Don't do this. We can collect the final pieces together. No. No, maybe I don't. You are serious. I can tell. Now check that out. The room seems to notice we're here. Like it's watching us. I hope you're right. I'm just glad it was still here. 20 years is a long time for propellant combustion to linger, even figuratively. Breathe in that technically suitable air. You know what it used to look like, right? It must have been beautiful. I mean, I'm not saying I want to build my dream home here, but those outcrops are really quite nice. Mechs could have been good for society, but they ended up being perfect for destroying it. Sounds like what old Benjamin needs is a good punch in the nose. You did what any of us would have done in your place, and you're not wrong. I'm beyond ready, Dusty. I want to hear one of my stories. Or do you have one to tell me? Let me know if there's anything else. I've got adventures of my own anyway, so yeah. That's what I'll be doing until you come back to me. Target shields are back online. You're twisting what I mean. Probably much more than that if he had his way. What in the... Who in the... Yes, Barrett sent me a copy of it. This is critical evidence. I'm impressed that you were able to find this. I admit, I'm worried about how this will go. But I loved who I was when we were together. Stable orbit achieved. We could stay here forever. Well, for a while anyway. Looks like all the hard work is already done here. What in the universe is the matter with you? Mateo, I mean this sincerely, my friend. I don't think I need more information to understand the gist. You know what? I'm 100% on board. Not every day you get to meet someone who already knows everything about you. Ours now. Yes, some of them do. And if we're lucky, they change us for the better. That right there. Did you get it? I think the decent thing to do is give Juno the benefit of the doubt. Doesn't cost us a thing. I wonder how different things would have been for humanity if Mars didn't exist. That first step away from Earth and the moon would have been so much harder. Okay, I got an idea. That terminal probably has reports on persons of interest. Landing site is sufficient. Taking the ship down. But that's what regular people do every day of the year. If you can't talk openly about this with me, then yeah. We aren't ready for marriage right now. Being pulled through the barrier. This is probably it, friends. Shame we couldn't have safer mix. The technology could have been... It was horrific. Feels like a long time ago, doesn't it? Trust me. I know, but we cleared his name on Gagarin. He will never be remembered as some giant planetary villain. It doesn't matter which one. I've been in some doozies, but I still have nightmares about the zealot that nearly took me down. How about no? Can I say no? No. I can't tell you how overjoyed I am with what happened. Just take my cred stick already. It's a machine designed to exploit human nature to eke out a couple of extra credits than last time. Anyway, let's just move on. We have stuff to do. I think I'm ready to get my power. I don't know what came over me, but I feel ready. No. That was never why. That's not happening. I need you to explain yourself. Now. Well, we've got good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Anything that gets us closer to more artifacts is a good idea in my book. Precisely. And as a tech person, you also know that style of encryption was prone to error and rarely used outside of academia. Perfect. Whoa, the stores here are right on top of us. I don't think I'm just browsing will work as an excuse. You know exactly what to say to make me smile, don't you? Yes. Hello there, Dusty. Doesn't matter what I wanted. If you like swimming, I happen to know a quiet little world where you and I can go skinny dipping in some relaxing geothermal ponds. And our engines went offline. Great. Look who's up. Adventure and romance may now resume. I just didn't expect it, and I normally have a good idea about what you're planning. Well, that watch I gave you must be broken. I don't think it's that time at all. Weird. That's the first thing you've said that wasn't entirely obnoxious. Tell me you scanned that one. Got anything else you need to talk about before we depart? Yes, Captain. Looks like old Vlad needs some more help. But if you want to take me on this new mission of yours, how did you know where I needed to go? I didn't know we needed one of those. But right on. Hello, Cora. What are you reading these days? That's fair. Too many unsettled variables to predict how this will turn out. We should talk to Ellie Yankton. She's a lawyer here. She wants to help us clear Irvin's name. Everybody runs into problems that are too big for themselves eventually, though. If we abandon our mission now, we're giving up on Constellation 2. But I'm not sure I want to use it until I know more. Sorry, I'm a little hungry. Likewise, Matsura. Good luck with all the, pirating. What was the motive from the original trial? Even in New Atlantis, we have people just barely making it by. We've got a long way to go to reach Utopia. What? No. I suppose my sentiment for you remains, even after all the universes I've crossed. Well, if that's all it is, then by all means, continue. I can speak for myself. And who wouldn't want to be a part of infinity? Even if it's just for a short while. Well, I can't say I feel too bad about you killing someone who kidnapped me and probably murdered a lot of people. But I'm here if you want to talk. Ryujin sure invested a lot into this building. And in Neon. Science nerds. My people. Oh, and I'll settle that bill for the Petit Fours. Don't even worry about that. Hey, look at that. Grab Drive's back online. Weird to be back here already. I mean, before you and I were working together. It feels so long ago now. If this thing can be used to control one person, imagine what Ryujin will do with it. Bam! Done! You know what? You might be... Wait, no. What am I saying? It'll heal. Of course. What else do you want to talk about? Just a slate related to Harvey and some botany lectures. I'll take a deeper dive later. It's spacers. I try to avoid them. They don't listen to reason. On Bendy? No, wait. It was Kazal.
I can feel Lynn's admonishing stare boring a hole in my back. While everyone else is busy playing politics, we're the ones braving the unknown, charting the vastness of space. Look at this place. Perfect shelter. It's easy to forget how marvelous life on other planets truly is. There's gotta be a control room for these robots somewhere. Isn't it marvelous? Ah, hello, ship. This place needs more decorations, don't you think? And in one instant, the stars are rearranged. And we are here. Bumped into a fellow in Paradiso. He was there on vacation. I was running a lead. We got to talking. Turns out he's got connections. I guess I do too. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a mundane, law-abiding day ahead of us. Ha! I'm too good at this! Sam once got in a tangle with zealots too. It was real close, if that tells you anything. You make me feel so loved. Oh, yes. Hello. I needed to hear your voice right now. Their thrusters are fixed. That's annoying. Weapons restored. We can handle this. This isn't good for you, you know. Check your gear before we move. Somewhere we've never stepped foot on before. It's been a long time since I have laughed. But You aren't wrong. No, wait. I want to hear this. We have working engines again. There go our thrusters. This is okay. We can do this. When all this is over, I think I might sleep for a week. Looks like water from the oasis comes down through the filtration system here. Lucky plants. Even the quaintest little places have their own fascinating stories. Some say they're demons. Others claim they're a witch's curse or a ghost's revenge. Done. Looks like bounty hunters have been using this place for a while. Let's see. I told you about Constellation, the war, and Irvin. Was there anything else you wanted to ask me? So, I've been pondering over what's happened and what it all means. Imagine if they hadn't been able to convince people to invest this much. I wonder if humanity would still be here. Well, they don't need it now. Cydonia is home to some hard-working folks for sure. But if you don't follow an expected prescribed path, then it's a hard place to call home. Let's get back to Ellie. She'll want to know how this went. It's just that they help us appreciate the odd, swirly-whirly concoction that made our relationship whole. I will personally guarantee your safety as long as you come in peace. I suspect we should do as the lady asks. Still, as wise men and fortune cookies are wont to say, there may be another way. Hey, not funny. It could happen. Power corrupts, you know. We're not? Oh, okay then. Well, we'll be sure to leave your name out of any conversations then. A pawn with no ethics, no compassion, no humanity. And the UC kept this monster on purpose. It's too quiet around here, Sarah. Sorry. No. Thought I heard something, but... Anyway, I would have preferred something with more seating. And maybe a fireplace. Something cozy. Oh well, I've been in Constellation for a long time. Aja and Sarah convinced me to join before the colony war. Do you see anything useful over here? You took me to an industrial facility. Oh, you shouldn't have. War memorial. We can stop to pay respects, if you'd like. Walter joined us 10 years ago, I think? Feels like it's been longer. Huh. Did you have anyone in mind? Vasco being the lovable automaton they are would have no shortage of suitors. Here, I got this for you. Yes, classic. And if it had been me instead of her, I would feel at peace knowing that she made it. I hope he comes to his senses. Ecliptic. Not a fan. Keep your artifact. As Starborn, we will settle this later. It took a while for me to really figure out those feelings. They were buried deep below my drive to explore and my work with Constellation. I just wanted to say thanks for the daring rescue back there. I know Vasco, but I want to hear it from her directly. Numbers check out. Jump drive is ready. We can't let more like him abuse these gifts to destroy whatever's in their way. You're really resourceful, you know? Cloaking device, maybe? Or one of those powers from the artifacts. Guess they're more than just a party trick, huh? It'll be nice to come back here once Irvin's name is cleared. Good grief.
Humans are nothing if not predictable. But that is pure speculation on my part. I don't have nearly enough data to support a solid theory at this time. Surely that matters more. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy. Anything else is gravy. I don't see how. I wish you could feel how much I love you so you wouldn't need to ask this question. Sure. Pick it up if you want. Does Helgi still live around here by any chance? Let's stick it out a little longer. Until we get this business taken care of. Actions define you more than an object that you wear. Our marriage? You mean this absolutely awesome arrangement we have where we explore the universe together while being in love? It's, amazing. That didn't take long at all. Got a contact for those folks? Was it easier than thinking for yourself? I bet there are dire consequences for taking somebody else's yogurt around here. Wonder if those pirates have been messing with these robot pods. Might be worth checking out. Can't blame you one bit. Hopefully the Free Star don't mistake us for anyone else. It's hard to even remember everything we've done together sometimes, you know? I was vacillating for scientific reasons. Not having enough data. Good grief. Just go already. All right. I guess I did just put you all on the Crimson Fleet hit list. We could do other things first, of course. But I'd like to get started with our investigation as fast as possible. Good eye. I would have walked right over that one without noticing it. You looked good before, and you look great now, too. Another option here, but I don't know where it leads. I wonder how long these creatures have lived here. Today, all I feel is joy once more. Things get bad, I've got your back. Hold up, let him talk first. Seems like his memory is returning. Bah, I was looking forward to more. No telling how long these robots have been working here. Folks, it appears to be a pirate ship. Ha! Too much investigation work for you, huh? She doesn't seem to be in this for the money. I mean, heck, she said she wouldn't even charge us. We had tons of friends and family. It was a big deal, and it was exactly what he wanted. I know we aren't from the same universe, but it kind of feels like old times. Okay, let's go. I'll bring my winning smile and charming personality. Do you want to pack some snacks? Got me pretty nostalgic, and I started digging in some old things. Just sort of reminiscing. Gotta say, other me seemed pretty useful. If nothing else, I appreciate that. I think Gagarin is even worse off now than it was when Irvin was here. There are other ways to delight your senses, you know. This is the biological frontier. Our suits allow us to venture into hostile territory. But imagine all of the places where even a suit isn't enough. One day, do you have time to talk? I had a favor to ask. The Barrett Temple. We'll be there. Strange. Well, never mind. Wow. Looks like our contact came through and left the Foundry passcode in that crate. Dusty, how's it going? Never seems to work for me. No matter how many times I do this. I feel less attached, not more. So anyway, this shows that Hephaestus was responsible. Not Irvin, right? I haven't come alone. We'll stop you from exploiting the artifacts. You and the hunter. Sample? Or maybe not. Hell, I don't even know. Ever heard of a certain Solomon Coe? Renowned explorer? He'd be spinning in his grave. What if we leave a few things here and make a second trip? I know it's a lot. Take all the time you need. Within the confines of my lifespan, of course. Aja, there's a terrible crisis and we need you back immediately. You're being drafted and you can't say no. No, not even slightly. I know. I understand and respect that. I really do. Well, I was riding the high of discovery. Then came the implications. Continue Neptule's Procedure 2.0, please. It might be riskier not to try something different, right? Well, yeah. Thought I was making that pretty obvious. Marvelous. Did you consider how traumatic it was for everyone else to watch it happen again? Just because we do extraordinary things doesn't mean we can justify bad behavior. Sorry, wasn't paying attention. Hard to focus on an upset stomach. Glad we could take some time out of our wild adventures and just have a nice chat. Thanks for that, friend. Like cryptic references or talking about things that I didn't expect you to know about. Propulsion is rapidly losing power, and it's offline. Maybe, maybe not. We had to do everything we could, same as anybody. I can never fix the fact that he's gone. I was hoping for some old pictures, but nothing. What's that you have there? A plant? Walter's Star Yard has single-handedly disrupted the market. He's got a vision, that's for sure.
Party at Lizzie's. Got it.
Ellie, I sent you all the data from the mine already. As I'm sure you know, I hope your experience was the same. Scans confirming it's indeed the Legacy. Docked with another ship, though. Oh, this must be Risha Lance's place. She and Walter go way back.
All right. Little disappointing, not gonna lie, but reveling in the weird of space isn't everyone's idea of a good time. I get it.
I'd miss the massaging chairs, heated floors, and ever-flowing Terra Brew, too. But it's less to test in the end, right? And less Frank to deal with. Silver lining. Balancing risk versus reward is tricky. Even more so when so much hangs in the balance. Compelling, right? And speaking of the settlement, I don't want to look back years from now and wonder what if. I need to know what you think about us, but I still want to know what happened. He mentioned a court case. So there's a paper trail. Knew I should have fixed that faulty code when we worked on it the first time, Vlad. My past comes back to me once again. I can stick around until it's sorted. Smugglers use mines a lot. They're more stable than caves, and often they have ventilation. Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking before. I bet the folks who built this place wish they had invested in better security now. Smart move. Too bad, though. I stretched first and everything. It's like we're walking in a time capsule here. I cannot imagine how hard this was to maintain. Yeah, nobody does. But I'm hoping a lawyer can handle that part for us anyway. Oh, I've moved on. We had the funeral, and I grieved. And as time went on, so did I. I pledged my heart to you on this day now and forever. Or until we decide otherwise.
Think I butted heads with his mentor once years back. Had the same kind of surprisingly hospitable vibe.
Spoken like a true explorer. Sometimes that's just how it is. Captain Brackenridge, I cannot imagine the hardships of carrying a vision through to the end that was bequeathed to you by choices made before you were ever even born. What? No magazines? Well, who's down for some small talk? Yeah, but not for the trial. Let no one say that Irvin Madani didn't have a sentimental side. That microbe is being deployed now, so we'll find out soon. I bet you think you're pretty brilliant, don't you? Military operations tend to leave some things behind. Sometimes it's worthwhile. Smuggling operation. They probably don't want to be noticed. Is the ship my secret lair, then? I guess. Grab drivers ready. The horizon calls to us, Captain. Honestly, having Vasco officiate would be my preference. He's helped me more than he'll ever know. You might consider being more forceful. Within reason. Captain, I cannot even begin to fathom what Constellation would be like without you. Hopefully any robots we run into around here are set to friendly mode. I was just thinking, you know. You were a voice of reason when I was getting carried away. You just brightened my day by asking. Yes, of course. Smugglers. Wonder what drew them to this spot. The Hadron Consortium isn't going to mess with you. Probably. Well, yell if they do, I guess. No, this was your victory. You've proven that you're ready to enter the Unity. I sure hope these folks are staying here temporarily. Gotta be rough on the back.
Come on. You're really not at all curious about that light music show you experienced? Why it only affected you?
Tell that to Harvey. We practically saved his life. Already did, of course. And a third of the settlement. Just made sense considering how much he did for us. Just your semi-regular reminder of the fragility of life in space. I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for acknowledgement and a promise to be better. I believe you are capable of that. We're all humans, and we're all in this together. I don't care whose uniform you're wearing. This affects us all. Ha! Are you kidding? Surely you're kidding. And the devastation to society? To knowledge? It would reduce civilization to shambles. I'm nothing if not resourceful, Ellie. Your work with Constellation has been impressive. Truly impressive. My husband, he passed 20 years ago. It's been so long. Well, when I picked it up, I had no idea what it was. I knew it was something spectacular, though. Sounds like a situation that calls for a fist bump. Unless she wants my knuckles, too. Of course. We're working on this case together, after all. Aja, it's so good to see you again. Weren't you a miner once? You probably feel at home, huh? Hey, you might want this. This is Barrett, returning your call. But just so you know, I love you. I'm not happy about what has happened. That should be evident. I appreciate the whole presentation. The grandeur, the mystery, the power. It's everything we join Constellation for. These moments. Well, starting your career with a defeat is rough, Ellie. Vasco will keep you on course. Besides, I'm making an exception since you can tell Constellation about that vision you had. Dr. Hodgson, sir, if you would just give us a moment. It means everything to me to talk about him with you now. There's so much wonder in the universe already. Do you really need that stuff? That's what I'm hoping. Oh, is everyone else busy? Huh. Well, all right. Special delivery! Ah, this world may seem dull, but I can't think of any world that truly is. Every world has a unique origin and history of events, even without life in the mix. Thanks, Detective. I'm just thinking about all the people that this is going to impact out there. There's nobody I'd rather be. I miss being called that. Don't be modest. Everyone likes gifts. The emissary isn't the same person we knew. Not really. This kind of planet may seem inhospitable, but it's just ready for some real estate developer to come in here and turn the place into a classy resort. Multiple temples. It wouldn't be an adventure if there weren't a little weirdness involved. This place is a delightful relic tangled up with hope, grit, and science. It's hard to live alone. Even I had Vasco when I tried to run away from it all. Well, look at us. Two lone wolves howling at the moon on the same night. Yow! What? One time I jumped off the cliffs of a planet with almost no gravity. Fun at first, but took forever to get down. Sure, but using a weapon they may well already have access to just to kill their own people? Those mental gymnastics don't stick their landing. I don't know how else I can explain it to you. Irvin? He's with you. He's... okay? You know what? He just might. But it's probably best you chart the course. Come on! Let's get to the eye before it's too late. Vasco, quick! Top 3 one-liner moments. Maybe there's another Barrett out there? We're clear. I love this part. Ha! Perfect. Now I can focus again. I haven't missed your, very welcome and affectionate hints. I still grin when I think about some of the things you've said. Well, it's a start, I guess. Well, it makes me happy to hear you say that. Truly, it's not an easy experience to describe. But the Unity will speak to you, offer you the chance to become Starborn. I know you're dealing with a lot right now. I understand that. I get it. And just to be clear, I think supporting her is a bad move. Jams are just sticky successes, right? At first it seems annoying, but it eventually washes off. Looks like some sort of critter lived here. Kinda cozy. Closure. I want a truce between all 3 of us. Give you some time to think over which approach to the Unity is the one you want. Mine or the Hunters. Rough place. Gotta hand it to them, though. They're making it work. But then I heard his voice, pleading for help. And it just took me to another place. Suddenly it was the only thing that mattered. I'm not trying to make your life difficult, Yikes. Full body chills. It's absolutely freezing. Lynn! Constellation isn't for criminals. We explore the stars, we follow the paths nobody else can. Look, the Azaleas should help. It's not like they're gonna make it worse. I have to. This is bigger than all of us. Everything checks out. Landing initiated. I know that hard decisions are exactly that. This station was rebuilt after it was destroyed by House Faroon. It's unclear why they felt like rebuilding it was necessary, but they did. Let's get those artifacts somewhere safe. I love how you looked before. And I love how you look now.
I'm doing what I have to protect the artifacts.
Harvey was Irvin's, but he's also ours. We found him together, saved him from another dying world. Only way in this puppy is to restore the power. I mean, it is kind of nice, though. You're just flopping around like a fish on the deck, aren't you? It must be scary. She didn't want to lose the case, but she didn't have a lot to go on. You're really going to let this guy off the hook just like that? It's a big galaxy, about 20,000 parsecs. And I'm sure wherever we go, adventure will follow. None for me, thanks.
Perhaps a truce isn't a bad idea.
Seems kind of lonely, but you're less vulnerable. Safer. Maybe I should study up on the art of cross-examination. Might come in handy at the trial. You've seen the terror the Hunter causes. Every time a Starborn goes through the Unity, they get more artifacts, find more temples, gain more power. Yes, love. Ship's clear. It's just us among the stars again, Captain. We could have gotten the money some other way.
Oddly enough, still not the strangest thing I've seen in the universe.
Well, science calls, I guess. Get your baggie ready. I could probably use one myself, fitting into a surprisingly hardy little ship. I honestly didn't expect it to make it this far. Want to go over rules first or what? But it looks, nice. Whoa, yikes. You're asking me to give up more than you know. Dreams are common to many animals. What's unique to humans is our grasp of science. You had a lot to do with that, Ben. Okay, the three of us should get back to it. You, me, and Harvey have a case to solve. Seekers prefer the mathematical union of all beliefs. I prefer the intersection, the shared humanistic foundations. That's right. I'm sure Ellie has people that can verify its authenticity. And if not, they can always come here.
Hey, at least she's trying to do something. The city was just attacked. Are you really just going to turn your nose up at that?
In the meantime, let's get back to exploring. Give me reasons to try this power out, right? You broke me out of my routine. You gave me a new purpose, a new mission in life. And I am overjoyed by our love. Well, okay then. Truth be told, I'll eat whatever you put in front of me. I doubt you need to bring all of that. No, you're like a moon in orbit, always watching over me and affecting tidal forces. Both me and the oceans appreciate it.
I don't believe you. Your sincerity is hollow.
He said something terrible was happening there, but the message was garbled after that. It's not on the scale of entering the Unity, but it is tangentially related.
Shields at 0. 0!
A cave, huh? Maybe they used it to shield biologicals from radiation or safe storage. Worth investigating either way. I think we've all said, or at least thought, something similar. You can't be serious. Irvin used to make a fair bit of money selling exotic plants like that. Yes, Mateo. I'm aware of those philosophical stances already. Robots have enabled humanity to survive out here. Can't imagine life without them, really. I'll be around.
Weapons are out! Threatening roars, anyone?
Fair enough. Don't touch those cables unless you want to become part of them permanently. Now's your chance. Normally, I'd volunteer to be the distraction, but that's clearly taken care of. Nope. We'll be swept away by the might of persuasive evidence, though. I forgot what I have in there. Go for it. I just kept moving because there was no alternative. I know, Vasco, but I want to hear it directly from the source. You know, that trinket was critical to my research. It changed everything. You know that I love you, and it should go without saying, but I also trust you completely. Ron Hope. I don't know if I believe this guy, but if he's telling the truth, damn. Anytime, lover. You're so busy right now. Maybe you should finish all that up first. I'll wait. Don't worry. A classic Pandora's box scenario, isn't it? Helping Helge was good too. He was dealt a lousy hand. I entered the lodge and I was immediately pulled into an intense debate about whether the Freestar Collective would really risk war with the United Colonies. Finally. I don't think I could take much more of his nonsense. I can feel the life and happiness draining from my body already. Time to join the stars. The message was short, but his voice was pained. He was so upset.
Welcome to the grand opening.
Over time,
It became more about celebrating love and hope for the future. Right back at you. Seek the moon of old Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself. 9 times out of 10, ecliptic shoots first. But 1 time out of 10, they forgot their guns. Makes sense to me. You just know the good stuff will be squirreled away up there, right? You certainly have your work cut out for you. The people of Gagarin must be so grateful. It just opens up a world of questions. It's so exciting. Creatures have so much in common everywhere we go. Yet they are so different. Everything is going to be more dangerous out there for everybody. Couldn't decide on what to wear and just gave up, huh? Been there. Will I leave? Well, that entirely depends on you. Oh, good. Huh. We can relax. It's the Freestar Collective. You're starborn. And all of us need to be responsible for the fact that we're visitors in this universe. We're lucky she's still practicing there. Most people like her left Gagarin long ago. Fair enough. Okay, we don't absolutely need thrusters to do this. What's the author's name? This never gets old. Hey, you got this. Just need to be patient. Robots. All right. Keep an eye out for spare parts. My favorite part! Let's give this disruptor a try. Can't believe they left all this stuff here. Yeah, of course. Vasco is a fantastic co-pilot. He doesn't sleep. He reacts quickly. Wait, I should take notes. Hey! I'm waiting here. Much as I would like to come with you, professional guilt prevents me from leaving poor Vlad to fix this all on his own. Mathis, you better run before your former friends find you loitering in their space. I'm just supposed to take your word for it, I guess. Let's go look for that workstation. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Well, they repaired their shields. If we go to Town Hall, I bet we can get a copy of that hunting license. Well, that's a relief. I should have packed a sweater. Or 10. I know you can bypass this system's security. And into the violence. It's tempting. You're okay, right? Well, let's get you back to the lodge to make sure. Then we'll talk. Everyone else said no, right? Figures. Sure. Fine. Witchcraft, probably. Will you marry us, Ellie? Creature nests always have that smell, don't they? Even I've heard of you. You're a big deal in the UC. Well, he believed in things. A greater power, innate goodness, fate. Hard to argue with that. Just wait here? Easy peasy. Bounty hunters are opportunists. Justice is just a red herring. Well, I'm part of the Cool Kids Club now, right? Yes, he is. Our daughter pilots the ship after Vasco was destroyed. But otherwise, we've survived the war well. Short, but perfect. And Irvin, my husband, used to be in Constellation way back when. So my mind jumped to thinking about him. Don't tell me the amount. I don't want to know. The artifacts could be misused. They could be abused. So there it is. I guess it's over. I'm detecting power to their thruster array again. If you make something for me, make sure it's flattering. I have someone to impress now. Sometimes people take advantage of it. But that's on them, not me. Once we talked about trusting the people we work together with. Trusting teams? Do you remember? That's a smart hypothesis. Makes sense, but we have no observations to really back that up. Sure, let's balance things out. It's going to take time, patience, and somebody who truly cares about them. Wait up. There are a couple of ways to go down there, but not always let us come back up. So, Ellie, right. She contacted me about Irvin's case on Gagarin. She's invested, too. I know she wouldn't mind setting the record right. Whoa. Somebody forced their way into that secured gate. So keep that in mind. You could come with us if you want to stretch your legs, Ellie. I'd suggest starting with any threats that get them out of the way. But you do you. Forgot to do the laundry, huh? Doesn't mean that lost love is painless. Only that the joy, however brief, was worth it. If we're going to set things right, it's going to be because of that. You can rest now, friend. It's okay. Just look at all these cred tanks. I feel safe loving you. Truly loving you. I've been married before, and I'm ready for it. For all that it brings. Not now, though. We have to see if you turn into a giant space monster first. There are many more freezing worlds than cozy ones.
You'd think we'd take care of the cozy ones more. Hey, Dusty, if you're ever thinking to yourself, I could really listen to Barrett's dulcet voice right now, then instead of dreaming about me, stop by and say hello, okay? But if it makes you feel better, then consider it said. I can't stop smiling. They've restored power to their shields. But maybe this isn't that kind of chase. And Irvin's case is far from dead. Not now, Vasco. This is science. Is there anything you want to talk about? Landing gear is ready. Sight is clear. Time to land this puppy. The honest truth is that it was easier to ignore. Jump complete. Want to do it again, just for fun? No? Maybe later. You were probably just as surprised. Come on. It's mind-blowing. There's nothing more important to me in the entire universe, my friend. You know, that Crimson Fleet pirate who held me captive for a bit a while ago. I just appreciated how you rescued me. That's all. Vasco, we're ready. Some battlefields like this erode and recover quickly. Others are sealed in the vacuum forever. Not a lot to do here except focus, train, rest, repeat. Effective, but a bit maddening. Could you imagine? Don't worry, they use an employee's passcode to access the data, so nobody noticed. You've witnessed the power granted by the temples, the anarchy that can be unleashed. Someone has to decide who should get them. You made me feel like this mattered, even though it was ancient history by all accounts. See? We had this conversation a long time ago when you said you only trusted yourself. Come on. You can't keep doing this to yourself. Please. Yep. Take this. Enjoy. All we can do is decide how to move forward and use our time wisely. Your success is unprecedented. Before you came, we were just discussing how continued use of force against you is unwise. On or off book, trackers are bad news. Target's grav drive is offline. Nice work. If the debt is legitimate, then you should have no problem seeking restitution. Brings back memories of the old days. Right, Dusty?
I believe there is someone who might know where he is. Keeper Aquilus, the version of the hunter who came to understand peace.
10 years, huh? Well, good luck with that. Send me a postcard on Paradiso whenever you're done. All good. Let's get back to exploring this great galaxy of ours, shall we? Some rhubarb boom pop. Maybe some cereal. Irvin always made the best trail mix. Added in little marshmallows for stars. I miss that. Maybe this place served its purpose and they were just finished with it. Like, if I became evil, Barrett? How about to the exchange part? I just have one thing I wanted to give you very quickly. All right, let's get going. We can't trust that everyone will think the way you do. And while the ones we love are forever in our thoughts, with this gift, only you hold my heart in your hands. You're an idiot. How about I stay and I send your Dusty here in my place? I know, but he's not some minor anymore, Lynn. We are the Starborn, and you are unworthy to possess the artifacts. It's a fair point. Looks like Irvin didn't even enter a plea. Well, that makes sense, too. She's a lawyer, after all. Don't know why I didn't think about that. Can't say we didn't give it a good try. Right? Might as well, right? I suspect they threatened him, and that's why he didn't testify. But it would be good to know. When I was a kid, I thought pirates would be a whole lot more fun. One minute we're looking for an artifact, the next, you're walking through outdoor talking about the Starborn. What even was that? Never trust plants. They seem innocent, but no. They're sometimes packed with allergens and toxins, and they just sit there, waiting. Shields at 0%, but we still have our winning smiles. Ha! You would think so, right? A one-of-a-kind discovery. The secrets of the universe. I've been working with Constellation for a long time. Better pay, but I still get to travel. Honestly, I didn't want to think about it. Any of it. Sarah put this beacon up herself. She's a hero, you know, and that can be enough, too. More over here. Sure. We can help you commit a petty crime to secure your professional support. Why the hell not? Genetics only play a part in who we are. Factors that influence us are innumerable. I work with you because I believe in you and I trust you. And you violated that trust. And even if so, he couldn't remain in power over those people. Not after all that blood. Welcome home. What? No! Do it yourself!
I was shocked. I was. But it helps to hear you acknowledge it. Obviously. Guess we made a bad impression.
Hard to get used to regular robots after hanging out with Vasco, right? Smugglers generally aren't murderers. But that's only a guideline.
Good to know. That was a weird noise.
I wonder if these robots are fully automated or remotely controlled. Keep an eye out, I guess. Sorry. It must be somebody else. Well, anytime you want to stare lovingly into my eyes, just let me know. Yes, but there's no rush. We can talk on the ship later on. What's your problem? What is going on in that head of yours?
Soldiers had to pack this place up fast. Irvin would have loved to study that one.
Yeah, I do. How did you know? I should say this more often, but you are the gravitational well that draws me into a stable orbiting pattern. Look, I think we can move past this. I believe that what you and I share is important and worth working on.
Since letting go of Irvin, I've given myself time to rest and think. And now that my head is clear, I know that I love you too.
Well, not gonna lie. That was impressive.
I should have packed a snack.
Finally, you're up. Let's go. The unknown awaits.
Here, to open the way. Once you have found it, we can see if you are ready to enter the Unity.
Oh, right. Almost forgot about it. This is for you.
What can I say? It's been marvelous.
Seals, check. Air pressure, check. Ship integrity, check. We're clear. Marvelous.
We'll be back soon, Ellie.
Wish us luck. Discovered an artifact and tussled with pirates all on her first day. If you need a vacation, we can go to Paradiso for a while and relax, okay? Is that all you needed? Weapon system is rapidly losing power, and it's offline. All righty. What's the plan, Captain? I wonder if they have any petite fours around here. For Sarah's birthday, of course. Science is a scaffold for our hopes to materialize. We cannot build dreams upon dreams, or a gazillionaire with nothing else to do. Sure, we all make mistakes. Like forgetting to water the plants or forgetting someone's name. This is way bigger than that. That's not my style, but I can respect it. I am glad to know you're all right, though. That plant was thousands of years old and was one of a handful still in existence, he once told me. Not my idea of a fabulous vacation getaway, but I can deal. Hephaestus claims that Irvin killed some apex predator for no reason. I was planning your big escape, you know. Incoming! Oh, I'm not a constellation historian. That's a better question for Sarah or Walter, probably. Commanders with no ethics are just terrorists with excuses. Well, I know he wouldn't have wanted me to travel the stars alone. I just wish you had talked to me before we were at the altar. A little tired, maybe? I get it. But if you ever want to talk about our friendship more, just let me know. Makes sense. Not many people wander around outside of the city looking for abandoned mines. What would it hurt to make that promise anyway? He didn't even ask you to spare him, just to talk to him. True. We need to approach this critically and carefully. We can't just jump in. First of all, nice. How did we not realize? So this is the key. I'm honestly impressed they managed to keep the thing operational. Every day is our lucky day. There's probably a number of ways to get into that Foundry computer. Passcodes, backdoors, a good pounding of the fist. Seems like an unnecessary risk, if you ask me. I love you. There's no one else I'd rather explore this galaxy with. Now and forever. Okay, take care. Honestly, they should just run. All this water makes me need to take a pit stop really soon. Beautiful, though. Absolutely. Got a moment? Let's catch up. Well, there's a school of thought that you shouldn't go chasing ghosts. And they're probably right. Ghosts are spooky. Looks like the crew did everything they could to save this ship. Okay, listen. We have a lot of evidence, but it means nothing if we don't do something with it. Well, I arranged service with the city. So hopefully they turn the power and ventilation back on. Why? What'd you do to get a bounty hunter on your tail, huh? Wait, what? We've been through so much. What's changed? I wonder if they have a designated starborn that just builds these places.
Smells like... Yeah, spacers.
Goodness gracious. Now? When we're about to get married? I hope you're not getting cold feet. That's pretty exhausting, really. So I might only do it when I feel like we could use backup. For now, anyway. You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions? Yep. Strange is a word for it, all right. As humans, we depend on each other to survive. The universe is vast and cold and endlessly dangerous. I know a geologist back on Sidonia who would love to study this outcrop. I'll have to describe it to them instead. Ha! Chaos. That's Neon in a nutshell. Sometimes delightful, sometimes bewildering, sometimes stressful. Nice work extracting that sample. Is this for science, profit, or snacks? But after everything that's happened, some risks are necessary. Humanity has survived a lot, but this could be a bottleneck event for our species if we survive.
Irvin Madani was my husband.
He was also a brilliant biologist who joined Constellation a couple of years before me. Seems empty. Keep an eye out for anything useful. I wish it was a little less pie in the sky. But then again, who doesn't like pie, right? I don't need to believe in a higher power to know that people are terrible at keeping secrets. Secret labs are generally not okay with tourists.
Every time I return, it seems like the city's a bit more crowded. Getting deja vu here.
Huh. I don't think that's useful, but we should show it to Ellie anyway.
Thanks, Vasco.
We'll meet you there. Go on. Do what you gotta do. Ah, my friend, sorry. But no, this just makes me feel sick. Want to go over this whole multiple universe thing for everyone? We're here to listen and learn. We'd like to hear about the Pilgrim, but go ahead with anything that's on your mind. The Unity has the power to do so much damage. And so much good. You want credits? Hugs? What? I bet we can walk into this secret lab and ask what they're doing. They'll be so happy to see us, right? Thank you. Call me sentimental. But I loved my wedding with Irvin, and I want to experience that beautiful moment again with you. That looks like it'll fit well. Nothing else would hurt as much. Well, this is it. There's no turning back now. Often. I'm glad somebody finally noticed. Well, I could try to contact that hacker from before, but it would probably be cheaper to just bribe one of the Foundry employees. You know, I doubt many people like that. It does limit the wardrobe choices a bit. As long as we don't misbehave, our visit here in Freestar territory should be peaceful. Do you happen to know Dr. Helgi Hawkson? We're trying to get his help with something. Looks like we're all done here. Time to head back to the lodge? Ooh, maybe I can stop at the gift shop for Vasco. Ellie will be very interested to see this. We had so many adventures together, and then it suddenly stopped. I know we won't. And let's not forget about you. You've come far. To see such anger in you pains me. We still need an officiant for our wedding. I bet Vasco would do it if we asked him. Thoughts? Yes? Huzzah! That's what I like to hear. There's a little thing people invented called the legal process. I wonder what the United Colonies are up to here. You're one of my closest friends and allies, and I trust you no matter what. And many of my kind aren't above making use of machines. They had this military base built for a reason. Mm-hmm. You know I love that silver tongue of yours. The artifacts are ours.
Suddenly, we've entered a high-security medical bay. I didn't expect that.
Okay, then. Neon. I've heard some wild tales of this place. Not sure how much of those tales are true, though. Hey, need to have a word. I knew our little family was gaining a class act when I shoved that artifact in your hands. For the initial consultation, anyway. Our friendship has motivated me to take a moment and reflect on my life. I would have never done that otherwise. Now let's see what's out there, shall we? Don't worry about it. Like I said, they owe me. Hey, you and I need to talk about some things. Don't worry. I'm a professional talker, so I can keep things civil. That's the Red Mile over there. I bet we can detect the adrenaline from here. I know you are. I do. But it just seems like it's more than that sometimes. Keep an eye out for traps left by the retreating troops. Whoa! Big hit! Assessing systems! Oh, jump drive is gone. That's why I like you, Lynn. All business. Caves are so peaceful to explore. But occasionally my heart starts racing, I'll be honest. Yeah, exactly. And I thought I worked in a hellhole a long time ago, but yeesh. Sam was my buddy. He was practical and goofy and a genuinely decent man. Don't get bent out of shape. But we're starting to turn the tide. Oh, quiet. Keep it. Live a little, will you? That's kind of you. But she needs more assistance. While I'm glad we don't need to march in without guns, this peace is going to come with a price. Weird to think what I'd be like if I was still a smuggler and never joined Constellation. We'll get through it together, buddy. Sure. Yep. You're one of the best things that has ever happened to me. Let me know if you'd rather talk. Thanks to us, now she does. Right. So my contact can get us Irvin's court documents. And stay quiet thanks to this bonus. That is a magnificent dragon statue. Truly. I wonder how many people ever get to see it. You're right. Sidonia. The folks here work together to ensure that this place functions. And it does. Charm takes a back seat to order. But it's their chosen solution. This must be the, lair. I could have been cleaner. Look at it this way. You gotta laugh without even telling the joke. That's got to count for something. I've got the perfect plan this time, I promise. We've got some solid leads. Leads are good. A whole lot better than no leads. I know more than most that getting lost in the what-ifs can destroy you from the inside. Let me carry that. A good team works together, right? You might be interested in this over here. And so it goes. A small apartment here in Gagarin. I technically own it since I never got rid of it after he died. I believe you. I know you have. Through it, you can reach the Unity. And from there, you can become Starborn. So I really don't think I'll be holding on to the property for long. If you know anyone who's interested, let's get that power first. Then we can split up. Hey, a crate of cargo can still have personality, though, if you add enough flair. Time to return to the stars. Glad that's over with. Most derelicts probably aren't tragedies. Just convenient ways to discard useless old ships. I swear it was a cliche in old detective novels. He said they were going to destroy his life if he didn't leave the planet now. Fascinating. You will be leaving this universe behind to be reborn. Everything you were before will be gone. Gotta hand it to these folks. They've decided that Soul is worth fighting for. We should try to visit her when we can. I have a feeling she has a plan. It's hard to imagine Constellation without you anymore. Ecliptic's been here, clearly. Wonder what their plans are. Of course you'd locate a good deposit, Dusty. Thought about my own artifact as well. But I'll wait and see if the captain turns into a space monster first. What's happening with you? Why are you acting like this? No, wait a second. I don't want anything at all except your hand in marriage. I mean it. It is not about you or me. The Unity is greater than us. But he discovered that the extraction process was damaging the ecosystem. Irvin's mentioned here, but his impact on that is clearly unrelated. Okay. Monstrous murder plans. Did not expect that. Well, so it goes. Sure. I've got some time to kill. Hello there. So, next time, let's switch off the gravity, okay? Welcome back. I took a nap too, and I dreamed of two stars orbiting each other, shining bright. And that's ultimately why we lost. Well, I try to be welcoming to everybody who joins. Oh, what can I say? I'm ready for the upgrade. We have enough competition already going against us from the outside. You know more than anyone that leadership isn't just about steering the ship. You know, I appreciate data collection. It's safe, it's smart, it's valuable. I've never seen a crystal so large. And I once landed on a planet covered in crystals. You have shown a rare amount of wisdom. Do not continue hunting the artifacts. That path leads only to your destruction. Hey! One of us has to keep it classy. Of course, of course. You have your own things and I've got mine. I love watching you work, but I have a great imagination too. I'll be around. Wait. You act tough, but that was a moment of perfect beauty. And you know what? I don't think I've changed a bit. Except my job is much better. Just imagining the processes that create these formations is fascinating. You know? Vasco, get them to the lodge. No deviations unless absolutely necessary, okay? Protocol Indigo. I don't care what kind of costume you had to wear. You did a good job. This is serious business. She's best friends with Cora. And she's smart as hell. That's all we can do, right? Put effort into something and hope for the best? I know the captain can too. You made the best decision you could, given the hunter's stated plans and goals. Pass. The employment contract, which has a mine number but no coordinates. Why stop at 2? Engines are back at your disposal, Captain. How about I stay and I send your Dusty here in my place? I know, but she's not some miner anymore, Lynn. There's gotta be a way to get the coordinates to the last mine Irvin worked at. Right. What she said. We're regular detectives, aren't we? I might have some room in here. Let's see. I don't even know who you are right now. It's satisfying to locate and collect resources like that, isn't it? I always thought so anyway. May as well see if there's any helium-3 still in those tanks. Waste not, want not. Are you serious? I can't imagine any other way to explore this universe. You and I, side by side. It's a dream come true. If the alternative is a military base ready for battle, I'll take another empty base any old day. I wonder how long Ecliptic has been here. No matter how many times we jump, it never gets old. So this is suddenly very relevant, but this isn't exactly what I would call a defensible location. But there's probably a reason why Irvin tried his best to keep it alive. You were out of control. I'm not the one who's out of line by calling you out for your actions. In the meantime, consider meditation or yoga. They say it helps with stress. Heller, I'm so sorry, brother. Hang in there. They used to be more of a trauma center, but now the clinic focuses on xenoviruses and such. You might have a point. I have a weakness for a good conversation and synth liver pate, and I reveal this to just about everyone. Sounds like the safe just unlocked. You should do the honors. I try to avoid Ecliptic normally. Unless I'm in a bad mood. Then I don't mind at all. I need an ice pack. Or 10. I'm burning up. It won't work. The energy required increases exponentially per anomaly. Where'd they go? Can't imagine anyone wanting to throw their life away like that. Well, their engines are back. You know, now that you mention it, and they took him to court while he wasn't around so he couldn't fight back. And they won the case. Hey, check this out. You chose the hunter's path. I do what I must. Look, smuggling is wrong, but it does have its perks. Don't be ashamed. It is what it is. We just learn and keep going. It marks the passage of time, of life. It's a thing to look back at and remember. You look for the others. I'll watch your back. When I was here for my honeymoon, we spent almost the whole time at the beach. And, well, the gourmet chunks. Wonderful memories. Labs like this tend to be remote for a reason. Aggies. Sam warned me about this place once. Don't remember why. Oh, well. We'll figure it out. The optimism in this room right now could power all of New Atlantis. I love it. If we give them the artifact, we might be risking more than a bloody nose. Of course, my love. But I get it. It's scary. It's definitely riskier than dropping off some wild animals. Sure. I've worked with all sorts of difficult people. You're a cakewalk. So, phew, commitment. It's a big step. I wonder how many paths I've taken. We've taken. How many variations. How many ended with heartache and how many with joy.
Vladimir, giving our new member both barrels the first time you meet?
Hopefully we can find something helpful for the case. Oh, I wonder how far down that deposit goes. Don't even ask if these walkways have been properly maintained. I don't want to know. For me? Irvin died instead of Aja in that crossfire. Time to hurtle ourselves through space. You're wasting my time. But after everything we've been through, now I can see through the pain to the moments of beauty. Yet, although now that you mention it, I do remember a drunk conversation with a Marine. Andrasia, hey. So I want to try something out. Got a second? I can take you to a world with some weird animals that fight each other. Just say the word. Then you can distract me by asking me to tell you my dastardly plans. Can you at least tell me why? Bounty hunters throw a good party. Just be sure to head out before they wake up. We've got our very own local guide. It makes a world of difference. It can be addictive in a way. Being helpful and working to make things better. There's the Foundry computer. See if you can use that employee's passcode to search the database. But now I'm ready. Let's go. Did this business suddenly become worthy of loyalty to that degree? I haven't scared you off yet, huh? Noted. I've seen spacers scavenge the parts off a ship in minutes. You're awake, finally. We have so much to do. No time for sleeping. There's the Foundry computer. Irvin's last assignment should have the coordinates to the mine. Maybe we can still work something out. Good, good. You know, for every hour of experimentation, there's sometimes weeks of lab work. Or more. Both? Neither. Bounty hunters. Let's just act like we're too busy to chat. I know you're doing this for more than just pity, but it feels like a waste. Well, Vasco helped me decipher it. I wonder if I ordered a wine if I'd make it out of here alive. Competition for the sake of competition is not valuable to me either. I'm with Noel on this. You know, my captain asked the same thing. Irvin's record will be expunged on account of his death occurring before the trial ended. They could have an entire army that can't stop themselves from doing the worst of the worst. I used to tell myself, get over it. It's been 20 years. But what's 20 years in the span of the universe? It's barely a breath. Well, it's better to build and repair on a solid foundation than to repair something that was never meant for this. Hit their engines! Well, I know where I want my next party to be. Wow! I wonder if we can get a grill up here. Huh. The best resource is the one you've got, right? I take you, my detective, to have and to hold. From this day forward, the unknowns were significant and the risks were considerable. I half expected that I might die, but this is all anecdotal. Oh, no. I wonder if paradise is even possible without human misery holding it up. They've made mistakes, we all know that. But they made more mistakes than intentional harm. Thanks for everything, Ellie. Harmonized vibrations, distorting some mechanical barrier between neighboring universes? You really do look exactly like that miner from Vectera. Let me guess. That was you in your original universe? So we kind of already know each other, in a way. But I couldn't have gotten here to this exact point in my life if I didn't trust you anyway. Geology is as much about rock collecting as mining is about gold nuggets. When people don't want credits, I worry. Having Ellie officiate makes sense. She helped me more than she realizes. I'd need to pay in advance in case there are any access fees or bribes. I hope you don't have any bounties on your head. Sure, there's always that option. I swear, some planets just smell wrong. Like a warning somehow. Is stinky sense a thing? The temple is testing you. Always. Look, I know this is all ancient history, and Irvin will never know either way. I can't wait to see the look on Vasco's face. I mean, you know what I mean. But yes, I tried. Briefly. Then I stopped when I realized how impossible it would be. Makes me tired just thinking about it. Pass. You didn't try to scan me again, did you? You hold something you have no right to. My people have killed for less. But I will offer you one chance to hand over the artifact and turn away from this path. Now, and about that raise. Do it again. Where'd everybody go? Ha! We got our thrusters back online. That's the hope and the dream. How about I stay? And I send your Dusty here in my place. Oh, I know. Don't worry. Constellation will reimburse you for the, inconvenience. Sioka isn't going to ask questions first.
So be careful. Remember me when you're at the top. Maybe it's an echo. I love it when you know what you want. You just light up with energy. The quintessential Gagarin tale. I know it's not uncommon for them to leave all this equipment behind, but it seems rushed. Get to the stacks, then trigger the flare, then head back, right? Easy. We got this. Oh, good! My turn! Watch your step. Lots of, funnel byproducts nearby. You cannot know how relieved I am to hear you say that because I feel exactly the same way. Hey, it's your Crimson Fleet pals. Wave. Don't be weird. You don't need to justify anything to me. Somebody stored all of this for a reason, right? Oh, right. I didn't tell you. Ellie found this old cactus in Irvin's apartment. It didn't have a name, so I named it Harvey. No matter how the case goes, this warms my heart. I didn't expect to find it, but I love that I did. Where I came from, I was the one who stayed at the lodge to protect the artifacts. You died on board the Eye while we held off the hunter. Yeah, we don't want to press him too hard. The last thing we need is him refuting what he wrote. After you, Captain. But do you have a plan for your futures after all this, or can you even see through the anger? I've come to realize that some events, some people, stand out as pillars of my life. Or it could be an elaborate prank or any number of mundane explanations. What was the worst that could happen? She would beg for her life? They're made up of people like any other organization. But they've burned a lot of chances. I don't know if I could work in a place like this. I appreciate the research, but yikes. What's wrong, Marco? Did we hurt your feelings? Petrov! It's me! In every universe, the fate of the artifacts matters. Aha! Will you look at that? Chalk it up to our fabulous people skills. I just wish we had talked about it first. He wasn't even on the planet for the duration of the trial. I think they scared him off. Oh yeah, it's totally Crixus' legacy. It's at the end of a giant rainbow stretching through space, and you have to get it from 3 witches. Aha! You got your nickname from Vlad. You're official now. Thanks for everything, Estelle. Objection, Your Honor. I think our lawyer in Gagarin is the right choice. Engines fried. The target, I mean. Oh, yes. I know how this ends. We all knew this might happen. You shouldn't sacrifice your morals for cash and prizes, but you didn't. You've got my attention, Captain. Wait. What's that noise? Hopefully that helps a few people get some relief for a bit. Good grief! Next! The captain only wants to help, friend. Elia is one of the few lawyers on this planet who's willing to take on the mining corporations in court. Let us see if you can fight yourself. Same. I was beginning to get worried since we hadn't heard from her. But that's interstellar communication for you. Well, I'll take a side. Without science, we wouldn't be able to explore the stars. Ancient humans had dreams too. Say the word and I'll clear my schedule. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous too. But it's okay. I don't know why. Don't worry, I'm just joking. Constellation is so much more than that. Whoa! Fastest weight loss plan in the universe. Right there. Hello, Zero G. I'm not sure. It might not even be a plant. It might technically be a fungus. Now let's just talk. No shooting. Just peaceful people talking, and then we all go home tonight. The United Colonies are nothing if not safe and predictable. Maybe this will bring more order to the cloud of chaos surrounding the Unity. Oh, hey, Captain. It is up to us to make sure it never happens again. He was supposed to be our star witness for the original trial, but he was a no-show. Maybe there's more where that came from. Your weapons are not needed. What they are doing is driven by corruption, greed, and cruelty, not knowledge. In rooms like this across the globe, scientists figured out how to save our species. These are the heroes. Nope. That's not a good idea. They're never going to get their deposit back after this. A blessing. Well, it's your wedding too, so of course. Do you take coupons? You got it, my friend. It's working. Grid's holding, ship's struggling, nobody's screaming. Things are okay. Humanity is capable of so much, both good and not. So he drew them to comfort me. Except they were all wrong. He was Not an artist. We should feel cheated. They hoarded this and used it against people in their quest for power. As much fun as that was, it's good to be back. You go on now. I know how to handle myself on Iceball planets. Trust me. No, I apparently read at least a few of these. I just don't remember. It was a difficult time. Can you stop taking that stuff? I'm worried about you. You seem unwell. They could control groups, armies. They could have become a military power. Next time we come to Gagarin, Irvin's name might be cleared. The galaxy awaits. Well, look at that. Irvin's contract. That's got to be helpful. Would it hurt you to be a little comforting to the guy? This place is a beacon to science, to history, to humanity. All yours. It's a difficult topic. For years, I pretended like I was over it. But I'm not. Go on. Terrestrial and general is safe. But otherwise, anywhere. You pick. But where's the fun in that? You know, hearing Irvin's voice again made me want to help him, even though I know I can't. Does that make any sense? Ooh, normal people would turn around and leave right about now, you know? I'll take my leave. You'll know where to find me, isn't it? I mean, hey, at least only one other Barrett appeared. Imagine if an army of, me showed up. Sure, there are benefits. The medical potential alone is mind-boggling. There's nothing that gives me greater happiness than exploring this universe with you, my friend. They could violate basic human rights. They could force entire groups of people to do terrible things. Fair offer. I'll assume you have a plan to acquire those coordinates down the road. Ha! This isn't going to be a problem. Caves are great ways to avoid cosmic radiation and inhospitable weather. But if you want a more scientific explanation, I have a couple of theories. The UC probably wanted to forget all about their role in xeno-warfare. Typical. Right. So my contact can get us Irvin's court documents since they owe me a favor. Don't sell yourself short. Without you, the fleet would be out there causing chaos right now. Once I found a ransacked bar on a derelict ship. By comparison, this is great. Nothing like a memorial to bring out the rays of sunshine. I bet he'd tell me to go visit Paradiso and relax. If the Lodge wasn't here, I probably wouldn't be here all that often. Don't get me wrong, New Atlantis is lovely. It's just sort of predictable. I don't know if my dreams were ever this good. I think you should probably finish up what you're doing first. I can wait. Have we met? Because no. Just no. Oh, I know a guy. And he knows a girl. And she went to a conference in Neon. We all had a few drinks, traded some stories, and here we are. Okay, fine. You encountered advanced technology that altered your biology in a way that results in... These kind of places often have no security unless they're, sketchy. I've never been that do-it-yourself. I give you my love freely and unconditionally. I pledge this to you with no reservations. When I packed my lunch the other day, I thought of my grandmother doing the same for me as a child. Thrusters aren't getting any power here. Is it perfect? Nope. But you know what's perfect? Something that's deliberately manufactured. Our marriage has rough edges, small blemishes, tiny dings, but it's real and it's beautiful. We're sorry. I don't want you to think we take death lightly. We know what it's like to lose someone. People have been claiming stuff was theirs when it really wasn't since the dawn of time. The probability of this is absurdly minuscule, but I swear I was going to say the same to you. Here, this is for you. Ooh, this place looks like fun. Let's go have some. Ha-ha, now we're talking. See you on the flip side. Some caves are just holes in the ground. Some are neat holes in the ground. Always good to come back to the place everyone wants you dead. Grav Drive is entirely offline. Oh, our shields are back. How I've missed you. Expect anything and everything. Other starborn, human mercenaries and defenses, alien creatures under mind control. It's all fair game. At the end of the day, I love you, and of course I trust your decision. I know where your heart is. Yeah. Let's. I'm not who you think I am.
This universe is only the first one you've been to. I've seen hundreds.
Right. It would make no sense to any of us, I'm sure.
Didn't think this through, huh?
Irvin would have loved to work on a planet with this kind of life. Good talk.
This could take a while. Ah, there it goes their engine.
You'd think I'd be numb to finding dead people in abandoned outposts, but it's always the worst.
Mining is far more than just digging in the hole and hoping for the best. It's a whole science. You see what I did there? Huh? The hostility of the wildlife here is legendary. One wonders if it's so hostile because of chance, or because it had to be to exist in the environment itself.
Making good progress here with these scans. There was an old Earth saying, "It is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all." Tennyson, if I recall.
If smugglers get really well known, they often get scooped or squashed by other groups. Ha! Woo! We're here! Hot off the stellar slide. The visions pushed me forward, but my pain, my doubt, it holds me back. And I just feel like I'm splitting in half sometimes.
Okay, now, there's also the little matter of the settlement.
My first instinct was it was a message of some kind, like the Voyager records. Communication from a higher life form reaching out blindly into space. Okay. I'll be on my best behavior.
Well, we also have a copy of the actual license sponsored by Hephaestus, too.
How about that? It's a nice thought, though. Okay, what are we doing?
Don't rush. Too dangerous.
Chatting with Ellie is my preference, but we can search Irvin's apartment first if you like.
Careful. With gravity this high, one small fall could cause a lot of damage.
He did it as a favor to one of his colleagues from his university days. Plus, it paid well, and it didn't seem that complicated. Ecliptic. This isn't what I had in mind for today. Take care of yourself, Dusty.
Thrusters are out. Sure, why not?
Docking in 3, 2, 1. Done. Looks like we found some sad pirates on the run from Sysdef. Smells unusual here. I can't place it, though. Look, I get it, but our best chance is staying here. So, as I was saying, I found an encrypted message where I really didn't expect one. Weird, right? The Astral Lounge spared no expense with their marketing, huh? Get that artifact to Constellation. There. The last temple. My contact has an audio log with the identity of the speaker verified, time-stamped, everything. For normal folks, yes. For someone of your stature, a walk in the park.
Hello, me.
Well, this is certainly an interpretation. I'll admit, even I was surprised when everyone showed up to rescue me, saying that some Starborn told them where that pirate base was. Just because their problem isn't ours doesn't mean we should dismiss it so easily.
Just lost weapons. Working on it.
Well, this is great. It is not about you or me. The unity is greater than us. You already know that you can ask me anything. You're going to pick that back up, right? Right? By sealing the Lazarus plan away instead of destroying it? I'm worried we've made things riskier. Oh, buddy, are you serious? Give me anything but spacers. It's like a wounded, venomous, feral beast. You want to help out, but yikes. I'm worried we don't have enough evidence to go up against a massive corporation like that. No offense, but I hope you're wrong. You have 1,000% of my attention. Go ahead. Spacer territory. Whatever it was, it's gone.
Go team. Hoorah and all that.
Not my style. Sorry. Always ask yourself why somebody would just up and leave. So unless I go evil, I assume they'll stay chill. But that's just an hypothesis based on limited observations so far.
Embrace death.
Different captain, though. So you aren't an exact facsimile. Doubt we'll find much in whatever's left of this place. You ever stare up at the stars at night wondering what's out there? Well, that's us. That's where we go.
Yeah, well, here's my surprised face. Appealing to my nobility, huh? It's been a while.
Just look at this place. Incredible. You don't need that stuff to be wonderful, to be loved by me. You know that, right? Nobody else is responsible for your choices in life. And we're done here. If the conclusions are significantly derivative, There's probably a flaw in the hypothesis.
It would effectively solve the problem, but it would not necessarily make things better.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? He's citing numerous ethics violations dating back to before Irvin's time, and Hephaestus just ignored him.
Whoopsie! Really, Captain? Guess I better not ask for a raise anytime soon either.
You'll see soon enough, but expect anything. Enemy starborn, human mercenaries, alien creatures, whatever it takes to stop us.
I understand that. Sometimes it's hard to realize what you have until it's gone.
My pleasure. Look at this place. Nobody's been here in a long time, and you're committed to creating an arbitrary definition of the unity based on what? Dreams? Vague feelings?
You know those nightmares people have when they dream they're naked when they didn't intend it? You're awake. Right now. So,
ready for takeoff in 3, 2, 1, go!
ha! Sure.
You know where to find me if you miss my brilliant insights, though.
There's nothing to talk about. I've already made myself clear.
Very well. If there is even a faint glimmer of the same person I knew, I will honor their wishes. Here. Now go.
We're together.
Finally. All those years goofing off on computers has paid off. And also terrifying, obviously. Don't drown too much in all this despair. Life moves on. We're the ones who end up standing still.
Some medicines. Can't remember which ones. We'll do this again soon. Right? So, hey, I'm still not 100%, plus I feel guilty dragging you into all of this. Good morning, my shining star.
We need to talk about this first. This is moving too fast. You forced my hand by joining the Hunter. It is no longer about what I want. Down, down, down!
I'll never feel good about losing Irvin. But knowing that I set things right is enough.
You better be asking for your next magic show and not for any stupid reasons. Don't panic, but our engines are gone.
I trust you and I respect you. I'm just glad you decided to talk to me about it.
The people of the Freestar Collective just want a good life like any normal person. Call me old-fashioned, but peace should never include killing regular people for no good reason.
Wait. You know what? Never mind. I'm just hungry.
Need a refresher on the history of Barrett. I suppose you've come to the right man. Yeah.
But where I used to feel only grief and shame, now I feel grateful for the time and the love that we had.
And Vasco, don't let them break my ship.
You may think so, but I don't.
So, the Red Devils have occupied Londinian.
Speaking of which, for your sake, I hope you also get some stocks. Or at least a cool handshake. And also, Vasco.
The universe is just full of fun. I'm nothing if not open-minded.
I bet security doesn't want us nosing around here. Yeah, Vasco, thank you. Seriously. It means a lot.
Caves are generally rather risky.
Critters and collapsing caverns, air issues.
I'll be fine. I just need to lie down for a bit longer.
I'm not sure you're taking this as seriously as you should be.
Place the armillary in your ship, then power up your grav drive. It'll take care of the rest.
I think about it a lot. There's so many possibilities. Some wonderful, some terrifying.
We should remain cautious with them, but I think we should leave the door open to communication.
Soon as she touched that rock, something changed. Don't tell me you can't feel it.
We got this.
Habitable planets tend to range from 1 to 2 milligrams per cubic centimeter. Most aerogels are about 1/10 of that.
I was just hoping you'd have any kind of reason that wouldn't disappoint. So, you really think the Aceles are going to work out, huh? Utter lack of humanity to do this. Those miners didn't do anything.
No settled systems lab made these things. And I doubt one of them made that ship either.
If she so much as sounds unhappy, we'll be back. One day, maybe that won't be true.
Message received, Captain. I'll be sure to step up my game before the next performance review.
He swore up and down he was part of an elite crew on some top-secret ship out there. This relay station has to be at least 100 years old.
Stunning.
I don't remember. I'm sure I did.
Helped Vladimir code up this system the first time. Now, how did this work again?
I thought maybe you were, well, Doesn't matter anymore. We could unleash scientists on these temples for decades and still only scratch the surface. Nobody's here. Nobody's been here for a long time. It's probably too late for that. I mean, we're here. This certainly seems a lot more stable than I expected from Ecliptic. Almost like a city. So that's my plan. Have you ever jumped around in an atmosphere full of human-sized, colorful bubbles and ultra-low gravity? It's bouncy chaos. The people of the Freestar Collective are hardy survivors. That's for sure.
Because if you didn't notice, we've all been handling it since with no problem.
For now, anyway. Upgrades! That doesn't give you the license to wreck your way across other universes. Landing gear. Check. Thrusters. Check. Landing site. Clear.
Good morning, you. We could cuddle more. But adventure really does await.
The sooner we deal with Irvin's case on Gagarin, the sooner I can deal with this artifact.
And it just so happens she said she'd be glad to look over our evidence.
I've got 1,000 things on my mind right now. And you're not one of them. People are motivated by all sorts of things, even things that aren't necessarily good for them. Otherwise, nobody would be on Neon, I think. But, I mean, if it's true, it's true. No matter what the messenger has done to us. We're at apogee, surrounded by stars and the vastness of space.
Damn, that went better than I could have hoped.
See, those are the exact things I've got on my resume. What a coincidence. So, were you able to find anything? Who says? Thankfully, we aren't in charge of preparing humanity for the next big milestone of our species. Did someone leave some food out before we left? Whoa! Suit on. You know, these hostile worlds fascinate me the most. What is required for life to adapt here? If it even can at all. Astounding every time. Oh, just perfect. Sure, why not? It's the nexus point for all universes with infinite possibilities. What could go wrong?
I mean, just because something happened in one multiverse doesn't necessarily help us here and now.
I mean, where else would I get to dodge space pirates and discover new planets? Whoa. Dangerous radiation all around this place. Be careful. Right. She said she would meet us at our office when we arrive. We just have to blend in, disappear, act like we belong. Do you see some way over there? I sure don't. The Co-Heritage Museum. Should we stop by? Might be nice. Considering. The law might not be flexible, but you are a human who can think, so you better be. Hopefully the United Colonies will recognize us first. Well, if it isn't our own ranger. I hope you're not taking the job permanently. Phew. Get some marshmallows out here because it is toasty. Even Helgi's name was cleared of related convictions. Excuse me? What? Well, just ask. Owie. Woo. I'm fine. And the benefits are pretty good, too. I'm not throwing away anything. You did that yourself. Fair enough. Oh, well, it's done.
And I know how that sounds. Trust me. I wouldn't even say anything, but it just happened again.
Sioga Syndicate's here. Watch out. Look at this place. Home. I can understand the appeal, I suppose. It's not for me, but it's okay. It crossed my mind. But everybody has lost somebody, and most of us have lost many more. And the crowds of New Atlantis don't make me uncomfortable, exactly. But it does feel domestic in some way. Normal. Controlled. It makes me antsy. Remodeling. I like it. I guess the good stuff hasn't all been extracted from this mine, huh? If it were me, I'd keep the artifacts on the ship. That way you can move them at a moment's notice. I don't know. And I'm not trying to second-guess you here. Let's hear the creepy lady out, I guess. I was just reflecting on everything we've been through, you know? That's impressive. Party, party! The harm done by that research can be counted in bodies and ruined lives. Best to stay focused if you can. Stick to your business. Getting drawn into diversions here is more dangerous than you'd expect. I know what we need. Yeah. More of me. Exactly. The Rock. Name for some coffee or something? I don't know. I'm not a historian. Looks neat, though. Time for that age-old question. Party now or later? Oh, look, it's the Crimson Fleet. I hope you bought your membership card. But who knows? But if they do, we'll deal with it. Simple as that. There's no justification, period. Now, I better stop myself while I can. Oh, hey. I was almost done. Don't worry. Just was thinking. Places like this tend to keep the weird stuff in the basement. Particulates in the air, stacks of geologic data, industrial equipment, and an underlying odor of sulfur. Getting any deja vu, Dusty? Wonder what kind of power I'll get. Do you see what I see? It's another way through. What you did took nerves. Befriending Delgado like that, it was a huge risk. Exactly what I was thinking. It's not that those other universes are failures, although compared to ours, they kind of are. Secondly, I think we ought to focus on, this potential milestone for our entire species. Next time when I say I want to visit a sauna, I should be more specific. This place is too hot for humans. Wow, you're not messing around. But seriously, I'm glad you spared him. It was a good call. Go! Keep the artifacts safe! At the end of the day, I trust your decision. New Atlantis is the shining beacon of humanity these days, so they say. I'd argue that the beacon of humanity should be measured in our overall survival, though. Looks like Crimson Fleet. I'll leave it at that. They really had a decorative theme here, didn't they? We can't take chances with anybody, so we'll keep eyes on everybody. I respect the folks in the military individually, but being surrounded by them can be more stressful than being on a planet with no magnetosphere and a worn-out spacesuit. He would never want you to feel like this rotten situation was your fault. I promise you that. This is absurd. Dig yourself out of your own mess. Hey, at least they're trying to do something. The city was just attacked. Are you really just going to turn your nose up at that? They looked into Hephaestus Mining Corporation. Looks like they paid off the judge. Zealots really scare me. When someone can't be reasoned with, what's left? I only need a few things in this universe. Exploring new worlds, adventures among the stars, your companionship and love, and an occasional back rub. That's it. Perfection. Looks like scientific research. Well funded, too. I wonder what's going on up there. Oh, whoa, are you serious? No. Hard pass. Not after everything before. At least not unless you show me you've learned a thing or two. Here I am, exploring the galaxy with a hoarder. Besides, everybody funds with small investments from many regular people these days, right? I guess we can live without that, but are you sure? Lots of remote labs are just remote for safety reasons. Makes sense, really. It's monstrous. Of course, friend. Sort of funny when you say it that way. Nobody needs to use the potty before we go, right? I can't guarantee I can answer everything, but I want to try. Oh, sure. We can stop by and threaten some random person that we don't even know. Well, from what I recall, it was some sort of extremophile plant that he was breeding. Good. He deserved what he got for what he did and for what he would have done. Yes, of course. I love our chats. Gift shop last this time, though, right? I want to stay focused. Constellation is quite pro-cookie. Because, you see, we value human accomplishments. Some of Irvin's paychecks were seized, as well as any assets that weren't under joint ownership. Well, we will. I have no doubt that we will. Of course she is. Mateo, I love you, my friend, but we'll have to continue this another time. Why, hello there, sunshine. Sleep well? Let's hope. We have so much to do, to see, to enjoy. I hope we're never in such dire straits that we need to depend on that guy. We'll settle this at the temple. We factually did not. Anyway, I do mind, actually. I'm not in the mood for chit-chat. I want to be your husband. I want to hear you call me that. Yeah, there is. Recently. In the past month, maybe? Hank, don't get weird on us now. Or weirder. And as the lawyer, she's probably right. The burden of proof is sky high on this one. It's likely already in orbit. If others want to go, then you didn't give them a compelling reason to stay. You are not chosen. Gagarin, we made it. I'm not here to help build a god.
I take you to have and to hold from this day forward. Thanks, Doc. If he does end up testifying, we'll definitely need you for the trial. Ellie Yankton will be in touch. Getting air toxicity warnings over here. Suits stay on. You're gonna love this, Ellie. Oh, that just took out their shields. That being said, it took me a while to get to my happy place. The Unity Pilgrim in particular. If that rings any bells. I don't know about that. They'll just send somebody worse then. Fascinating bits on the hydrocarbon Maria, the coalies, the fumarolic ice towers, the processing plants. Just loved it all. It's hard. But each universe is precious in its own way. Mine will never have its original you in it again, as yours won't have its real me. Those are Starborn ruins. You see that, right? We have to get a close-up of that statue. Wow. Either way is good for me as long as we're married at the end. I can't say I'm especially proud of it lately either. The captain allowed everybody to eat only the cookies since the meats were so expensive. But with no gravity, the cookies baked into weird little spheres. Huh. Just going to casually point out that a long time ago you seemed not very thrilled about working as a team. Target is in range. Let's do this. We can have a nice, exceptionally long and dry chat about the social economic factors of neon and how that's been used to prop up a group of despotic leaders. Not exactly a fair situation to find yourself in. But hey, your dad's been dead a long time, right? Maybe it won't come up. Imagine being a person arriving from Earth all those years ago, stepping foot here, realizing that this was your new home. Some would be devastated. Others, exhilarated. Maybe I'll become some sort of cosmic, many-eyed monster intent on devouring humanity. Then what? Keep running! Get to the ship! Andrasia! It's a plant that Irvin was cultivating for years. Biologically fascinating. And apropos of this moment, going to walk away from the weirdness of it all? I get it. Not the choice I would make, but fair. That was... yowza. Nice. Ellie Yankton. She's a lawyer for the people who has spent her life helping folks on Gagarin fight against the big corporations. Okay, this is starting to hurt you a lot. Let's find some help. I can see that. I prefer swimming in bioluminescent hot springs under a sky full of moons, but hey, the pool is nice. I bet you do. And if not, well, you can always try to sell it. The gnat is convenient. But riding right after eating can give you stomach aches. Well, look at what we've got here. Well, all those statements could theoretically be true. And who knows? Maybe if we solve this case, it'll mean a better future for Gagarin. They've just restored their shields. This isn't who you are. Is it? I'd love to, but there's no way to get there. No problem. Your confidence has been a constant in the tumultuous waves of everything we've been through. Theoretically, of course. Hey, take this. Weird that this place is abandoned, though. Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself there. Just kidding. I don't even want to know. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, that's for sure. Thanks for all your help. I divided it into equal portions for me, you, Ellie, and expenses. Here's your share. Me. In one of his messages, he mentioned this job that he took at a mine shortly before he died. Here. You might need a couple of these digipics. Now, I thought a miracle was something unexplainable and magical. But we know a hell of a lot about life and gravity. Think we need to go off-world for a bit? Welcome home, folks. No promises, though. Got it? How about I stay and I send your Dusty here in my place? I know, but they're not some miner anymore, Lynn. Ah, my friend. Dish. And if so, would I still care about the things I used to care about? All we know is that they wanted that artifact badly. You can't create such controversial tech, launch it into the world, and then wash your hands of it, expecting others to do what's right. I could go for a dip. Sure. So, you decided to ruin the lives of some innocent farmers and steal their work? Well, I mean, what choice did you really have? Ularu is a maniac in business casual. Like what? Fine. I am yelling. That's fair. But this is actually serious. And I'm not joking here. Okay, no, I think I can wing it.
I'm willing to give it a try, but you know it won't be like that. Not really. Mostly about the artifacts and constellation and ice spiders, of course. Always ice spiders. Ugh. So we already know that Irvin worked for Hephaestus Mining Company years ago, and they blamed him for catastrophic economic and ecological issues here on Gagarin. Accurate. I'm just passing through. You all need to add some screening questions in your interviews to weed out the maniacs. Clearly. Best thing about wearing a suit? Internal air cycling. I've been to worlds that smelled like rotten eggs covered in burnt hair and, worse. We can't change the system that made this happen, but I'm glad we tried. A botanist in an apartment with no windows. He probably hated spending time here. Nice technique. You should try some flips next time.
Hello there. I'm Barrett.
Wait, what? Vay Victus is alive. Nice form. But I am always a big fan of your form. Everybody got that? Good. Ouchie! Just between me and you, I've always wanted to do this. And with you, all the better. Gotta admit, this is a pretty good shelter. Being the sole lawyer for the people here is unsustainable. What if she refuses? Maybe things have gone too far. Anyway, it's a relief, you know. I have this ability, this power. And I'm still just me. Just regular Barrett. Look, no offense. It just seems like there's always some kind of trouble here. If it starts with knock-knock, just don't even. Hold on. Is that what I think it is? Oh, yeah. Time to release Barrett's beach bod. Don't be jealous. Sarah was our leader. She was a light in Aja's eye, and she kept everything together. I've been trying for the more balanced approach to my spare time, personally. Reading science journals, picking up odd jobs on distant moons for fun, and sampling various cheeses. Used to not be so fond of teams as I recall. Something about trusting individuals, right? Maybe remembering what happens to Earth will give you focus. I wonder if this lab is run by the military or corporations. Hello? Excuse me. 3 blowhards. Yeah, we definitely won't cause trouble. That's it? No secret starborn mind powers or anything? All right. Well, sometimes that's pretty critical information for predicting future interactions. Done. Noelle and I are going to set up an experiment to artificially simulate metallic hydrogen under extreme pressure. You in? Sure. Like what? Ha! Our shields are fully restored. Part of me wants to learn how to make things like this, too. Oh, nice. You seem more confident, too. Or am I imagining that? I think I need some time to myself. We never rule that out, but it feels so good to know we weren't fighting against robot alien ghost gods or something. Something doesn't seem right around here. Dusty! What's going on? Fine. I can stand here, sure. This better not be the secret ingredient. Irvin didn't live here for long, but he certainly had a lot of junk here. I had no idea. Huh. Can't say I've had that effect on anyone before. Constellation ship, you weren't invited to this meeting, but much of our conversation has been about you. It's only fitting you should join us. There's the Foundry computer. See if you can log in with your Argos extractor account. This city, this job has made you into a monster. You have to wake up. So, I can't jump on stage and sing my heart out to ancient Earth music? Bummer. That's right. We're together. I wonder if the files mention any of his poker tales. Pirates and gamblers are basically part of the same genus. Kicking the can down the road seems like it buys us time, but we don't need time as much as we need solutions. Ellie would know better than I. But I doubt it'll be anytime soon. These things tend to involve a lot of red tape. Absolutely. I think so. But Ellie will be the judge of that. Let's get out there and do something new today, shall we? It's just this whole thing with Irvin's case. It blindsided me. At first, I was all gung-ho about this mystery with the artifacts. Weapons are down. Okay, we can handle this. No more words. Let's settle this. Did you have any other personal questions, or was that it? Adorable. Yes, of course you can. The artifacts hold many secrets.
If I see anything on our next expedition to a planet, then I'll hang on to it for you. The Freestar Collective has done well for itself since the war. In the end, the search for the artifacts always ends here. I know you don't think we can really control the Hunter. Fantastic. I knew I could count on you. You're as reliable as an atomic clock. I tend to agree. It's interesting, but not enough to take it to a lawyer yet. Something happened. I can't hold on to you. I'm struggling. Surely murder is the last option you'd consider. Ecliptic. And not just maniacs. They're well-financed maniacs. Be careful not to lock us out of the system. I know you know that, though. As long as we all have cool stuff, there will always be pirates. Are you serious? Don't get my hopes up now. I love you too. It's okay to admit it was kind of a big deal. And it's okay to sob, to yell, to go to sleep, do whatever it takes. Whoa, careful. Gagarin has more apartments for sale than buyers, so it was cheap. And the contract was for a month, so it made sense. Considering how scattered and divided we are already, maybe there will be some other top-secret experimental microbe in the future that you can unleash. You do? Wow. I'm stunned. Give me a moment. We could keep talking to these employees and hope that works. But I'm skeptical. That barely took any time to make at all. Wild. Funerals are there to remind survivors that they aren't alone. The dead have already finished their part in our story. I did. She said she'd set up a notification when we're in orbit so we could see her right away. I won't promise you that it gets easier. I won't say that your anger won't turn inwards. Hopefully they're doing normal, boring research here. Nothing weird. No mind-controlled ice spiders. Ew. That's only part of it. Being better is undefined. I need you to be your best. How can I trust you? I'm glad you and Chief Engineer Kakarni were on the same page. You know better than this. Oh, I hope you get a better slogan before you run for office again. Oh, yeah. No, that exploded already. What about the one before that? I thought I had a key to his apartment, but... Geez. I don't know where it is. Now, hang on a second. Just look at this place. So many questions come to mind. I don't even know where to start. But I can still press for that answer, right? I wish more robots were like Vasco. Hell, I wish more people were more like Vasco, too. We've already got the coordinates to mine H363. But this will still solidify the fact that he was there. I'm so ready for this. Are you? Keep an eye on your blood pressure here. If you feel woozy, we should take a break or just leave. Always a pleasure. Thrusters are gone. I saw a vision. Flashing lights, the whole shebang. Well, there's Ellie Yankton on Gagarin, the lawyer who helped us with Irvin's case. Good choice. You get a chance to try to be a decent father again. Don't blow it. We are all Constellation. Oh, no. You're not offloading that responsibility onto me, are you? Not much of a choice in this situation. I wonder how long it took to build a ship with this assembly line. Jump drive is back. It's gonna be okay. Gagarin has been struggling for years. I'll follow your lead. Clearly, you know what to do around here. Really makes me glad we came here after all. He was the one Hephaestus blamed for an ecological disaster about 20 years ago. Do you remember any of that? As I was saying, Helga's going to be hard to find. Oh, yes. Evil! I wonder if Ada's up to anything around here. We've never met, but I've heard about her among the science circuit. I wondered if I was imagining your affectionate words from time to time. I wasn't sure, but it was very welcome. Yes! Their grav drive is out of commission. This is one for the Constellation history books, Captain. His former employers at some job he took before he died. I think it was a mining company. Oh, hey. I hope you slept well. You seemed pretty exhausted. If this is going to involve paperwork, then I have to let you know that suddenly my hands are just useless. Be careful. Critters and their byproducts are in the area. So they found an insurance settlement. Irvin's employers got paid as compensation for sabotage. You know the drill, Vasco.
Protocol Indigo means no deviations, no distractions, no dalliances. In short, no fun. You know, I never believed in luck until this very moment. Yes, I have my own designs about how that one might look. But it's only an ideal. A 3-person unit might not even work. See, that's what I'm talking about. Relativity. We're all just creatures of the universe trying to get away from what's after us. Wait there. Let me savor this moment. Ah, perfection. The Starborn are just people, and they can be wrong or confused or just messed up. And I reject that hypothesis. Once a scientist, always a scientist. And in court, you're an expert witness who can testify. All right. I'm willing to hear you out. Sounds like we need more data to me. Let's try to move some things around. Our part in the case is done, but Ellie took it to court for us. Reminds me, I should send her a gourmet chunks basket. Can't wait. Bye now, Mathis. Looks like Vladimir sent over some coordinates, too. They match yours perfectly. Look, you like the challenge of it. I get that. I do. I'm still listening. Can you scan that? Oh, you beat me to it. Oh, I know. I could tell. Have fun! It was a good run. Wasn't it? Other than scavengers picking at it a few times, this place is just abandoned. She's not actually standing behind me, is she? I worry about that. I might be an entirely different person for all I know. Whoo! Hoo! Time to show off! Recovering you, Captain. It shouldn't. In my heart, we're already married anyway. This is just so we can send photos to everybody. Party later. We need to be on our toes right now. Oh, yeah, that. I don't remember much. Amazing. Better than another shower on the ship with recycled water, right? Okay, well, I'm glad friendship is still on the table. Don't breathe the air around here. Got it. Donations help, of course. Other than that, not sure. Ellie might have some thoughts. Shouldn't feel too worried. The war has been over for a long time. Docking at 90%, 95%, and done. It was right after he finished a job on Gagarin. Some terrible job. I don't remember. I just want to know why they picked Irvin. Why did they set him up? Maybe we can ask around for help. Wild how many creatures build nests and layers like this all over the settled systems. Hold on there. I'm not sure if you can handle just one. Ship's docked. Let's go. Trusting either of them fully is hard. Impossible, even. Listen. Humanity would have gone to the stars eventually. But before we go on further, are you really ready to build love into our friendship? This is a huge step, you know. We are growing impatient. Cease your attempts to stall for time. Perhaps it's time to put this all to an end. A mass hallucination? Or maybe something outside of space and time itself. Hey, maybe it is space and time itself. The gravity here is exhausting. It's like walking up a sand dune. Lay it on me. The artifact isn't far now. But look at all this stuff. Simply astounding. The war happened. I hope that was as enlightening to you as it was for me. Recalculating. And orbit stabilizing. Perfect. What happens for any of us? I try to tolerate the extreme cold, but it is hard. So there it is. I did it. Imagine us being bitter rivals, or even arch enemies, only to find common ground over a slice of tiramisu and cake-flavored chunks. Uh-oh. I didn't prepare anything. Thank you for the stellar introduction, but this is the classic scorched earth path, and we know exactly how that turns out, don't we? How different would my life be if I had never stepped foot in this place? I wonder. As solid as the moons themselves. Dusty. 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 It looks like everyone's starting to buy in. Well, steal in. Pirates don't actually buy anything. Me too. I have so many questions.
Well, we weren't going to keep them for ourselves. Not only is it unethical, but frankly, we don't have the space. I'm trying to be kind here. But let's just say if 3 people walked into the bar and I was asked to seat the brilliant zoologist, it wouldn't be Dr. Hawkson. Looks like they're expanding the helium-3 operation here substantially, considering how many variables must have been negotiated in order for us to meet and fall in love. I'd say I'm the luckiest man alive. The United Colonies are so overbloated by their own rules, they can't even solve their own problems without using oppressive tactics. Finally, I've been bored out of my skull here. Anything valuable here? Yeah, I think we need to get info from the mining company itself at this point. We've done a lot on our own. I suppose my sentiment for you remains. Even after all the universes I've crossed. Did you see that? What a damn nightmare. Some smugglers are just regular folk with a lot of bad luck. We used to wonder if life was unique to our world. Not only is it not, but it seems to take every opportunity to emerge. Wish granted. But honestly, I appreciate having someone else to chat with. Well, besides the millions of other Barretts out there. Aye, aye, Captain. And Ellie said my catsuit wasn't necessary. Huh. Hello, old friend. The hunter will be below with the final artifact. His allies will be throwing everything they have at us. Yeah, he's gone now. As long as it's nothing too weird. Actually, on second thought, weird is wonderful too. What is worth anything if not this? This isn't getting us anywhere. Lights are on down here at least. That's good. Splendid. I found some of Irvin's last messages to me and thought I'd listen to them again to hear his voice. Of course you do. We all do. And now for an encore presentation of me. Okay, there might be room for more stuff, but you'll have to check. I understand wanting to hope for the best, but you can't believe everything in a sales pitch. Take care, friend. Other universes are not bargaining chips. Their fate is not a negotiation. I haven't noticed anything. Well, what else did you want to talk about? Or are you ready to get moving? Can you believe this is finally happening? Just figured I'd mention it, since we haven't had much time to chat before. We're good. Like 50%. The explanation is sound. But why would Irvin do that? He wouldn't. Let's chat with Vladimir. Make some sense of all this. If it takes a little bit of violence to avoid something worse, I'll take it. I'm not sure that I am. But maybe in time that will change. Depending on what they find out, it might be time to talk to a lawyer. I'll see if I can find one. Power and environmental systems were all shut off by the city this whole time. So it's unlikely. We're a team now. What we do together and now is more important than what we did alone and before. Can't retire on it, but it's a nice bonus. I've been meaning to thank you for helping me with the Crimson Fleet before. Having everybody participate in the solution here goes a long way to remembering that we're all on the same side. The human side. But it is who we are. We're mostly interested in your thoughts. Oh, hey, bounty hunters. Act normal. Not my thing. Explains why the Starborn want the artifact so bad. Get them all, and you've got a gateway to infinity. Take your time. I'm just enjoying the view. I'm detecting power to their weapon systems again. Ooh, I promise we'll try to act surprised. Excuse me? I won't be pushed around. Not by you. Spacesuits were invented for, a reason. Well, now, being upfront about one's failings is a fine peace offering. But you were. You've always been there. And just so you know, I loved it every single time. Deimos should be dismantled at this point. Seems like it's more of a risk to keep around in its current state. What? No. I mean, before you and after Irvin, I had mostly worked with Vasco. Bounty hunters are just spacers with a union. Well, I was thinking of writing a book about our adventures. The incredible duo. The unity. You are on the path to it. It is a place, a gateway. It is where we were reborn. I think our odds are pretty good. The sweetest sorrow indeed. Till next time.
In practical terms, whoever holds the artifacts, whether I give mine to you is what I will need to decide.
Howdy, soldier. Want to compare war stories? See? Serious mode activated. Hopefully there's no line. I take you, my captain, to have and to hold from this day forward.
You see much. But our ship is created from a power beyond your understanding. Its semblance to your own vessels only aids us in masking our presence.
I'm all ears. I would expect a storage facility like this to have security. Well, we don't. We could just say we're married right now and file the paperwork. I know.
And I can't say it's the best choice, but nevertheless, thank you. I can't wait to declare my love for you. And I'm so glad Vasco will be officiating for us. I know you're not the person I lost all those universes ago, but my heart still breaks just the same.
I know uncertainty is just one emotion in my heart and mind right now.
Live and let live? Is that right?
Never mind. Just continue.
Are we almost done with all this setup stuff or what?
You notice the radiation levels are critical here, right? Just checking.
I'm just curious about your reasoning, that's all. We found the coordinates to Irvin's old work site and went there. Huge battle. Fire, explosions. Yes! That's what I wanted to hear, Ellie. Woo! It's not like dyeing your hair gold or getting a full-body cat suit or eating a full pack of extra wild spicy chunks in under a minute.
I'm glad that people try to keep dangerous lab work outside of settlements nowadays.
Right. Fun chat as always, friend.
And that's why I've been in Constellation so long.
It's good to have people who will help out when you're in a jam.
I know, Vasco.
But I want to hear it from them directly.
Thanks, Doc. He's already agreed to testify. We just need you to be there when the time comes. Ellie Yankton will be in touch.
We're going to melt if we stay here too long. Let's hurry.
It served us well, didn't it? But all good things must come to an end someday.
Sorry about your brother. Debt isn't worth a life.
Oh, no. Whatever will I do? Air pressure, seals, ship integrity, all good. Docking is complete. Good work, Captain.
If you insist. Just, let's not talk about this right now. I don't have the stomach for it. Mateo, we've got like several dozen things that might be useful. Can you narrow it down a little bit?
Lucky me. Go on.
If anyone knows how to contain infectious diseases, it's these fine folks. So I'm not worried. But I wouldn't mind picking up the pace. It'd be a pretty amazing future. But the truth is, that's not the reality. It's an ideal.
You know, I do appreciate the data, though.
So continue and update me after the wedding, okay? I respect your ability to find these deposits, but what if we programmed a robot to do it while we relaxed? Welcome back to the rest of humanity. You're no longer alone.
Let's make it official.
It makes me happy, too. Genuinely. And if you do want to talk any more about our friendship, just let me know. I'm here for you. When times are tough, sometimes it's important to reflect on our accomplishments. Anyway, I'm just glad Ron Hope is gone.
Unworthy?
Oh, no. And it depends on what I want to do with all the proof. If anything. We wouldn't be the good guys if we did. We're on the same wavelength here.
Aw.
Thanks.
Life will almost certainly arise on planets when the right conditions are met.
There's a beauty in such persistence. Anyway, this mining corporation have faced us, sued Irvin, claiming he irreparably damaged their mine. Phew, the gravity here is intense. I feel like I'm being squished. Astute as always. Whew. That was certainly a chatty way to get the recipe. Hey, Andreja. I hope all is well with you.
Oh, yes, I definitely do. Confirmed. Thank you very much.
No more hostiles. We're clear.
Never mind about that right now. Noel, you're monitoring other health signs, right? Glad we're on the same page.
Nice! That ruined their shields.
I don't think it will. In fact, this is a huge relief.
The war stretched on for so long and cost so much for everyone. What a waste. Their aggression, their cruelty has just been rewarded. Why would they ever change now?
I agree.
Calculations are solid. And the stars await. You took the words right out of my mouth. So many things can go wrong out there.
Working with people you can trust is important. Irvin told me to just enjoy it and collect data on the side for later. And I'm glad I did. We can talk more in private. Until somebody changes the laws there, this will be just a bump in the road for them. Sorry, friend. You'll feel right as rain when I dissipate. I guess I didn't think of it that way, but yes, it was sad. It was also comforting, though. It just makes me wonder sometimes. Maybe it's wiser not to fight. That's just judgment. The unity doesn't exist to judge. The more things change, right? Maybe it wasn't the exact same view, but there's probably an atom or two somewhere that was here on that day. Discovered an artifact and tussled with pirates all on their first day. Definitely bounty hunters. They shoot first and ask questions later, so, you know. See, when you say that, the universe and its infinite complexities doesn't seem so daunting. All that matters is you and me. I was just remembering how I'd pour my heart out to Vasco. So many times. Amundsen? Cherish every moment with them. You have to understand, this isn't the usual scenario. I wonder why the Starborn picked this spot to build this temple. Hold on. I've got to get something off my chest. Next! Exploring under intense pressure. Gravitational pressure is challenging. Let's go slowly. Sometimes constraints are more like opportunities in disguise. We both deserve happiness. And I support your decision. It is, but I was thinking about it and, well, it's still wrong. Right? It was weird seeing Irvin's apartment. But I'm glad we went there. Well, look at that. Vasco definitely takes after this side of the family. Okay. Skipping the initial shock of it all. It does seem awfully coincidental now that you put it that way. I think it... No. Stop it. You're trying to confuse me. Please learn from this. I want to explore the universe with you at my side, and if you do that again... I don't want to lose you over it, but that could happen. Right here? You hid here. Okay, put the gun down. I'm done. See? My retinas are pointing away from the console and towards this lovely view of space we have out the window. This is the moment I was hoping for. The moment that I will remember forever. You know what? Let's go to Lizzie's bar. I don't need a drink, but I do love a good party. My magnetic personality brought you back, right? No. Get someone else to do it. Distressing that folks need to live like this just to make it. Space is hostile, but so is society. Bad news is that gravity here is going to exhaust us. Fast. Good news is that we're burning a ton of calories. This place hasn't had people in it for a long time. I'm here! We'll stop the hunter together. Anyway, look at this place. Everybody loves this stuff. Yeah, that's how they appear right now. And I absolutely love formal wear. For the record, he only used plants, fungi, and algae. But he had a catalog of spices and flavors from many biomes. I'd say, I know. I'll cherish the memories we created together, even if our time in love has come to an end. Critter nest nearby. Could check it for useful organics, but don't take too much. If it weren't for Constellation business, I'd want to set up an entire lab here. You don't know where this is coming from? Really? Well, isn't this a surprise? Shotgun! Ship's released. Let's go. She would want us to focus and solve this problem together. Always nice coming back here. Now that Irvin's name is cleared, there's Sam's family museum. Wonder if I can get a mug or something with his face on it. Whatever creatures live here have the right idea. It's a cozy spot. Oh, I took one of these exams once. Had to rate my emotional state with numbers. Nice. Over here, stay on your toes. Hey, this isn't over. Thanks. I was trying not to be too optimistic about our chances, because that's when a cosmic reversal kicks in. This is all controlled by the Freestar Collective, so we should be welcome here. You better be okay, Vladimir. Damn old pirate. We are the Starborn, and you are unworthy to possess the artifacts. They're always hard. Always. They've hurt countless others.
What if every other universe is in shambles because of them? We don't know. He didn't care about anybody. He was obsessed. Hey, get going. I'll be fine. Soon as my organs sort out where they're supposed to be. Heat leeches? Yuck. Let's clear these pests out of here. They just skeeve me out. You know, we're fortunate. Constellation brought us all together and we're all better for it.
Not exactly, Lynn. Got a better idea.
Go do your thing, friend. So, Ellie, there has to be a way for us to get those records easily, right? Talk to me on the ship later. If we see anyone, just act casual. Or act hostile. Up to you. Okay. Go. Let's keep moving. Kidding. Probably. You know, traveling with you has been more than just good old-fashioned fun. It's been, well, therapeutic. Rekindling that romance with you is something I honestly didn't expect. But it's something I hoped for. I miss everything about who we were together. My general policy is to approach bounty hunters like wild creatures. Smells weird in here. Like seaweed and sulfur. If my artifact also leads to a power someday, or if there are even more of these things out there, then we may want to reevaluate this approach. The first were following his orders, but they made the choice to do that. I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here. I don't even know what to say. Well, I can see where this is headed. I'm sure we have room for you on the ship, Walter. Might be cramped compared to what you're used to, but it'll get you there. Oh, that'll be useful. Nice. The test continues. That's such a relief to hear you say that. Correct. We are not being jerks. I'm surprised you can recognize decency. Yes, of course. You may proceed with my interview now. No funny business. I'm watching you. In fact, it sounded heartfelt. Mathis, maybe this was better for you than you even thought. So we're okay with wrecking Imogene's life, self-esteem, and career if it's just for a short time. Just please don't remove yourself from our lives. Not after all this. We can't lose anyone else. You know, I know it means something to you, and this is your moment as well as mine. Oh, look! They've got propulsion back! Cute. Just say whatever you need to say. Lots of military structures are essentially single-use. Finally! Let's get out of here. Last one to the ship is a rotten Prasada berry. And yeah, I get where you're coming from. It's a relief. A grace. A seismic gravitational shift. I feel like a new man. Okay, you got it. Back to exploring space now, right? I was just about to go looking for you. Just to say hi. So, hi. In any event, I'll go through Irvin's notes in more detail later. There's probably a flowchart somewhere with this little guy's name on it. Be on your guard. Okay, if you insist. That's why we'd like you to testify in court. Old-fashioned, huh? Love it. The search draws to a close. The way to the Unity opens. But it might involve the Space Shark Ghost God thing. Hey, that's not right. Here they come. Make ready. Hey, Captain. Need help with anything? Show off. Look, I know you. I trust you. You've been there for me. I just want to understand. And I am sorry we have not always been forthcoming. All right. This is the complimentary service where they hold all the fabulous riches right back there. Well, we gave him Irvin's apartment, and I even paid its ventilation and power for the year. Maybe so. Sarah, question for you. Okay, I admit, my famous personality wasn't so much help with this one. I wonder where this leads. Our word versus your word. Honestly, I was kind of rolling the dice with you. But hey, sometimes a bet pays off. After we arrange for the ceremony, all we have to do is show up and say I do. And we'll be married. Yet you still want the artifacts for yourself. It's okay. Take your time to think about this more. It's a big decision, but we can't just believe that they have the best intentions here. But I'm getting off topic. We finally got some hard evidence. Let's see what Ellie can do with it. Doesn't look like anybody's been around this ship for a while. We've come a long way since the war. It's astonishing. Just answer the question. Don't worry about it. I wonder how many creatures live around here. At least a few, I'd guess. I fought better. Much better. But I still have vivid dreams of that spicy fungal stew. It was divine. Hardly seems worthy, but what a legendary way to go. But I cannot believe I limited my hopes and dreams to only aliens now. Geez, you realize this corporation is using you to do their dirty work, and you just went along with it. It's forbidden knowledge for a reason, right? The reason being we weren't ready for it then. Looks like the United Colonies funded this outfit. The fleet now has the funding to do the harm they've always wanted. This is hurting you more than you realize. It's close to the unity. The artifact and the temple here are one, unlike the others you have found that are separated from each other.
Ellie tried to convince the judge to dismiss Helge's conviction from years ago as well, but the judge didn't think that was warranted.
So this little guy, Harvey, symbolizes a lot of things. If Earth was a small price, I have to question your ability to assess value of any kind.
No specifics. She just said we had a compelling case and she thinks we should talk.
Neither do I. Yet I muster forth. Well, if you couldn't talk to me about this earlier, then, well, I guess you're right. It is what it is. You gave them a chance. That's all you can really do. But at least the folks of Hopetown get to keep their jobs for now. I guess. Jump drive is chugging, and it's down. We lost it. But it is happening. Or rather, it has happened. And our adventure continues once more, my shining star. Anyway, you read over the documents we found there, right? What do you think? What are you working on, if you don't mind me asking? Wouldn't take a whole lot of these things to do significant damage to our species. Ah, the Lodge. There was a time when Irvin met me here and launched directly into a tiresome essay about plants. I'd give anything to hear it one more time. Catch! Then he asked me to help clear his name. Said they had a case against him. Oh, he sounded so upset. I can't believe you're trying to wave a hand and pretend like you're above all this. And if it had been me instead of them, I would feel at peace knowing that they made it. Let's hope this is the last one of these I need to attend. You know what? This has gone on long enough. I love you, but this breaks my heart. That's solid advice. Know your actual limitations, and not the ones granted to you by a mysterious superpower. And now that you mention it, yes, I'd like to present a token of my affection. Seems the entrepreneurial spirit is alive and well even here. I wonder what's on tap. Being your husband would be icing on the cake. But either way, I get cake. And I love cake. Think this will be good. Always need more friends out there. Let's find out why this was locked. On it. Thanks. I knew I could count on you. From the hands of one Crimson Fleet pirate to yet another. And this time, the pirate is in Constellation. Wonders never cease. I'm sorry to hear that. But it did sound a little mean, you know. She's unusual by our standards, but our standards only matter to us. Sealing away the Lazarus plant hopefully is just a small risk. But that remains to be seen. Now that was a sight to behold. Now, I happen to have a trustworthy contact who knows a bit about law and owes me a favor. This could connect to something over here. They don't know what they're walking into. Irvin would have loved to see this place. His grin would have been as big as these plants. Wow, will you look at that? An oasis in this hostile galaxy. I hope you brought your swimsuit. Places get abandoned for all sorts of reasons. Usually safety and resources, though. What was it? Did you see something? Anyway, we should take everything to the lawyer and see what she says. Engines are fully restored. That's a relief. Easy peasy. To me, huh? You're not interested in getting this great revelation? Irvin's been gone for over 20 years. Strange how memories can pop up when you least expect it. This isn't science. This is barbaric. I mean to say, I feel the same way. It's probably nothing anyway. Don't worry about it. I'd love to be your husband. And if you are truly ready for this step, then so am I. I wish they had these emergency social avoidance networks in every building, and I'm sure many more as well.
Doesn't mean we have to interview every human in existence before we act. Well, it's done. They're deploying it now, and there's no going back from that. Some people find comfort in structure and community. It's very human. Nothing to be ashamed of. Took me longer to get my own citizenship. I wonder if it has any trade-in value. Here, to open the way. We're more like the detectives in this case. I wonder if I can find you a store that sells deer stalker hats. This one was adapted by Irvin to be resilient. It's been in a box for 20 years. Ha ha! That's what I'm talking about. Hot damn. No talking, bribes, or threats? Fine.
Hey, maybe next time, all right? We'll pay it forward. Or backward, or whatever. You know what I mean.
We're not pirates, Petrov. We're explorers. Yes, this is going to seem weird, but... Here. Wait, you made that? Just now? Nice. Son of a biscuit. Looks like somebody else beat us here. Oh, yes. Please and thanks. Calculations? Finished. Simple. I'm sure you have more questions. Ask. Apparently, Vladimir was getting readings from multiple locations. It's only from observing the data that the coordinates seem to settle. Thanks. This has been swirling in my brain goo for a while now. Oh, yep. I've got a key card for it. But I don't know what condition it's in. Well, I'm about to be something. What was that? Thank you, Doctor. Sure. It's not like somebody's going to find it by accident, right? You don't seem healthy. Can we get you some medical attention? Yes! It's 0G time, folks. Is that right, cowboy? Went on a trip, huh? Unless, as strictly defined by Sarah, said deviations, distractions, and dalliances are completely necessary in getting this fine vessel, the Discovery-class Starship Frontier, back home in one piece. A disguise should work, and it's also fun. It's like role-playing with higher stakes. I'm gonna need some time, but I'll be okay. I can do it this time. If you think we need it, then okay. Maybe not. We work so well together. And our friendship makes our team so much stronger. One time, Irvin and I were on a biology expedition where he took thousands of samples from plant growths all over some moon. That's your interpretation. But I don't know that the intent was malicious. Nope. But for the choices we made, it feels just a bit closer, doesn't it? His name was cleared as well. Ellie made sure of it. These suits separate us from certain peril. Such a thin garment considering the weight riding on that promise. Perfect. Well, please do tell me more. Oh, I didn't think about that. But she would be perfect too. Perfect. Oh, geez. Crimson Fleet. This is going to be awkward. Extracting decent specimens is delicate work. There shouldn't be sides when talking about the fate of humanity. Suits on. Ready to jump into an extremely dangerous environment that is generally inhospitable to life anytime. Heat wave. Seriously, though. Yikes. I want to believe that. Thought I was dreaming. I once worried that my heart wasn't big enough to love so strongly once more. Aquila City. It looks like a quaint town, but it's got problems as big as any other city. Are you nervous? It's okay. I am too. So is a cheesy chunk sandwich, but we don't trust it with our lives. A while ago, you helped me out when I was captured by the Crimson Fleet. And I just wanted to say thanks for having my back. You go into the far reaches of space too tightly wound, your brain is just going to pop like a soda can. Oh, just that experimental technology that you got installed in your head. Haven't you already pieced this puzzle together, detective? Take a break. Let's chat. Neon does that to folks. They show up thinking it'll be one way, get addicted to this and that. You didn't leave us with a lot of options, buddy. Exactly as often as I need to. The universe is nearly infinite, and yet here we are fighting with each other. Well, let's finish it. It was absolutely astounding to witness, Vlad. Target's thrusters just came online. I just don't see why you had to let Ron Hope go after all of that. When all the artifacts are assembled, the device they create is called the Armillary.
In many ways, it's a model of the multiverse itself.
All righty. Hey, for what it's worth, not part of my plan.
Ah, okay then.
Can't say that I understand, but if this is your choice, then I support you. I know he would have felt the same way, but even if he didn't, well, life does in fact go on. I'm sure the next CEO won't see it coming either. Let's get out of here and do anything else. The trade authority always grinds my gears. Did you just... Yeah, you did.
It feels like an eternity and no time at all since I gave you that ship. What a glorious ride it has been. Don't you think?
Just tell her you're sorry and you love her. It'll take time, but keep building on that.
Well, there it is. They hired Dr. Hawkson to study the gases and how it related to the mineral extraction process. Standard studies.
Yikes, the gravity here is intense. If you get dizzy, we should head out.
It's a risk, but so is doing nothing.
Looks like the Freestar Collective's doing something around here. Competition is a spice, not a main course. I want it to be there, to be present, but I can't survive on it. Is it okay to feel something that's normal? Yes, of course it's okay. That's okay. We're different people and we assess risk and success differently. Just wait, listen. The point is that I found an encrypted message where one shouldn't be. The people in those positions are motivated by power and greed. Their decisions will be made based on what benefits them most.
And I've got a favor to ask.
A teensy-weensy favor. About the size of a plank length, really. And surprising no one? Bounty hunters. Ha! We both know that I'm the last person that should have that kind of responsibility. I respect people who want to make this place work in spite of the odds. They could go to an easy world and tend flowers all day, but the struggle to exist fuels them here. As it so happens, I've already talked to Vladimir. Seems our eye in the sky is back up and running. Although, seeing as how you left me behind, I guess my expectations were a little low. Sounds good. Nothing for me, though. Thanks. But if you testify in court, you can hold them accountable. You can affect change. Oh, yeah. Takes me back. Got a standard smuggler operation here. Somehow it survived alone without sunlight or water or any kind of care. I wonder how deep the oceans are here. They seem impossibly deep. No, my place is in this universe now. I certainly didn't expect this. What did you just ask me? Unbelievable. No. So, you found something? No. He's a war criminal. And the UC just ignored that? Kept him as a pet? Help me understand. I don't feel evil. So there's that. We'll talk more later. Don't worry. You're pissed off? Imagine how Dombrowski's gonna feel when we start stepping on his toes. I had forgotten what it was like to work with someone so closely. But at the end of the day, they're steered by humans. They are responsible for their direction. My love isn't ranked. It's just love. I collected the remaining artifacts, and they opened the way to the center of my universe, and the doorway to an infinite number of others. Part of me wonders what they will all say about what you have learned. But I will leave that to you. I can't say my life is an open book exactly, but I've got a couple of bookmarks. Oh, detective. I like the sound of that. Target's engine is down. Ha! Nice. Can you believe this tree was here before the city? Hey, if this thing still works, Papa needs a new pair of shoes. I am hot. I mean, to be clear, it's a temperature thing. Primarily. True. By that measure, you are a success. I'm not detecting functional thrusters on their ship anymore.
Is this a cry for help?
Okay. I'll listen to what you have to say, but I'm not going to accept excuses. It's both a fait accompli that we find love somewhere, but also highly improbable that we do in any one variation. Of course, I've done this all before with Irvin, and it was perfect. No, you got it all wrong. Don't you remember you told me it was your treat, that I didn't have to pay you back? Well, that was surprisingly easy. You know what? Go with detective for me too, Vasco. Yes, They plan to stay in the same system for a while. We are nowhere near the key. I wonder what the Crimson Fleet is doing out here. I don't admire it at all. I think it's concerning, to say the least.
Been a while, hasn't it, Jack? Weapons are down! Weapons are down!
And now, look at us. I can wait, but are you okay? He only prepared plants and fungi to eat. Meat wasn't for him. He always knew how to spice everything. I'm not a zoologist, but I'm pretty sure this is some creature's claimed territory.
Sam? Come on, Sam. Talk to me.
Humans are just tangled balls of dopamine and cortisol, aren't we? Come on, let's not ruin the moment. Although we did do a lot of walking, I bet I really am lighter. Of course, correlation isn't necessarily causation. Once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence, and so forth. Trying to impress me. It's working.
Hey, Walter. Did you follow up on that investment tip?
If one is fortunate, you might even notice events and people changing you while it is in motion. Never mind. It's not important. How's it going, Captain? Well, this town hall has seen better days. Hopefully that public access computer is still working.
I'm sorry it's come to this.
You see? That's your lizard brain talking. Fear causes people to want to huddle up, protect what they have. Now, mind if we get back to exploring this beautiful, mysterious universe with me, Captain?
There are other ways.
But this is the path they've settled on and reinforced systemically. I doubt it. Harvey's a wanderer. Getting lost is how he finds his way home.
Down!
I'm fine. I've been hovering within an event horizon of my own anxiety for a while now. One of my first jobs was scanning everything on lifeless moons. Boring? Peaceful is more like it. Lost in my thoughts, but glad to be back.
This ends!
Careful. This looks risky.
Take cover!
So I was thinking about cooking a big meal for everybody. If you're interested, I'd love an extra hand. I can see that. I've never stopped loving you, you know? Our time together meant so much to me, and I treasured it even though it ended. But we still benefit from our memories and the things we've learned from those who have gone. It's not so bad here. Although I wouldn't mind if you could talk Matsura into letting me go.
Ow, ow, ow!
Hello, payday. Well, not only did we give Irvin's apartment to Helgi, but we also paid off some of Helgi's debts. Astounding. This is what exploration is all about. Hold on. You're trying to confuse me, aren't you?
Sorry, but I can't.
This looks a lot less like a mind-bending experience of space and time and more like us hanging around like we always do. Well, I gave it a shot. I'm sure we'll do this again sometime. I lost my Irvin. I know that. I wish beyond anything that he appeared in that temple instead of me. Seriously, though, you're right. Time is the key. What in the world? Thanks for the help. Friends, lovers, detectives, explorers. Not too bad. Maybe he could have been rehabilitated. Maybe. I lost my Irvin. I know that. I wish beyond anything that he appeared in that temple instead of me. Things have been pretty busy out there exploring worlds and stuff. And you need to know that you did what a leader does. We need to get you a costume. Something subtle, but with bold racing stripes. But if I can be serious for a moment, thank you. I couldn't have done this without your help.
The unity! The multiverse? This is everything, and more. Literally. Oh, I got this.
Watch out. That's going to be messy. The universe is full of things that seem strange or valuable in one context, but ordinary and worthless in another. It's fascinating, isn't it? Oh, right. Of course, it's a number. That did it. The rings are aligned. Now we just have to fly through the creamy center. Sure, folks from the lodge, folks from my past. I've got friends when and where I need them, but I'm glad you put a stop to that neural amp tech. Nothing good was going to come from that. I had to give one number for a whole year's worth of work and feelings and victories and struggles. I think Constellation is neutral with House Varun, but don't expect that to mean anything in reality. Ve Victus, the war criminal. alive and kicking. You've got to be joking. You like it, right? If you like it, I like it. All you can do is try to work through it, learn from it, and try to do better next time. My, how things have changed. All right, let's do this. Operation Hanks a lot. Of course. I simply like having more control, information, and consent. Careful. Spacers leave traps everywhere. That's what they told me, so I'm running with it. Anything this secluded and purposed exclusively by the military is no doubt used for some top-secret nonsense. Bingo. Why risk it? Oh, on that note, we should give it a name. I'm thinking something simple yet refined. Always knew we could pull this off, even on my worst days. Returning to this place made me feel better. That isn't about whether I live through this fight. Oh, I'm getting the warm fuzzies over here. All of my suit's cooling systems are at max, and I'm still sweating. Damn. So much for talking some sense into these guys. There's got to be a way to get to that control room. You didn't happen to bring a giant ladder, did you? Honestly, it's amazing that you've been able to show as much restraint as you have. Right. Smugglers use caves all the time. Very convenient and free. But as it turns out, they are also easy to find. As a culinary explorer, the idea of gourmet chunks is intriguing. I hope they have wine pairings. Well, it looks like one of Irvin's experimental plants contained in an even more experimental habitat dish. The vigilance. A beacon of order and righteous wrath to some. A symbol of revenge to others. Don't mistake being reasonable for being a pushover. Vasco filled me in on what you said about the artifacts and the whole distortion of space and time thing. The way I see it is anybody entering the Unity has no more regular people concerns. I really doubt it. Our tiny tin can of fragile humans has survived being hurtled through space once more. If I had even 1/10 of your focus, maybe it would have been me getting those powers at the temple. Oh, good. Glad we got that out of the way early on. Maybe we can find a manifest or something. Besides, the power seems weaker or just different now. It's hard to describe. Ready, basically. Get ready. The Syndicate doesn't like unexpected visits. For years, he carried one with us on trips like it was our pet. He even named it. Think we could get it stuffed? It would look awesome at the lodge next to that ship model. A reasonable approach. I hope one day you can trust me as well. It's been a pleasure, you know. I bet it's way less expensive to make it yourself, isn't it? Grim to think about their fate here. They didn't have a chance. That's the mining company that hired Irvin all those years ago. Gagarin is home to a lot of mining companies, and they viciously compete with each other. Seems clear. Well, back to business. What? No. I just have to go back and forth about it for a while first, and then I'll be completely fine. Bye-bye, gravity. Hello, space. Sounds like somebody's looking out for you. And I never say that. But I suppose that's life, right? We'll see when we get there. Landing site is clear. Let's head down. I was really hoping for a message written in invisible ink, but this will have to suffice. We should talk about what kind of snacks you have on site. Ship's detached. We're clear.